As October slowly gives way to November, the brilliant colors of autumn begin to fade. Leaves drift quietly from branches, covering sidewalks, country roads, and courthouse squares in blankets of amber, crimson, and gold. The air grows cooler. The mornings become quieter. Across America, another season quietly arrives. For many families, life still appears reassuringly familiar. Factories continue producing goods. Schools remain open. Church choirs gather on Sunday mornings. Children race through neighborhood parks before returning home for supper. Yet beneath these familiar rhythms, something delicate has begun to weaken. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing on the corner of a small town's main street. The buildings are modest but proud. A grocery store stands beside a barber shop. Across the road, a hardware store displays polished tools beneath its front window. Just beyond it stands the local bank. Its stone entrance inspires confidence. Its brass door handles shine in the morning light. To the people of this town, the bank is more than a building. It is a promise, a place where wages are deposited, savings are protected. Loans help farmers purchase seed, shopkeepers expand their businesses, young couples borrow money to build their first homes. For generations, the bank has quietly represented security. Few imagine that such security could ever disappear. Inside, the atmosphere remains calm. Tellers greet familiar customers by name. Ledgers are updated with careful handwriting. Coins clink softly against polished counters. The ticking of a wall clock echoes gently through the marble lobby. Everything appears exactly as it did before the crash.
In the winter of 1932,
Appearances,
the
however,
community of Lower Manhattan
can be
came
wonderfully
together.
comforting,
At the soup kitchen,
even when
volunteers served
unseen
meals with compassion,
pressures are
a testament
quietly
to the strength
building
of community
beneath the
and human
surface.
kindness.
Across the country, bankers begin noticing subtle changes. A few more customers ask cautious questions. Some withdraw slightly larger amounts of cash than usual. Others decide to postpone investments until conditions become clearer. These are not dramatic changes, not yet. But banking depends upon something surprisingly fragile: confidence. A bank can safely hold deposits because most people leave their money where it is. Only a small portion is kept as cash inside the vault. The rest is loaned carefully to businesses, farmers, homeowners, and manufacturers, helping the entire economy continue moving forward. It is a system built not only upon mathematics, but upon trust. Trust that tomorrow will resemble today. Trust that money placed in the bank today will still be available whenever it is needed. Trust that neighbors will remain calm. When trust remains strong, the system works remarkably well. When trust begins to weaken, even slowly, the entire structure becomes more delicate. In rural farming communities, crop prices continue slipping lower. Farmers who borrowed during prosperous years now find it increasingly difficult to repay loans. Some banks begin receiving fewer payments than expected. Elsewhere, businesses affected by declining sales quietly delay their own loan repayments. No single event causes immediate collapse. Rather, small difficulties begin connecting together, like tiny streams slowly feeding a much larger river. Few people notice at first. History often begins changing beneath the surface, long before it becomes visible. One quiet morning in a small agricultural town, a banker opens his office before sunrise. He removes his coat, places his hat upon a wooden stand, unlocks the heavy vault, reviews yesterday's accounts beneath the soft glow of a desk lamp. The numbers appear manageable, yet they tell a story growing more complicated with every passing week. Several loans are overdue. Farm income continues falling. Local businesses have become more cautious. Nothing feels catastrophic, but everything feels slightly more uncertain than before. Outside, townspeople continue arriving with warm greetings and familiar smiles. No one suspects the quiet concerns resting upon the banker's desk. To them, the bank remains exactly what it has always been: solid, reliable, permanent. And perhaps that is one of history's greatest lessons. The strongest institutions often appear unchanged, right until the moment they begin to struggle. As another peaceful autumn morning unfolds across America, the nation's financial foundations remain standing. But deep beneath those foundations, the first small cracks are beginning to spread. The days continue passing with quiet regularity. Morning follows morning. The church bell marks each hour with the same familiar rhythm. Shopkeepers sweep their sidewalks before opening their doors. Farm wagons roll steadily along country roads, their wooden wheels leaving gentle tracks in the cool autumn soil. From a distance, America still appears peaceful. Take another slow, calming breath. Imagine entering the small-town bank once more. Warm sunlight streams through tall front windows, falling softly across polished marble floors. The scent of paper, polished wood, and fresh ink fills the air. Customers wait patiently in a short line, greeting one another with friendly smiles.
The community of Lower
Many
Manhattan
have known
came
each other
together.
for
At the
decades.
soup kitchen,
The
volunteers
teller
served
knows
meals
their
of
names.
compassion, a
He
testament to the
asks about
strength
their
of community
children,
and human
about the
kindness.
harvest, about Sunday's church service. It is a place built upon familiarity, upon quiet confidence, upon trust. Yet behind the scenes, the daily routine has begun to require greater care. Each evening, after the doors close, the bank manager remains at his desk long after everyone else has gone home. Oil lamps burn late into the night. Ledgers are opened one by one. Columns of numbers are checked, rechecked, and checked again. He notices a pattern. Small manufacturers are requesting extensions on their loans. Farmers ask for a little more time before making payments. Several merchants explain that sales have slowed since the market crash. None of these requests seem alarming by themselves. In fact, they sound entirely reasonable. The economy has experienced difficult seasons before. Surely this one will pass as well. The list grows a little longer each week. Across neighboring counties, similar conversations quietly unfold inside other banks. Managers exchange letters. Regional banking associations hold modest meetings. No dramatic speeches are given, only careful discussions. They ask practical questions. How much cash should remain in the vault? Will holiday shopping improve business? Should lending become more cautious? There are no easy answers. Banking has always depended upon balancing confidence with responsibility. Now that balance feels more delicate than ever. In larger cities, financial institutions continue reassuring the public. Newspaper advertisements speak of stability. Executives emphasize that America's banking system remains fundamentally sound. Many genuinely believe this to be true, and for countless banks, it still is. Most continue serving their communities exactly as they always have. But history often reminds us that strength can vary from place to place. Some institutions possess deep reserves. Others operate with far less protection. The difference is not always visible from the outside. One afternoon, a local shopkeeper quietly visits the bank. He has managed a successful hardware store for nearly 20 years. Business has always been steady, reliable, predictable. Today, however, he requests a small loan to help carry him through a slower season than expected. The banker listens patiently. He understands the situation completely. Many respectable businesses are experiencing similar difficulties. After thoughtful consideration, the loan is approved. Both men shake hands warmly. Neither realizes that such conversations are becoming increasingly common across the nation. Elsewhere, in farming communities stretching from Iowa to Oklahoma, grain prices continue drifting lower. Harvests remain plentiful. The land remains generous. But lower prices mean farmers earn less for the same hard work. Families who have carefully managed their finances for years now discover that paying every bill has become just a little more difficult. Again, not impossible. Simply more difficult. These quiet pressures begin moving through the financial system, almost unnoticed. A missed payment here, a delayed purchase there, a postponed investment somewhere else. Each seems insignificant. Together, they begin slowing the steady heartbeat of the economy. Like a great river meeting hidden rocks beneath its surface, the current does not stop. It simply begins flowing more slowly. As evening approaches, lights begin appearing inside homes across the country. Families gather for supper. Children complete school assignments beneath warm kitchen lamps. Neighbors visit one another after dinner. The ordinary beauty of American life continues.
The community of Lower
It is this
Manhattan came
very
together.
normality
At the soup
that
kitchen,
makes the
volunteers
coming
served
changes
meals, compassion,
so difficult
a
to
testament to the
recognize.
strength of community and
No
human
thunder
kindness.
announces them. No single moment reveals their full importance. Instead, they arrive quietly. One careful decision, one delayed payment, one anxious conversation at a time. And as another peaceful autumn day comes to its gentle close, the banks remain open, the towns remain hopeful, the people remain resilient. Yet beneath that calm surface, the first quiet test of America's financial trust has truly begun. Another week quietly passes. The autumn air grows noticeably cooler. Morning frost begins appearing across open fields before the first rays of sunlight gently melt the crystals into tiny drops of water. Smoke rises peacefully from farmhouse chimneys. The aroma of fresh bread drifts through small towns, awakening to another ordinary day. On the surface, America continues moving with reassuring familiarity. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing outside the local bank just before opening time. The heavy brass clock above the entrance quietly approaches 9 o'clock. A few customers have already gathered along the sidewalk. Some carry passbooks tucked carefully into their coat pockets. Others simply wish to cash a paycheck before beginning work. They exchange warm greetings. They discuss the changing weather, the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday, the local football team. Very little is said about the stock market. For many ordinary Americans, Wall Street still feels far away. A different world. A world of investors, brokers, and wealthy businessmen. Surely it cannot deeply affect the quiet rhythm of their own community. Inside the bank, however, small changes continue unfolding. The vault is opened with its usual precision. Stacks of neatly wrapped currency are counted carefully. Silver coins are arranged inside polished wooden drawers. The morning ledger is prepared. Everything is completed exactly according to routine. Yet the bank manager pauses a little longer than usual while reviewing the cash reserves. Not because immediate danger exists, but because uncertainty has quietly become part of every calculation. He understands something many customers do not. A bank's greatest asset is not the money inside its vault. It is the confidence of the people who walk through its doors. As long as confidence remains strong, deposits stay safely where they are. Businesses receive loans, farmers purchase equipment, families save for the future. The entire community moves forward together. Confidence, though invisible, is one of the most valuable resources any nation possesses. Across America, that confidence is beginning to change, not disappearing overnight, but becoming more cautious. In a nearby farming county, an elderly couple visits their local bank. For nearly 30 years they have deposited a small portion of every harvest. The savings are modest, enough, they hope, to help support them in old age. Today they politely ask to withdraw a little more cash than usual, just enough to keep safely at home. Not because they distrust their banker. They have known him for decades. But newspaper headlines have quietly planted a small seed of concern. What if? The question is gentle, almost whispered, yet it carries surprising weight. The banker smiles kindly. He completes the transaction without hesitation. He reassures them that their deposits remain safe. The couple thanks him warmly before walking back into the crisp autumn afternoon. Neither side realizes that nearly identical conversations are beginning to occur in towns all across the country. One careful withdrawal does not create a problem, nor does another, or
In the
another.
winter of
But
1932,
when
the community
uncertainty
of Lower
quietly
Manhattan
spreads
came
from
together.
neighbor to
At the
neighbor,
soup kitchen,
small
volunteers
actions
served
begin
meals of
combining
compassion,
into
a
something
testament
much
to the
larger,
strength of community and
like
human
individual
kindness.
snowflakes gathering upon a mountainside. Each seems insignificant. Together, they gradually reshape the landscape. Financial historians would later describe these early weeks as a period when confidence slowly became more fragile than the banking system itself. Most banks were not failing because they had suddenly become dishonest or reckless. Many were deeply rooted institutions, managed by responsible people. Their greatest challenge was something no ledger could fully measure: public trust. Trust is remarkably strong when shared, remarkably delicate when questioned. As afternoon sunlight pours through the stained glass windows of churches and reflects from the polished storefronts along Main Street, life continues with quiet dignity. Children race home from school laughing beneath falling leaves. Shopkeepers close their doors at sunset after another modest day's business. Factory whistles announce the end of another shift. The rhythms of ordinary America still endure. Yet beneath every familiar routine, beneath every friendly conversation, beneath every carefully balanced ledger, an invisible current has begun flowing through the nation. It is not yet panic, not yet fear. It is simply uncertainty, moving quietly, patiently, from one thoughtful heart to another. As November deepens, the golden colors of autumn slowly surrender to the quiet gray of approaching winter. The mornings arrive, wrapped in cool mist. Bare branches sway gently against pale skies. A soft wind carries the last fallen leaves across quiet streets, where shopkeepers once again unlock their doors before sunrise. Life continues, patiently, steadily. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking through the center of a small Midwestern town just after dawn. The streets are calm. A horse-drawn wagon delivers fresh milk to neighborhood homes. The local bakery has already opened, its warm windows glowing softly against the chilly morning air. The comforting scent of fresh bread drifts through the empty streets. A newspaper boy rides past on his bicycle, carefully tossing folded newspapers onto front porches. Today's headlines speak once again of financial uncertainty. But life itself continues, following its familiar rhythm. At the town bank, the first customers begin arriving shortly after the doors open. Most come simply to deposit wages earned through honest work. Some wish to pay monthly bills. Others stop only to greet familiar faces before continuing with their day. Everything appears calm, orderly, comforting. Yet beneath that calm routine, something almost impossible to see is quietly taking shape. More customers than usual decide to withdraw cash instead of leaving it safely on deposit. Not all of their savings, only a portion. Just enough, they tell themselves, to keep at home. It feels like a sensible precaution, nothing more. The tellers notice. The bank manager notices. Each individual withdrawal is small, perfectly reasonable. But together they slowly reduce the amount of cash remaining inside the vault. The manager studies the figures late into the evening. His concern is not that the bank lacks assets. Most of its wealth still exists in the form of carefully issued loans to farms, businesses, and homeowners. The challenge is different. Loans cannot instantly become cash. A farmer cannot harvest tomorrow's crops today. A business cannot repay next year's loan this afternoon. Money tied to the real economy
In the winter of
moves with
1932,
patience,
the community of Lower
can
Manhattan
move
came
much
together.
faster.
At the soup kitchen, volunteers
This
served
difference
meals of
creates
compassion,
one of the
a
quiet
testament to the strength
paradoxes of
community
banking.
and human kindness.
A healthy institution may struggle if too many people seek their savings at exactly the same moment. Not because the money has vanished, but because it is already helping someone else build a business, harvest a field, or purchase a home. Few ordinary depositors fully understand this invisible balance, and they should not be blamed for that. They simply wish to protect the savings earned through years of careful work. Across America, similar scenes quietly unfold. In Georgia, a textile worker withdraws several weeks' wages. In Wisconsin, a retired schoolteacher places her life savings inside a small lockbox beneath her bed. In Colorado, a ranch owner quietly keeps extra cash in a desk drawer just in case. Each person acts independently. Each decision feels small. Each choice seems entirely reasonable. Yet together, these countless careful decisions begin placing unexpected strain upon local banks. There is no widespread panic. Not yet. Most customers remain calm. Most continue trusting their banks. Many bankers continue believing that confidence will soon return as conditions stabilize. Hope still walks beside uncertainty. The two now travel together through nearly every American town. As evening approaches, warm yellow light begins glowing from the windows of homes across the country. Families gather around supper tables. Children laugh over stories from school. Parents quietly discuss household budgets after the dishes have been cleared away. Some conversations now include a new question. Should we save a little more? No one knows the perfect answer. They simply do what families have always done during uncertain times. They prepare carefully. They hope sincerely. They continue loving one another, despite not knowing what tomorrow may bring. Outside, the first stars quietly appear above the darkening sky. The wind moves gently through nearly bare trees. The nation itself remains peaceful. But beneath that peaceful evening, confidence, the invisible foundation of every bank, has begun to grow just a little more fragile with each passing day. Another week quietly passes. The autumn air grows noticeably cooler. Morning frost begins appearing across open fields before the first rays of sunlight gently melt the crystals into tiny drops of water. Smoke rises peacefully from farmhouse chimneys. The aroma of fresh bread drifts through small towns, awakening to another ordinary day. On the surface, America continues moving with reassuring familiarity. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing outside the local bank just before opening time. The heavy brass clock above the entrance quietly approaches 9 o'clock. A few customers have already gathered along the sidewalk. Some carry passbooks tucked carefully into their coat pockets. Others simply wish to cash a paycheck before beginning work. They exchange warm greetings. They discuss the changing weather, the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday, the local football team. Very little is said about the stock market. For many ordinary Americans, Wall Street still feels far away. A different world. A world of investors, brokers, and wealthy businessmen. Surely it cannot deeply affect the quiet rhythm of their own community. Inside the bank, however, small changes continue unfolding. The vault is opened with its usual precision. Stacks of neatly wrapped currency are counted carefully. Silver coins are
In the
arranged
winter of
inside polished
1932,
wooden
the community
drawers.
of Lower Manhattan
The
came
morning
together.
ledger is
At the soup
prepared.
kitchen, volunteers
Everything
served
is
meals,
completed
compassion,
exactly
a testament
according
to the
to
strength of
routine.
community and human
Yet the
kindness.
bank manager pauses a little longer than usual while reviewing the cash reserves. Not because immediate danger exists, but because uncertainty has quietly become part of every calculation. He understands something many customers do not. A bank's greatest asset is not the money inside its vault. It is the confidence of the people who walk through its doors. As long as confidence remains strong, deposits stay safely where they are. Businesses receive loans. Farmers purchase equipment. Families save for the future. The entire community moves forward together. Confidence, though invisible, is one of the most valuable resources any nation possesses. Across America, that confidence is beginning to change. Not disappearing overnight, but becoming more cautious. In a nearby farming county, an elderly couple visits their local bank. For nearly 30 years they have deposited a small portion of every harvest. The savings are modest. Enough, they hope, to help support them in old age. Today they politely ask to withdraw a little more cash than usual. Just enough to keep safely at home. Not because they distrust their banker. They have known him for decades. But newspaper headlines have quietly planted a small seed of concern. What if? The question is gentle, almost whispered, yet it carries surprising weight. The banker smiles kindly. He completes the transaction without hesitation. He reassures them that their deposits remain safe. The couple thanks him warmly before walking back into the crisp autumn afternoon. Neither side realizes that nearly identical conversations are beginning to occur in towns all across the country. One careful withdrawal does not create a problem. Nor does another, or another. But when uncertainty quietly spreads from neighbor to neighbor, small actions begin combining into something much larger. Like individual snowflakes gathering upon a mountainside, each seems insignificant. Together they gradually reshape the landscape. Financial historians would later describe these early weeks as a period when confidence slowly became more fragile than the banking system itself. Most banks were not failing because they had suddenly become dishonest or reckless. Many were deeply rooted institutions managed by responsible people. Their greatest challenge was something no ledger could fully measure: public trust. Trust is remarkably strong when shared, remarkably delicate when questioned. As afternoon sunlight pours through the stained glass windows of churches and reflects from the polished storefronts along Main Street, life continues with quiet dignity. Children race home from school, laughing beneath falling leaves. Shopkeepers close their doors at sunset after another modest day's business. Factory whistles announce the end of another shift. The rhythms of ordinary America still endure. Yet beneath every familiar routine, beneath every friendly conversation, beneath every carefully balanced ledger, an invisible current has begun flowing through the nation. It is not yet panic, not yet fear. It is simply uncertainty, moving quietly, patiently, from one thoughtful heart to another. As November deepens, the golden colors of autumn slowly surrender to the quiet gray of approaching winter. The mornings arrive, wrapped in cool mist. Bare branches sway gently against pale skies. A soft wind carries the last fallen leaves across quiet streets, where shopkeepers once again unlock their doors before sunrise.
In the winter
Life
of
continues,
1932, the community of Lower
patiently,
Manhattan came
steadily.
together. At the soup kitchen,
Take another
volunteers served
slow,
meals,
peaceful
compassion,
breath.
a testament to the strength of
Imagine
community
walking
and
through the
human
center of a
kindness.
small Midwestern town just after dawn. The streets are calm. A horse-drawn wagon delivers fresh milk to neighborhood homes. The local bakery has already opened, its warm windows glowing softly against the chilly morning air. The comforting scent of fresh bread drifts through the empty streets. A newspaper boy rides past on his bicycle, carefully tossing folded newspapers onto front porches. Today's headlines speak once again of financial uncertainty. But life itself continues, following its familiar rhythm. At the town bank, the first customers begin arriving shortly after the doors open. Most come simply to deposit wages earned through honest work. Some wish to pay monthly bills. Others stop only to greet familiar faces before continuing with their day. Everything appears calm, orderly, comforting. Yet beneath that calm routine, something almost impossible to see is quietly taking shape. More customers than usual decide to withdraw cash instead of leaving it safely on deposit. Not all of their savings, only a portion. Just enough, they tell themselves, to keep at home. It feels like a sensible precaution, nothing more. The tellers notice, a bank manager notices. Each individual withdrawal is small, perfectly reasonable. But together, they slowly reduce the amount of cash remaining inside the vault. The manager studies the figures late into the evening. His concern is not that the bank lacks assets. Most of its wealth still exists in the form of carefully issued loans to farms, businesses, and homeowners. The challenge is different. Loans cannot instantly become cash. A farmer cannot harvest tomorrow's crops today. A business cannot repay next year's loan this afternoon. Money tied to the real economy moves with patience. Fear, however, can move much faster. This difference creates one of the quiet paradoxes of banking. A healthy institution may struggle if too many people seek their savings at exactly the same moment. Not because the money has vanished, but because it is already helping someone else build a business, harvest a field, or purchase a home. Few ordinary depositors fully understand this invisible balance, and they should not be blamed for that. They simply wish to protect the savings earned through years of careful work. Across America, similar scenes quietly unfold. In Georgia, a textile worker withdraws several weeks' wages. In Wisconsin, a retired schoolteacher places her life savings inside a small lockbox beneath her bed. In Colorado, a ranch owner quietly keeps extra cash in a desk drawer just in case. Each person acts independently. Each decision feels small. Each choice seems entirely reasonable. Yet together, these countless careful decisions begin placing unexpected strain upon local banks. There is no widespread panic. Not yet. Most customers remain calm. Most continue trusting their banks. Many bankers continue believing that confidence will soon return as conditions stabilize. Hope still walks beside uncertainty. The two now travel together through nearly every American town. As evening approaches, warm yellow light begins glowing from the windows of homes across the country. Families gather around supper tables. Children laugh over stories from school. Parents quietly discuss household budgets after the dishes have been cleared away. Some conversations now include a new question. Should we save a little more? No one knows the perfect answer.
In the winter
They
of
simply do
1932,
what
the
families
community
have
of Lower
always
Manhattan
done
came together.
during
At the
uncertain
soup kitchen,
times.
volunteers
They
served meals
prepare
with compassion,
carefully.
a
They
testament to the
hope
strength of
sincerely.
community and human
They
kindness.
continue loving one another, despite not knowing what tomorrow may bring. Outside, the first stars quietly appear above the darkening sky. The wind moves gently through nearly bare trees. The nation itself remains peaceful. But beneath that peaceful evening, confidence, the invisible foundation of every bank, has begun to grow just a little more fragile with each passing day. Night arrives softly over the American landscape. A silver moon rises above quiet fields, busy rail yards, sleeping towns, and the towering buildings of distant cities. Its gentle light falls equally upon prosperous neighborhoods and humble farmhouses. The nation rests beneath the same peaceful sky. Take one final slow breath. Imagine looking down from high above the country. Thousands of warm lights glow from kitchen windows. Families finish their evening meals. Children drift peacefully to sleep beneath handmade quilts. Farm dogs curl beside old wooden porches. The comforting sounds of ordinary life continue without interruption. At first glance, nothing seems unusual. Yet beneath this calm evening lies a quiet transformation. Inside banks across America, lights remain on long after customers have gone home. Bank managers sit alone at heavy oak desks. Open ledgers cover polished tabletops. Adding machines click softly in otherwise silent offices. Letters from neighboring banks are read with careful attention. The questions growing in their minds are remarkably similar. Will confidence return? Will businesses recover? Will tomorrow be easier than today? No one knows. They can only prepare as thoughtfully as possible. Some banks quietly begin increasing the amount of cash kept inside their vaults. Others become more cautious when approving new loans. Not because they wish to slow the economy, but because uncertainty now asks them to protect the communities they serve. These decisions are made calmly, patiently, without drama. Yet each careful choice slightly changes the flow of money through the nation. Like the first thin layer of ice forming across a peaceful lake, the change is almost invisible. The water still moves beneath the surface, but something has begun to harden. In Washington, government officials continue studying reports arriving from every corner of the country. Most describe the same gradual pattern. Businesses remain open, factories continue operating, railroads still carry freight across thousands of miles. But lending has become more cautious. Investment has slowed. Confidence no longer feels effortless. Economists debate the future. Bankers exchange telegrams. Editors write thoughtful opinion pieces in tomorrow's newspapers. No single voice can yet see the entire picture. History is unfolding, one quiet day at a time. In small towns, neighbors continue greeting one another with genuine warmth. Church socials are still held. Local bands still perform in community halls. Families gather for Thanksgiving preparations as November advances. Love refuses to surrender its ordinary beauty. And that beauty matters, because it reminds us that history is never made only in boardrooms or government buildings. It is also made around dinner tables, across front porches, inside classrooms, along country roads, within every ordinary home where people continue hoping for a better tomorrow. Looking back today, we know these first bank failures were not isolated events. They were early warnings,
In the winter of 1932,
small tremors
the community
before a
of
much
Lower
larger
Manhattan came
earthquake.
together. At the soup
Many
kitchen,
of the
volunteers
institutions
served
struggling
meals
in late
compassion, a testament to the
1929
strength of
were
community
community
and human
banks
kindness.
serving farmers, merchants, and working families. When one bank faltered, trust in neighboring banks sometimes weakened as well. Confidence traveled from town to town, just as surely as the railroads connected the nation. Still, most Americans had not yet experienced the full weight of what was coming. They believed the difficulties would pass, that prosperity would return with the spring, that patience, thrift, and determination would be enough. Those hopes were sincere. They were shared by millions. As midnight approaches, a cool breeze carries the last leaves of autumn across silent streets. The clocks continue ticking. The rivers continue flowing. The stars continue their ancient journey across the heavens. Nature remains beautifully unchanged. But beneath that timeless sky, America has quietly entered a new chapter. The stock market crash had shaken confidence. Now the nation's banks, the keepers of savings, trust, and everyday security, had begun to feel that same quiet strain. It is only the beginning, the first gentle crack in a much larger story. And as dawn waits patiently beyond the horizon, our journey moves onward, to the moment when uncertainty begins spreading from banks, into businesses, into factories, and finally, into the daily lives of millions of ordinary Americans. Winter quietly approaches. The final leaves of autumn surrender to the wind, drifting gently across sidewalks before settling beneath bare trees. The mornings become colder. The evenings arrive earlier. Across the nation, chimney smoke rises peacefully into pale gray skies. From a distance, America still appears calm. Its towns awaken each morning with familiar purpose. Storefront lights glow before sunrise. Factory whistles echo across river valleys. Freight trains continue carrying steel, coal, grain, and timber from one state to another. The machinery of everyday life still turns. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking through the heart of a busy American manufacturing town. Brick buildings line both sides of the street. Large display windows showcase shoes, dresses, radios, sewing machines, books, and polished household furniture. Delivery trucks rumble gently along the cobblestone roads. Streetcars ring their bells as they glide through the morning mist. Everything feels wonderfully ordinary. Yet behind many shop windows, business owners have begun noticing something new. Customers still enter. They still browse. They still admire beautifully crafted goods. But increasingly, they leave without making a purchase. Not because they no longer desire these things, but because uncertainty quietly asks them to wait. Perhaps next month. Perhaps after things improve. Perhaps when we feel more certain. These gentle thoughts become surprisingly powerful. One postponed purchase may seem insignificant. A family deciding not to replace an aging refrigerator. A couple delaying the purchase of new furniture. A farmer choosing to repair old equipment rather than buy new machinery. Each decision feels sensible, responsible, prudent. Yet when millions of families make similar choices at the same time, the world begins to shift. The entire economy begins to slow. Inside a family-owned clothing store, the owner carefully arranges winter coats in the front display. The garments are beautifully made. Warm wool, fine stitching, quality craftsmanship. In previous years, customers would have eagerly prepared for the coming winter.
In the winter of
This
1932,
season,
the community
many
of Lower
simply
Manhattan came
pause
together.
outside the
At the
window.
soup kitchen,
They
volunteers
admire the
served meals,
coats,
compassion,
then
a testament
quietly
to the strength
continue
of community
walking.
and human
The
kindness.
shopkeeper does not blame them. He understands. Everyone has become a little more careful. Across town, a furniture workshop continues producing sturdy oak tables and handcrafted chairs. The carpenters work with patience born from years of experience. The scent of fresh-cut wood fills the workshop. Saws hum gently, plane smooth rough surfaces into polished beauty. Yet completed furniture begins remaining inside the warehouse longer than before. Orders arrive more slowly. Deliveries become less frequent. No dramatic announcement explains why. The change happens gradually, almost invisibly, like the shortening daylight of late autumn. In Detroit, automobile factories continue operating. Assembly lines still move. Engines are assembled. Steel frames roll steadily from one station to the next. But managers quietly begin reviewing production schedules. If fewer families purchase automobiles, should fewer automobiles be built? It is not yet a crisis, only a question. Yet history often changes because enough thoughtful questions eventually require difficult answers. Far from the industrial cities, small businesses experience similar uncertainty. A local printer receives fewer advertising orders. A bakery notices customers buying one loaf instead of two. A tailor repairs old coats that customers might once have replaced with new ones. The changes remain small, gentle, almost invisible. But together they begin slowing the pulse of commerce throughout the nation. The economy is much like a living forest. Every tree depends upon countless others. Every stream nourishes distant fields. Every quiet connection matters. When one part begins slowing, the effect gradually reaches every corner of the landscape. As another peaceful winter morning unfolds across America, the nation's businesses remain open. Their lights still shine warmly. Their doors still welcome customers. But behind those welcoming smiles, many owners have begun wondering how much longer the familiar rhythm of prosperity will continue. The first days of winter arrive with quiet grace. A gentle frost settles across rooftops before dawn. Thin sheets of ice form along the edges of quiet ponds. The morning air feels crisp and wonderfully still. Across America, another ordinary workday begins. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking through the center of a thriving industrial city just as the sun begins to rise. Factory chimneys reach into the pale winter sky. Steam drifts slowly above brick rooftops. Streetcars glide along shining rails. Workers in heavy wool coats walk steadily toward the great factories that have provided dependable employment for many years. Lunch pails swing gently at their sides. Leather boots echo softly against the pavement. Most have followed this same route every morning for countless seasons. Routine brings comfort. It offers the reassuring feeling that tomorrow will resemble yesterday. Inside one textile mill, hundreds of machines awaken together. Belts begin turning. Wooden looms clatter with steady rhythm. Cotton threads stretch carefully across polished frames. The sound is familiar, almost musical. For decades, these machines have transformed raw fibers into fabric that will become clothing for families across the nation. The workers know every sound, every vibration, every movement. This factory has become part of their lives. Yet on this particular morning, the production supervisor studies the day's schedule with
In the winter
quiet
of
concern.
1932, the community
Several
of Lower
large
Manhattan
orders
came
have
together.
been postponed,
At the soup kitchen,
not
volunteers
canceled,
served meals of
simply
compassion,
delayed.
a testament to the
Retail
strength of
stores
community
are
and
asking
human kindness.
manufacturers to wait before producing additional inventory. Their warehouses remain full. Customers are buying more carefully than before. The supervisor quietly adjusts the day's production targets. A few machines will remain silent. Only for today, he tells himself. Perhaps tomorrow business will improve. Elsewhere, in a shoe factory in Massachusetts, skilled craftsmen continue shaping leather with remarkable precision. The scent of fresh leather and polished wood fills the workshop. Rows of completed shoes stand neatly arranged inside shipping crates. Beautifully made, ready for customers. Yet the crates remain stacked a little longer than usual. Freight orders arrive more slowly. Railroad schedules become less crowded. The changes remain subtle, almost invisible, like snowflakes gathering one by one before covering an entire landscape. Across the country, department stores begin studying sales reports with increasing attention. The holiday shopping season has always brought excitement. Families decorating homes, children dreaming of gifts, store windows glowing beneath festive lights. This year, however, shoppers pause more often before making purchases. They compare prices carefully. They choose practical necessities over luxuries. Many quietly decide that one gift will be enough instead of 3. No one announces this decision publicly. It simply happens, and again, and again. The economy listens carefully to every one of those choices. In Pittsburgh, steel mills continue producing beams, rails, and industrial machinery. Molten steel still glows like rivers of fire inside enormous furnaces. Sparks rise into the dark factory ceilings like tiny golden stars. The work remains extraordinary. Demand, however, has begun to soften. Construction companies postpone new projects. Railroad companies delay equipment purchases. Factories reconsider future expansion. Each delay seems temporary. Each decision appears sensible. Yet together they quietly slow the great industrial engine that had powered America's remarkable prosperity throughout the 1920s. Business owners begin meeting more frequently. Some gather in chambers of commerce. Others meet over coffee in small cafes before opening their shops. Their conversations remain calm, respectful, hopeful. They discuss sales, costs, inventories, payroll. Most still believe recovery lies just ahead. After all, America has experienced difficult moments before. Surely this one will pass. That hope is genuine. It deserves to be remembered. For history is not only a record of hardship, it is also a record of optimism carried forward, even when the future cannot yet be seen. As the winter sun slowly climbs higher into the sky, factory whistles continue echoing across rivers and valleys. Workers continue performing honest labor. Merchants continue opening their doors. Freight trains continue crossing snow-dusted landscapes. The nation remains wonderfully alive with effort and determination. Yet beneath every familiar routine, beneath every carefully balanced business ledger, the quiet rhythm of commerce has begun slowing, almost too gently for anyone to notice, until one day, the silence itself becomes impossible to ignore. As the weeks quietly pass, winter settles more deeply across the American landscape. Snow begins covering rooftops in northern towns. Bare branches shimmer beneath thin layers of frost. The daylight grows shorter.
In the
Evenings
winter of
arrive early,
1932, the
bringing a
community of
peaceful
Lower Manhattan
stillness
came
to
together.
streets that only
At the soup
months
kitchen,
before
volunteers
had
served
seemed
meals with
endlessly
compassion,
busy.
a testament to the strength
Take
of
another
community and
slow,
human kindness.
peaceful breath. Imagine walking along a commercial street just before sunset. Store windows glow warmly against the cold air. Holiday decorations hang above the sidewalks. Strings of lights sparkle gently between brick buildings. The atmosphere remains beautiful, inviting, comforting. Yet something has quietly changed. Fewer people stop to admire the displays. Fewer packages are carried home. Inside a large department store, sales clerks stand patiently beside polished counters. Their uniforms are neat. Their smiles remain sincere. Shelves are filled with carefully folded clothing, fine china, toys, books, and household goods. Everything is ready for customers, but the steady flow of shoppers has slowed. Many visitors spend long moments comparing prices. They thank the clerk politely, then leave empty-handed. No one wishes to spend more than necessary. Not because joy has disappeared, but because certainty has. Across town, the owner of a small bookstore quietly reviews his monthly accounts. For years, holiday seasons have brought steady business. Families purchased novels as gifts. Children eagerly chose adventure stories. Teachers ordered educational books for the coming school term. This winter, the shelves remain fuller than expected. Sales have not stopped. They have simply become quieter. Like a river whose current slows almost too gradually to notice. In another part of the city, a furniture manufacturer receives an unexpected telegram. A longtime customer, a chain of retail stores, asks to postpone delivery of hundreds of dining tables. The message is courteous, respectful. Business conditions, it explains, have become uncertain. The factory owner folds the telegram slowly. He understands completely. He has already received several similar messages during recent weeks. Together, they tell a story no single order could reveal. Demand is fading, not suddenly, but steadily. Inside the factory, craftsmen continue sanding oak, polishing walnut, and assembling beautiful furniture with the same care they always have. Their work remains exceptional. Yet more finished pieces now remain stacked inside the warehouse, waiting, patiently, for buyers who may not arrive as soon as everyone had hoped. Elsewhere in Detroit, automobile manufacturers face similar decisions. Assembly lines still move. Workers still install engines, doors, wheels, and polished chrome details. But production managers quietly reduce the number of vehicles scheduled for the coming weeks. There is little reason to build cars that dealers may struggle to sell. This decision feels practical, responsible. Yet every reduction means slightly fewer parts ordered from suppliers, slightly fewer shipments on the railroads, slightly less work for steel mills, glass factories, rubber producers, and countless smaller businesses connected to automobile manufacturing. The American economy is woven together like an enormous tapestry. Every thread supports another. When one thread loosens, the entire fabric feels the change. Far from the great industrial cities, family-owned businesses notice similar patterns. The local tailor repairs worn coats instead of measuring customers for new ones. The jeweler sells fewer watches. The piano dealer welcomes many visitors who admire the instruments, but postpone their purchase for another season. No one speaks of failure, only of waiting. Waiting for confidence to return. Waiting for business to improve. Waiting for tomorrow to feel more certain than today. As evening falls, warm
In the
light
winter of
spills from
1932, the
cafes,
community of Lower
where
Manhattan
merchants
came
quietly
together.
gather
At the
after
soup
closing
kitchen,
their shops.
volunteers served meals,
They
compassion,
exchange
a
stories,
testament to the strength
not
of community
complaints,
and human kindness.
simply observations. Business has been slower. We'll make it through. Spring may bring better days. Their optimism remains gentle, quiet, persistent. It is the optimism of people who have worked hard their entire lives, and believe that difficult seasons eventually pass. Looking back today, we understand that these quiet conversations marked the beginning of a profound transformation. The economy was not stopping all at once. It was slowing one decision, one postponed purchase, one careful business choice at a time. And beneath the peaceful beauty of another winter evening, America's great engine of commerce continued turning, but now, just a little more slowly than before. Winter now settles comfortably across much of the nation. Fresh snow rests quietly upon rooftops. Icicles sparkle beneath the gentle morning sun. The rivers flow more slowly beneath sheets of drifting ice, while chimney smoke rises peacefully into the crisp blue sky. America remains beautiful. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine arriving at a large factory just before dawn. The parking lot is quieter than it was only a few months ago. Workers still arrive with lunch pails tucked beneath their arms. They greet one another with familiar smiles. Many have worked side by side for years, some for decades. The factory whistle sounds across the cold morning air. Its echo rolls gently over the surrounding neighborhoods. Inside, the great machines awaken. Massive gears begin turning. Steel presses rise and fall with steady precision. Conveyor belts move carefully through long production halls illuminated by rows of overhead lights. The familiar rhythm of industry continues. Yet something has changed. Not every machine begins operating. Several production lines remain completely still. Their silence is almost impossible to notice at first. The workers assigned to those stations quietly wait nearby, unsure whether the machines will be needed later in the day. Managers walk thoughtfully through the building, carrying production schedules and inventory reports. They stop occasionally beside stacks of finished products. The warehouses are becoming fuller, but not quickly enough to keep pace with production. Building more goods simply means storing more goods. Eventually, difficult decisions must be made. The conversations inside management offices remain calm. No voices are raised. No panic fills the room. Only thoughtful concern. Should we reduce production? Should we shorten working hours? Can we wait another month before making changes? Each question carries enormous weight. Behind every machine stands a worker. Behind every worker stands a family. History often remembers economic statistics. It sometimes forgets the quiet human conversations that came before those numbers ever appeared. Across the country, wholesalers begin canceling or delaying shipments. Railroad freight yards notice slightly fewer rail cars waiting to be loaded. Warehouse workers spend more time organizing inventory than preparing outgoing deliveries. Truck drivers receive fewer long-distance assignments. The changes remain gradual, almost gentle, yet they spread outward like ripples across a still lake. A factory producing refrigerators reduces its weekly schedule. The steel supplier receives a smaller order. The coal company sells slightly less fuel. The railroad hauls fewer freight cars. The local diner serves fewer breakfasts because fewer truck drivers pass through town. One careful business decision quietly touches dozens of others.
The community of Lower
This is how an
Manhattan came
economy
together.
breathes.
At the soup kitchen,
And this is how its
volunteers served
breathing
meals, compassion,
slowly
a
begins to
testament
weaken.
to the strength of community
In
and human
Chicago,
kindness.
the owner of a machine tool company sits alone in his office after sunset. Snow falls softly outside the window. He studies payroll records with tired but thoughtful eyes. His employees are more than names on paper. He knows their families, their children, their years of loyal service. He wants desperately to keep every one of them employed. So he waits. He delays difficult decisions for as long as he possibly can. Owners across America make the very same choice. Not because they ignore reality, but because they believe tomorrow may still bring improvement. Hope remains a powerful force, even when evidence grows more uncertain. As evening settles across the nation, storefronts glow warmly beneath strings of winter lights. Children press their hands against frosted windows, to admire holiday displays. Church choirs rehearse familiar hymns. Neighbors continue visiting one another with homemade pies and warm conversation. Life still contains extraordinary beauty. And perhaps that beauty becomes even more meaningful during uncertain times. Yet beneath the peaceful sounds of another winter evening, beneath the laughter, the music, and the comforting rhythm of ordinary life, more factories are beginning to grow quiet. More warehouses are filling. More business owners are asking difficult questions. The great engine that once seemed unstoppable continues turning, but each passing week, its heartbeat grows just a little slower. Night settles gently over America's factories, workshops, rail yards, and quiet main streets. Snowflakes drift lazily beneath glowing street lamps. The cold winter air carries only the faint sounds of distant train whistles and the soft crunch of footsteps across fresh snow. The nation grows wonderfully still. Take one final slow, peaceful breath. Imagine soaring quietly above the American landscape. Below, thousands of factories rest beneath blankets of snow. Some continue operating through the night. Their smokestacks release gentle streams of steam into the moonlit sky. Others stand completely silent until morning. Dark windows reflect the silver light of the moon. The great machines inside wait patiently for another working day. Whether they will all awaken tomorrow, no one can yet say. Inside one small furniture factory, the owner remains at his desk long after every employee has gone home. A single green-shaded lamp illuminates stacks of invoices, payroll books, and customer orders. He slowly turns each page. His fingers pause over familiar names. Men and women who have worked beside him for many years. Master carpenters, young apprentices, delivery drivers, bookkeepers. Their livelihoods are woven into every decision he now faces. He knows that reducing production is not simply a business calculation. It touches families, homes, dreams. The weight of responsibility settles quietly upon his shoulders. Across America, countless business owners sit beneath similar lamps on similar evenings. A bakery owner wonders whether fewer loaves should be baked tomorrow morning. A clothing manufacturer studies shelves filled with unsold winter coats. An automobile dealer walks slowly between rows of polished cars, waiting patiently for customers. A newspaper publisher notices fewer advertisements filling tomorrow's edition. No single business has stopped, but many have begun moving more cautiously. Like travelers crossing a frozen river, every step is now measured carefully. The economy, once filled with confident motion, has become thoughtful, deliberate, guarded. Freight trains continue crossing the continent beneath star-filled skies, yet some carry fewer rail
In
cars
the
than
winter of
before.
1932, the community
Warehouse
of Lower
workers
Manhattan
stack
came
crates
together.
a little
At
higher.
the soup kitchen,
Dock
volunteers
workers
served
wait a little
meals with
longer
compassion,
for incoming
a testament
shipments.
to the strength of community
Telegraph
and human
operators
kindness.
transmit shorter lists of commercial orders. Every industry remains connected to another. The others quietly feel the change. Looking back with the benefit of history, economists would later describe this period as the beginning of a downward economic cycle. Falling demand led businesses to reduce production. Reduced production gradually affected employment. Lower incomes would eventually reduce spending even further. The cycle fed itself with remarkable persistence. But none of this felt inevitable to the people living through it. Most still believed that patience would bring recovery. Many remembered earlier recessions that had ended quickly. Hope remained remarkably resilient. It continued burning like a lantern during a cold winter night. As evening deepens, families gather around glowing radios. Soft orchestral music fills warm living rooms. Children complete homework before bedtime. Parents quietly review household expenses while reassuring one another that difficult seasons always pass. Their faith is genuine. Their courage is real. Outside, snow continues falling across silent factories and peaceful neighborhoods alike. The rivers keep flowing beneath their sheets of ice. The stars continue their timeless journey overhead. Nature offers the same quiet reminder it has offered every generation. Winter is never forever. Yet history sometimes asks people to endure longer winters than they ever expected. The slowing of business was not merely an economic event. It was the beginning of countless deeply personal stories. Stories of families adapting, communities supporting one another, employers making painful decisions, workers hoping that tomorrow's whistle would still call them back to work. As midnight quietly approaches, America sleeps beneath a calm blanket of snow. The storefronts are dark. The factory floors are still. The freight trains continue their patient journeys through the night. And somewhere beyond the silent horizon, another challenge is already drawing closer. They eventually need fewer hands to do the work. The next chapter of this story will not begin inside banks or boardrooms, but at factory gates, where thousands of ordinary Americans will soon wait, hoping to hear their names called for another day's honest labor. The first light of morning spreads quietly across a snow-covered America. A pale winter sun rises above frozen rivers and silent fields. Its gentle rays touch factory rooftops, church steeples, railway stations, and rows of modest family homes. Another ordinary day begins, or so it seems. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing outside the gates of a large manufacturing plant just before sunrise. The air is crisp. Your breath forms soft clouds in the cold morning air. Workers begin arriving one by one, bundled in heavy wool coats and worn leather gloves. Lunch pails swing gently at their sides. Some greet lifelong friends with warm smiles. Others quietly sip hot coffee from metal flasks while waiting for the factory whistle. For years, mornings like this have followed the same reassuring rhythm. The gates open, the whistle sounds, the machines awaken. The day's honest work begins. Routine has become a source of comfort, a promise that effort will be rewarded, that families will be provided for, that tomorrow will resemble yesterday. Yet this morning carries a silence that feels just slightly different. The whistle still blows, the gates still open, but instead of every worker entering together, a supervisor quietly steps forward, holding a folded sheet of paper. He removes his cap. His expression is calm, respectful, almost apologetic. Several names are read aloud. The workers whose names are called are asked to remain outside the gate. Only temporarily, they are told. Business has slowed. Production has been reduced. The factory simply does not require as many hands this week. There are no angry voices, no dramatic protests, only quiet confusion. One man glances toward his closest friend, already walking inside the factory. Another lowers his eyes to the snow-covered ground. A young father folds his work gloves carefully before placing them back inside his coat pocket. No one yet realizes how many similar mornings will follow across the nation. Inside the factory, the machines begin their familiar rhythm. Steel presses continue rising and falling. Belts continue turning. The building remains filled with sound. Yet those sounds feel different now. Small, empty spaces appear along the production line, where experienced workers stood only yesterday. The remaining employees notice immediately. Work continues. Conversation becomes quieter. Many wonder silently whether tomorrow their own names might be called. Far away, in another city, a textile mill faces the same difficult reality. Orders have declined. Warehouses remain full. Managers have delayed this decision for as long as possible. But today, they reduce one entire shift. Dozens of workers quietly collect their coats before leaving through the same doors they entered, with hope only hours earlier. The foreman shakes each person's hand. He thanks them sincerely. He promises to call them back as soon as business improves. He truly believes those words. Most employers do. Few imagine that the slowdown will continue for years. Most still expect recovery to arrive with the changing seasons. History often carries its greatest changes, not through moments of loud drama, but through gentle disappointments repeated day after day. One missed paycheck, one postponed purchase, one factory reducing one shift. Each event seems manageable. Together, they begin reshaping the lives of millions. Outside, snow continues falling softly across the factory yard. The workers who remain employed disappear behind brick walls, humming with machinery. Those left outside begin walking home through quiet streets. Their footsteps leave fresh tracks in the snow. Behind them, the factory whistle fades into the cold winter morning. Ahead, the future has become just a little less certain. The morning slowly unfolds beneath a pale winter sky. Snow resting upon rooftops begins to sparkle as sunlight gently filters through the cold air. Factory chimneys continue sending thin streams of smoke into the heavens. Streetcars glide quietly along their familiar routes. The city still appears wonderfully alive. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine following one of the workers who quietly turned away from the factory gate only a short while ago. His footsteps are slow, measured, not because he is exhausted, but because he has nowhere urgent to be. For the first time in many years, the working day has begun without him. His lunch pail remains full. His heavy gloves stay tucked inside his coat pocket. The whistle that once marked the beginning of another honest day's labor now fades gently behind him. The streets are familiar. He passes the bakery where he has purchased fresh bread every Saturday morning, the barber shop where neighbors gather to exchange stories, the small cafe where factory workers often shared coffee before beginning the early shift. Everything remains exactly where it has always been. Only his destination has changed. Inside the cafe, a few familiar faces quietly look up as he enters. The owner greets him warmly. No questions are asked at first. A steaming cup of coffee is placed gently before him. Sometimes, kindness requires no explanation, only quiet understanding. Soon another worker enters, then another, each carrying the same unused lunch pail, the same uncertain expression. They exchange respectful nods. Conversation begins softly. They said, next week. They think production may improve. I suppose we'll simply have to wait. No one blames the factory. Most understand that orders have slowed. Many have heard similar stories from neighboring towns. Hope still fills the room. It has become quieter than before, but it has not disappeared. Across the country, similar mornings quietly unfold. In Ohio, a machine shop reduces its workforce by only a handful of men. In Pennsylvania, a steel mill shortens the work week. In North Carolina, a textile factory eliminates overtime that employees had once welcomed. None of these changes seem overwhelming on their own. Yet together, they begin altering the daily rhythm of American life. Inside factory offices, managers carry burdens of their own. One superintendent studies payroll records with careful attention. He knows nearly every worker by name. He remembers attending weddings, watching children grow, celebrating years of loyal service. The decision to reduce staff is not made lightly. It follows weeks of declining orders, months of cautious optimism. Every alternative has been considered. Hours reduced, maintenance delayed, new investments postponed. Only when every other possibility has been exhausted does the final decision arrive. History often remembers employers and workers as opposing sides. Reality is frequently more complicated. Many owners grieve alongside the people they must temporarily let go. For every worker returning home with uncertainty, there is often a manager remaining behind with quiet regret. Far beyond the industrial cities, railroad companies begin noticing another subtle change. Freight schedules become slightly lighter. A few trains depart with fewer loaded cars than expected. Station masters quietly revise timetables. Telegraph operators receive shorter lists of commercial shipments. The nation's vast network of commerce remains active, but its pulse has begun slowing. Like a heart that still beats faithfully, yet with less strength than before. As afternoon approaches, church bells echo gently across snow-covered towns. School children laugh during recess. Mothers hang freshly washed clothes beside kitchens warmed by cast-iron stoves. Life continues, offering moments of remarkable beauty. Those moments become especially precious during uncertain times. Looking back today, it is easy to see these layoffs as the beginning of widespread unemployment. But the people living through these first months could not see the full road ahead. Many believed they would return to work within days. Others expected only a temporary interruption. Few imagined that temporary layoffs would gradually become permanent realities for millions. The future remained hidden. For now, there was still hope. Hope that next Monday, the whistle would sound once more, and every familiar face would again pass through the factory gates together. The quiet days of winter continue unfolding, one after another. Morning snow gives way to pale afternoon sunlight.
Of Lower Manhattan came together.
Evening returns early, wrapping towns and cities in a peaceful blanket of darkness.
Human kindness.
The rhythm of the seasons remains beautifully constant. Human lives, however, have begun changing in quieter ways. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine entering a modest American home shortly after noon. The front door opens softly. A father steps inside, much earlier than usual. His young children look up in surprise. Normally, he would still be at the factory for many more hours. Today, he gently removes his wool coat, hangs it beside the door, and offers a reassuring smile. "It's only for a little while," he says quietly. "They'll call me back soon." He believes those words. His family believes them too. Hope remains stronger than fear, for now. His wife prepares a simple lunch, already meant for one person. Without saying a word, she places another plate on the table. No questions are needed. She understands. The silence between them carries both concern and deep affection. Outside the kitchen window, snow continues falling across the quiet neighborhood. Life beyond the glass seems unchanged. A mail carrier continues his route. Children pull small sleds through fresh snow. A dog happily chases falling snowflakes across a front yard. Nature continues its gentle rhythm. Inside the home, however, new conversations begin. Not conversations of despair, but of careful planning. "We can wait a few weeks. We've saved a little money. We'll postpone buying the new stove. The old one still works." Small decisions, responsible decisions. The kind millions of families quietly begin making together. Across another town, a young machinist walks from one factory to the next, carrying a neatly folded letter of recommendation inside his coat pocket. Each manager greets him respectfully. Each apologizes with genuine kindness. "We're not hiring right now. Perhaps next month. Perhaps in the spring." Thanks them politely, before continuing down streets lined with snow-covered brick buildings. Every factory gate looks familiar. Every answer sounds nearly the same. He does not lose hope. Not yet. He simply keeps walking. In another city, a railroad engineer notices fewer freight trains arriving than only months before. The station platform feels unusually quiet. Warehouse workers wait longer between deliveries. Dock cranes remain still for longer stretches of the day. None of these changes happen suddenly. Each one arrives so gently that only those who witness them every day begin to notice. The American economy is like an enormous orchestra. Factories, railroads, banks, stores, farms. Every section depends upon every other. The entire symphony gradually changes its sound. Inside employment offices, a few more people now wait patiently than before. Most carry references from respected employers. Many have worked continuously for years. Some remove their hats as they enter, speaking politely to clerks behind polished wooden desks. The clerks write names carefully into large registration books. They promise to notify applicants if opportunities appear. Everyone remains courteous. No one imagines that these waiting rooms will soon become far more crowded. Looking back through history, these early layoffs often received less attention than the dramatic events that followed. Yet they marked an important turning point. For the first time, uncertainty moved beyond
In the
Wall
winter of
Street and
1932,
business
the community
ledgers.
of Lower Manhattan
It
came
entered
together.
ordinary
At the soup
homes,
kitchen, volunteers
kitchen
served
tables,
meals, compassion,
family
a testament to the
conversations,
strength of community and
children's
human
futures.
kindness.
The Great Depression was no longer only an economic story. It was slowly becoming a human story. As afternoon sunlight fades into another quiet winter evening, factory whistles continue sounding across many American towns. Workers still leave through the gates at the end of their shifts. But each day, a few more familiar faces are missing. A few more lunch pails remain unused. A few more families quietly begin wondering what tomorrow might bring. The change is still gentle, still gradual, but with every passing week, it becomes just a little more difficult to believe that life will simply return to the way it once was. As another week quietly passes, winter settles even more deeply across the nation. Fresh snow softens the rooftops of small towns. Frozen rivers reflect the pale afternoon sun. Smoke curls gently from brick chimneys, carrying the comforting scent of burning oak into the crisp air. America remains breathtakingly peaceful. Take another slow, calming breath. Imagine standing once again outside the factory gates, as the afternoon whistle announces the end of another shift. The great doors slowly open. Workers emerge in steady groups, their heavy boots crunching softly across the snow-covered ground. They laugh together, discuss supper, talk about tomorrow's work. It appears to be an ordinary ending to an ordinary day. Yet among the crowd are empty spaces, small gaps where familiar friends once walked. The men and women who were sent home last week are no longer waiting nearby. Some remain hopeful that they will be called back. Others have already begun searching for work elsewhere. Their absence is quiet, almost invisible. Yet those who remain notice it every single day. Inside the factory, supervisors continue reviewing production schedules with growing care. Large wall calendars display the coming weeks. Orders continue arriving, but not in the numbers they once did. One department now works 4 days each week instead of 5. Another finishes early each afternoon. Maintenance crews quietly repair idle machinery that would normally have remained busy around the clock. The silence of those unused machines carries its own story. Across America, employers face similar choices. Few wish to dismiss loyal workers. Many delay those painful decisions until every other possibility has been exhausted. Owners reduce advertising, postpone expansion, cancel equipment purchases, accept smaller profits. Some even mortgage their own homes in hopes of keeping businesses alive. History often remembers financial numbers. Less often does it remember the sleepless nights spent by people trying desperately to protect those who depended upon them. In Cleveland, the owner of a modest metal workshop gathers his employees before the start of the day. He removes his cap. His voice remains steady. He explains that business has slowed more than expected. Hours must be reduced for everyone. It is the only way to avoid dismissing additional workers. The room remains silent. No one argues. The employees understand. Working fewer hours is difficult. Losing work entirely would be far worse. They nod quietly, then return to their stations with quiet determination. Far away, in rural America, the effects appear differently. A farm equipment dealer receives almost no new orders this month. Farmers continue repairing old plows instead of purchasing new ones. Blacksmiths become busier repairing worn tools that might once have been replaced. Mechanics carefully rebuild aging machinery rather than installing brand new equipment.
In the winter of
Frugality
1932,
becomes
the
a
community
quiet
of Lower
national
Manhattan
habit,
came together.
not
At the soup
because people
kitchen,
no longer
volunteers
value
served meals,
quality,
compassion,
but
a testament to
because
the strength of
uncertainty
community and human
encourages
kindness.
preservation over replacement. The changes spread gently from one industry to another. Steel mills receive fewer orders. Coal mines reduce production. Railroads haul fewer freight cars. Ports load fewer manufactured goods. The connections are nearly invisible. Yet every part of the economy quietly feels the slowing rhythm. Looking back nearly a century later, historians often describe this period as the moment when confidence gave way to caution. Not panic, not despair, simply caution. Families saved a little more. Businesses invested a little less. Factories produced a little less. Those countless small decisions gradually reshaped the entire nation. As evening approaches, warm lights begin appearing in homes across quiet neighborhoods. Children complete homework beneath kitchen lamps. Parents sew worn clothing instead of buying new garments. Soup simmers gently upon cast-iron stoves. The ordinary rituals of family life continue offering comfort. And perhaps that comfort becomes even more precious during uncertain times. Outside, snowflakes drift slowly beneath glowing streetlights. The factory gates stand silent until tomorrow morning. Behind them, countless machines wait patiently in the darkness. Some will awaken with the dawn, others will remain silent for just a little while longer. Winter continues its quiet journey across America. Snow settles gently upon rooftops. Bare trees stand peacefully beneath pale gray skies. Smoke rises slowly from thousands of chimneys, carrying with it the familiar scent of burning wood and coal. From the outside, neighborhoods still appear warm and welcoming. Children continue building snowmen. Church bells continue marking the passing hours. Life, in many ways, remains beautifully ordinary. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking through a quiet neighborhood just before sunset. Soft, golden light reflects across snow-covered streets. Warm, yellow glows spill from kitchen windows. Inside nearly every home, families begin preparing the evening meal. The comforting aroma of soup, fresh bread, potatoes, onions, and roasted vegetables drifts gently into the cold evening air. It is one of the most familiar moments of every day. A family gathering together, sharing food, sharing stories, sharing hope. For generations, the dinner table has been more than a place to eat. It is where parents ask children about school, where grandparents tell stories from long ago, where birthdays are celebrated, where prayers are quietly offered before each meal. It is the heart of the home. Yet during these first difficult months of the Depression, small changes begin appearing around countless dinner tables. They are almost invisible at first. One less serving of meat, a loaf of bread carefully divided into thinner slices, coffee stretched a little farther, butter saved for another day. No one complains. Families simply adapt, quietly, gracefully. Imagine entering a modest home belonging to one of the factory workers whose name was recently read at the factory gate. The kitchen is warm, despite the cold outside. A cast-iron stove fills the room with gentle heat. A simple pot of vegetable soup simmers slowly. Fresh bread rests beneath a clean white cloth. The family gathers together just as they always have. The father smiles reassuringly at his children. His voice remains calm.
In the
He
winter of
speaks about
1932,
tomorrow with
the community of
confidence.
Lower Manhattan came
We'll be
together.
all right.
At the soup
Work
kitchen,
will come
volunteers
again.
served meals,
His
compassion,
children
a
believe him
testament to the
completely.
strength of community and
His
human
wife
kindness.
smiles gently across the table. Together they protect something more valuable than money. They protect hope. After supper, the parents quietly remain in the kitchen while the children prepare for bed. The father unfolds a small notebook. Inside are careful records of household expenses. Coal, milk, bread, rent, school supplies. Every dollar is considered thoughtfully. Every purchase carries greater importance than before. The conversation is calm. No voices are raised. No despair enters the room. Only careful planning. Perhaps we can wait another month. We'll repair the old coat. We still have enough flour. These simple conversations quietly unfold in homes throughout America. But because they are determined to overcome it, across nearby neighborhoods, similar scenes repeat themselves. One family begins growing vegetables in a small backyard garden, despite the winter season already being underway. Another carefully preserves every leftover meal. Children proudly wear hand-me-down coats passed from older brothers and sisters. Nothing is wasted. Everything is appreciated. The Depression has not yet taken away these families' dignity. If anything, it begins revealing just how strong that dignity truly is. As evening settles across the snow-covered streets, warm lights continue shining from countless kitchen windows. The meals may have become simpler. The conversations may have become more careful. But around those humble dinner tables, love remains abundant. And in the difficult months ahead, that love will become one of the nation's greatest sources of strength. Morning returns quietly once again. The winter sun rises slowly above snow-covered rooftops, painting the landscape with soft shades of gold and pale blue. The streets remain peaceful. Fresh footprints appear in the snow as milkmen begin their deliveries, and newspaper boys ride carefully through the crisp morning air. Another ordinary day begins. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine entering a modest family kitchen just after sunrise. The cast-iron stove has already been lit. Its gentle warmth slowly fills the room. A kettle whistles softly, while oatmeal simmers in a well-used pot. The breakfast is simple: a bowl of oatmeal, fresh bread toasted carefully over the stove, a small amount of butter, spread thinly enough to last another week. No one speaks of sacrifice. The meal is offered with gratitude. Children laugh as they prepare for school. Parents smile warmly, careful not to allow their private worries to become the children's burden. Hope still sits at the breakfast table. Across America, thousands of mothers quietly begin mastering the remarkable art of making every ingredient last longer. Soup is stretched with extra vegetables. Leftover bread becomes bread pudding. Old clothing is carefully patched instead of replaced. Glass jars are saved for future use. Nothing is considered too small to preserve. These quiet acts of resourcefulness become part of daily life, not because families have lost their spirit, but because they refuse to lose it. In one small apartment above a grocery store, a mother opens the pantry. She studies its contents with thoughtful eyes. A bag of flour, a few potatoes, beans, rice, a small jar of preserves prepared during the previous summer. She smiles softly. It will be enough. There is no bitterness in her voice, only quiet determination. Throughout American history, countless families have faced difficult
In the
seasons
winter of
before.
1932, the
This
community of Lower
generation
Manhattan
quietly
came together.
prepares to
At
do
the
the
soup
same.
kitchen, volunteers served
Elsewhere,
meals,
in a
compassion,
farming
a
community,
testament to the strength of
breakfast
community
remains
and human
modest
kindness.
but nourishing. Fresh eggs from the chicken coop, homemade bread baked before dawn, milk carried directly from the barn. Farm families often possess food that city families cannot easily obtain. Yet even they feel the changing economy. Crop prices continue falling. Income grows smaller. Every purchase beyond the farm itself must be considered more carefully than ever before. Across the nation, neighborhood grocers begin noticing subtle changes in shopping habits. Customers purchase smaller quantities. They compare prices with greater attention. Many ask whether purchases may be placed on credit until work improves. The grocers often agree, not because business is easy, but because these customers are neighbors, friends, people they have known for years. Communities quietly begin supporting one another long before anyone gives that generosity a name. The owner of a small grocery store writes careful notes inside a worn ledger. Mrs. Johnson, flour and sugar. Carter, milk and potatoes. Payment to come later. The ledger grows thicker each week. Yet the grocer continues smiling warmly as customers enter. He understands that hardship shared together is easier to bear than hardship faced alone. As afternoon approaches, children return home from school. They chatter excitedly about arithmetic lessons, spelling quizzes, and playground adventures. For a little while, laughter fills the home once again. Children possess a remarkable ability to discover joy, even when adults quietly worry. Perhaps that innocent joy becomes one of the greatest comforts available during difficult times. Looking back today, historians often speak of unemployment rates, bank failures, and declining production. Those numbers are important, yet they tell only part of the story. The other part unfolded inside kitchens like these, where parents quietly protected childhood from unnecessary fear, where meals became simpler, but gratitude grew deeper, where families discovered that wealth could be measured not only by money, but by kindness, resourcefulness, and unwavering love. As evening slowly approaches once more, smoke rises gently from thousands of chimneys across the nation. The smell of homemade soup drifts into the cold winter air. Another simple supper waits upon another humble table. And around those tables, America continues discovering that even when prosperity begins to fade, the warmth of family can still illuminate the darkest winter evenings. The gentle rhythm of winter continues. Morning becomes afternoon. Afternoon slowly fades into evening. Across America, the familiar cycle of each day remains beautifully unchanged, even as countless families quietly adapt to a changing world. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking through a quiet residential neighborhood as dusk approaches. Snow softly blankets front lawns and wooden fences. Warm amber light shines through frosted windows. The scent of wood smoke drifts lazily through the crisp evening air. Inside each home, another supper is being prepared. The meals have become simpler than they were only a year before. Yet every table still carries something deeply valuable: togetherness. In one modest home, a grandmother carefully kneads dough on a worn wooden table. Beside her, two grandchildren watch with fascination as fresh bread slowly takes shape beneath her experienced hands. She smiles warmly. There is always enough
In the
when we
winter of
share.
1932, the
The
community
words
of
are
Lower
gentle,
Manhattan came together.
simple,
At the soup
yet
kitchen,
they become a
volunteers
quiet
served
lesson
meals
the
compassion,
children will
a testament
remember
to
for
the
the
strength
rest
of
of their
community and
lives.
human kindness.
Nearby, a pot of soup simmers slowly. Carrots, potatoes, onions, beans. Simple ingredients transformed by patience and care into something nourishing. The aroma fills the small kitchen. For a little while, the worries waiting beyond the front door seem wonderfully distant. Across town, another family quietly gathers around supper. The father, once employed at the automobile factory, now spends his mornings searching for work. Each afternoon he returns with the same calm smile. "Nothing today," he says softly, "but tomorrow may be different." His children nod with innocent confidence. To them, tomorrow always holds possibility. Perhaps that quiet optimism becomes one of the greatest gifts children offer their parents during difficult times. Later that evening, after the younger children have gone to bed, the oldest daughter carefully removes a school notebook from her satchel. She has begun recording household recipes taught by her mother and grandmother. Recipes designed not for luxury, but for sustenance and tradition. But for resilience. How to bake bread using fewer ingredients. How to preserve vegetables for the coming months. How to transform leftovers into another nourishing meal. Without realizing it, she is preserving more than recipes. She is preserving wisdom passed from one generation to the next. Across America, millions of women quietly become remarkable managers of household survival. Every scrap of fabric finds a new purpose. Every button is safe. Every glass jar carefully washed for future use. Old curtains become children's clothing. Worn blankets are patched rather than replaced. Nothing is considered insignificant. Frugality is no longer simply a habit. It has become an expression of hope. Inside neighborhood churches, community suppers begin attracting more families than before. Long wooden tables fill fellowship halls. Neighbors arrive carrying homemade casseroles, fresh bread, preserves, and steaming pots of soup. No one asks who has little. No one asks who has plenty. Everyone simply shares. The meal becomes larger because every family contributes what it can. Communities quietly discover that generosity multiplies when resources are shared. Outside, the church bell echoes gently across the snowy streets. Its familiar sound reminds the town that faith continues even during uncertain seasons. Not only faith in God, but faith in neighbors. Faith in kindness. Faith that difficult winters eventually surrender to spring. Looking back today, historians often describe these years through economic reports and government statistics. Yet another history unfolded inside these humble kitchens and church halls. A quieter history, a more personal one. The history of ordinary families refusing to surrender their compassion. The history of mothers who somehow transformed modest ingredients into comforting meals. The history of fathers who protected hope even when opportunities grew scarce. The history of children who continued laughing despite not fully understanding the burdens their parents quietly carried. As another peaceful evening settles across the snow-covered nation, candles flicker softly upon wooden tables. Simple meals are shared with grateful hearts. And in homes large and small, America begins learning that even when tables hold less food, they can still hold immeasurable love. Another quiet winter morning arrives. The first light of dawn stretches gently across the sleeping neighborhoods, touching rooftops dusted with fresh
the community
snow
of Lower Manhattan
and
came
frozen
together. At
gardens
the soup
waiting
kitchen,
patiently for
volunteers served
spring.
meals, compassion, a
The
testament
world
to the strength of
awakens
community
slowly,
and human kindness.
without hurry, without complaint. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing outside a neighborhood bakery just before sunrise. The baker has already been awake for hours. Warm light spills through the frosted windows onto the snowy sidewalk. Inside, the comforting aroma of fresh bread fills the air. Flour dust floats softly through beams of golden light. The baker carefully removes warm loaves from a large brick oven. Their crisp crusts crackle gently as they cool. Soon, familiar customers begin arriving. Some carry only a few coins. Others quietly explain that they must wait until next payday. The baker nods with understanding. He wraps the bread carefully anyway. Pay when you can. The words are spoken so naturally that they almost disappear into the warmth of the room. Small acts of kindness like this begin appearing everywhere, not because people have suddenly become more generous, but because difficult times reveal generosity that had always been there. Across town, a milkman continues his daily route. His horse walks slowly through the snow-covered streets, while glass bottles gently rattle inside the wooden wagon. He knows every family along his route. He notices when one household orders a little less milk than before. He notices when another asks whether payment can wait another week. He quietly marks the change inside his notebook, then smiles and wishes them a pleasant morning. Compassion becomes part of ordinary business. In a modest apartment, a mother carefully prepares lunch for her children before school. The sandwiches are smaller than they once were. A single apple is sliced into several pieces, so everyone may enjoy some. Scarcely notice. To them, breakfast, lunch, and supper remain opportunities to sit together as a family. Their world is still filled with stories, games, books, and dreams. Parents quietly work to keep it that way. As the day unfolds, charity organizations and local churches begin seeing a few more visitors than before. A basket of bread is quietly left on one family's doorstep. A neighbor delivers extra firewood without expecting payment. A local doctor agrees to postpone collecting his fee until better days return. These gestures rarely appear in newspaper headlines. Yet they become essential chapters in the story of the Great Depression. History is shaped not only by presidents and bankers, but also by ordinary people choosing kindness when kindness is needed most. In the countryside, families gather around sturdy wooden tables after long mornings caring for livestock. The meals remain simple: fresh bread, beans, potatoes, homemade preserves. Nothing extravagant, everything appreciated. The slower pace of rural life offers a quiet reminder that wealth has always been measured in more than money. It can also be measured in healthy soil, strong families, helpful neighbors, and peaceful evenings beneath open skies. Looking back nearly a century later, one truth becomes beautifully clear. The Great Depression did not erase generosity. If anything, it uncovered it. Communities discovered strengths they had never been forced to measure before. Neighbors became safety nets. Churches became gathering places of hope. Simple meals became symbols of resilience. As afternoon fades gently toward another winter sunset, children return home carrying schoolbooks beneath their arms. The familiar sound of laughter echoes across snowy streets. Kitchen fires are lit once more. Soup begins simmering quietly on stovetops across the nation. The tables
In the
may
winter
hold
of
fewer
1932,
dishes than they
the
once
community
did.
of Lower Manhattan came
But
together.
around those
At the soup
tables,
kitchen, volunteers
gratitude
served meals of
continues to
compassion,
grow.
a testament
And
to the strength
sometimes,
of community and
gratitude
human
itself
kindness.
becomes the richest meal a family can share. Night arrives once more, quietly embracing towns, cities, farms, and villages beneath a vast winter sky. The stars shine with the same quiet brilliance they have offered every generation before. A gentle moon hangs above snow-covered rooftops, casting long silver shadows across peaceful streets. The nation grows still. Take one final slow, peaceful breath. Imagine drifting silently above thousands of American homes. From above, each glowing window tells a story. A family gathered around a small wooden table. A grandmother finishing the last stitches on a child's winter coat. A father quietly reading tomorrow's newspaper by the fading light of a kerosene lamp. A mother carefully placing the final slice of homemade bread into a tin, saving it for breakfast. These moments are humble, almost invisible, yet together they form the true heart of this era. Inside many homes, the evening meal has become an act of quiet gratitude, not because there is abundance upon the table, but because there is still something to share. One bowl of soup becomes enough for everyone. One loaf of bread is divided carefully. A small apple pie becomes a celebration simply because the family is together. Children notice the warmth before they notice the scarcity. Parents quietly make certain of that. Long after the dishes have been washed and dried, many mothers remain awake beside the kitchen table. They mend socks by hand, patch worn elbows on school sweaters, turn frayed collars inside out so they may last another season. Every careful stitch whispers the same silent promise: we will make this last. We will endure. Across America, fathers quietly sharpen old tools instead of buying new ones. Broken chair legs are repaired. Loose floorboards are nailed back into place. Old radios are fixed instead of replaced. Nothing is wasted. Everything is respected. The Depression slowly changes the relationship people have with everyday possessions. Objects become companions rather than conveniences. They are cared for, protected, passed from one generation to another. Beyond the homes, the spirit of community grows quietly stronger. Church basements continue serving warm meals. Volunteer groups organize clothing exchanges. Neighbors check on elderly families living alone through the cold winter months. No one grows wealthy through these acts, yet every gesture enriches the community itself. Looking back through history, these quiet evenings reveal something extraordinary. Economic hardship did not erase generosity, it refined it. Prosperity had often allowed kindness to be effortless. Now kindness required sacrifice, and that sacrifice gave every simple act of compassion even greater meaning. Historians often measure the Great Depression through unemployment percentages, bank closures, and industrial production. Those numbers are important, but another measurement deserves equal remembrance: the number of meals quietly shared, the number of coats carefully repaired, the number of neighbors who knocked gently on another family's door, carrying fresh bread, soup, or firewood. These acts rarely entered official records, yet they sustained countless lives. As midnight approaches, snow continues falling softly across the silent nation. The factory whistles have long since fallen silent. The storefront lights have grown dark.
In the winter
Only
of
the gentle
1932,
glow
the
from
community of
family
Lower
homes
Manhattan came together.
remains scattered
At the soup
across the
kitchen,
landscape
volunteers served
like
meals
small
with compassion,
stars upon
a
the
testament
earth.
to the strength of community and
Within
human
those
kindness.
homes, ordinary Americans continued demonstrating extraordinary resilience. Not through grand speeches, not through dramatic victories, but through everyday choices. Choosing hope instead of despair. Choosing generosity instead of fear. Choosing to gather around tables that held little food, yet endless love. And perhaps that is one of the quietest truths of the Great Depression. Empty dinner tables were rarely truly empty. Even when food became scarce, they remained filled with courage, with dignity, with family, with faith, with the quiet determination to greet another sunrise together. As another peaceful winter night settles over America, our story gently moves onward. Beyond the warmth of the family table, toward the streets outside, where growing lines of unemployed men and women will soon begin searching not only for work, but for hope itself. But because they hope opportunity may arrive before someone else claims it, the line is still short. Only a dozen people, perhaps 20. Each person has a different story. A machinist from the steel mill, a bookkeeper from a wholesale warehouse, a carpenter whose construction project was quietly postponed, a young clerk who believed his first job would last much longer than it did. They stand together in respectful silence. The only sounds are the gentle wind, the distant whistle of a freight train, and the slow footsteps of others quietly joining the line. No one yet calls it an unemployment line. It is simply a place where people gather in hope. Inside the employment office, clerks begin unlocking filing cabinets. Large record books are placed upon polished wooden desks. Fresh sheets of paper wait beside fountain pens. The day's work will consist of matching available jobs with those seeking honest employment. It is work performed with care, with patience, with sincere purpose. The clerks understand that every application represents more than a name. It represents a household, a family, a future. As the doors finally open, the waiting line begins moving slowly forward. Each applicant removes a hat respectfully before approaching the desk. Questions are asked quietly. Previous occupation? Years of experience? Any special skills? The answers come politely. Machinist, railroad laborer, bookkeeper, carpenter. The clerk writes each response with neat handwriting before consulting the latest list of available positions. The list is shorter than the line waiting outside. One by one, applicants receive the same gentle reply. We'll keep your name on file. We'll notify you as soon as something becomes available. The words are spoken kindly. The clerks wish they could offer more. Outside, the line continues growing. Not dramatically, just steadily. Each new arrival quietly joins the end without complaint. Many recognize familiar faces, neighbors, former co-workers, friends from church. They greet one another with quiet smiles that carry equal measures of encouragement and concern. No one wishes to burden another with unnecessary worry. Hope remains present. It simply asks for greater patience than before. Across America, similar scenes begin unfolding. In Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, small towns, large cities, the lines begin appearing one careful step at a time. Not because people have stopped wanting to work, quite the opposite. Never before have so many honest men and women searched so earnestly for the opportunity to earn their own living. As the winter sun slowly climbs above the rooftops, the quiet line outside the employment office stretches just a little farther than it did yesterday. No one knows it yet, but these patient lines, formed in silence, with dignity, and with unwavering hope, will soon become one of the defining images of an entire generation. Voice type: authentic, real human male narrator. Age 45 to 55 years old. Accent: neutral American English. Narration speed: very slow, 100 to 110 words per minute. Emotion: calm, compassionate, reflective, quietly emotional, and reassuring. Documentary style: premium Netflix documentary, BBC Earth, National Geographic, History Channel. Sleep atmosphere: gentle cinematic bedtime storytelling with long natural pauses, immersive ambient descriptions, soft emotional transitions, and a peaceful rhythm that invites deep relaxation, while honoring the historical gravity of the moment. The winter morning slowly awakens. The first golden rays of sunlight climb above rows of brick buildings, gently illuminating the quiet streets below. Fresh snow sparkles beneath the growing light. A gentle breeze carries the distant sound of church bells across the city. Another day has begun. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine returning to the employment office a little later in the morning. The line has quietly grown. It now stretches beyond the front steps, around the corner, past a small grocery store whose owner offers warm smiles to those waiting outside. The people standing here are remarkably ordinary. A carpenter whose hands still carry tiny marks left by years of honest craftsmanship. A secretary holding neatly typed references inside a carefully folded envelope. A railroad mechanic wearing the same heavy work boots he wore every morning for nearly 20 years. A young man searching for his very first full-time position. A father supporting 4 children. A widow hoping to find office work. Different lives, different stories, yet all are united by one quiet hope: the opportunity to work. No one asks for charity. No one asks for special treatment. They ask only for the chance to contribute, to earn, to provide. Inside the employment office, clerks work steadily without pause. Large registration books slowly fill with careful handwriting. Page after page records occupations that helped build modern America. Blacksmith, welder, teacher, bookkeeper, coal miner, tailor, electrician, printer. Each title represents years of skill, patiently learned through experience. Years of pride, years of service. The tragedy of unemployment is not simply the loss of wages. It is the interruption of purpose. For many people, work is more than income. It is identity. It is belonging. It is the quiet satisfaction of ending each day knowing one's efforts helped build something meaningful. Outside, conversations begin forming quietly among those waiting. 2 former factory workers discover they once worked only a few streets apart. An older carpenter shares gentle advice with a younger apprentice. Someone offers half of a sandwich to another who left home before breakfast. Kindness appears naturally. No one announces these moments. They simply happen, as they often do when people understand one another's burdens. Nearby, newspaper vendors continue calling out the morning headlines. The words speak of declining production, business uncertainty, banking concerns. Yet the people standing in line already understand those headlines better than anyone. They are living them.
In the
Not
winter
as
of
numbers printed
1932,
on
the
paper,
community of Lower
but as
Manhattan came
ordinary
together.
days
At the soup
shaped by
kitchen,
extraordinary
volunteers served meals with
circumstances.
compassion, a
Across
testament
the
to the
city,
strength of community
business
and
owners
human
unlock
kindness.
storefronts just as they always have. Some welcome customers, others spend long hours waiting for customers who never arrive. The economic slowdown reaches every corner of community life. The barber trims fewer heads of hair. The tailor receives fewer orders for new suits. The restaurant serves fewer midday meals. Every profession quietly feels the change. Looking back today, historians often point to these employment lines as symbols of the Great Depression. Yet during these early months, they remained surprisingly calm. There was frustration. There was disappointment. But there was also patience, courtesy, respect. People believed the difficult season would eventually pass. That belief gave them remarkable strength. As noon approaches, the line slowly becomes shorter, not because everyone has found work, but because the office has accepted every application it can process for the day. Many applicants quietly turn toward home, carrying nothing more than a receipt confirming their registration. Tomorrow, they will return. Perhaps another opportunity will appear. Perhaps another employer will need experienced hands. Hope asks them to come back. So they will. The winter wind moves gently through the city streets. Snowflakes drift lazily from the rooftops. And beneath the peaceful beauty of another ordinary afternoon, America continues learning that perseverance is often measured not in dramatic victories, but in the quiet courage to stand in line once again when tomorrow arrives. The afternoon arrives quietly. Winter sunlight settles gently across the city, casting long golden reflections upon snow-covered sidewalks and the tall brick buildings that line the streets. The air remains cold, yet the pace of the city never fully stops. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing across the street from the employment office. From this peaceful distance, the line appears almost motionless. People wait patiently beneath heavy coats and wool scarves. Some hold newspapers folded beneath their arms. Others quietly read small pocket notebooks containing addresses of factories, warehouses, rail yards, and workshops they still hope might be hiring. Every person carries a destination, even if today's destination ends in disappointment. A young father gently removes a photograph from his wallet. It shows his wife and two small daughters smiling beside a picnic blanket during a summer afternoon only a few years earlier. He studies the picture for a quiet moment before placing it safely back inside his coat. The photograph reminds him why he continues standing here. Not for himself alone, but for those waiting at home. Nearby, an older machinist quietly polishes his eyeglasses with a folded handkerchief. He has worked with steel for more than 30 years. His hands remain steady, strong, capable. He knows he can still contribute. He simply needs someone willing to offer the opportunity. Across the line, a young woman carefully reviews her shorthand notebook. She once worked as a secretary in a busy insurance office. Each evening she continues practicing her typing and shorthand at home, believing that preparation today may become tomorrow's opportunity. Hope often survives through quiet discipline. As the afternoon continues, the employment office receives occasional telephone calls. A warehouse requests 2 temporary laborers. A delivery company needs 1 experienced driver. A small accounting firm seeks a junior bookkeeper. The clerk carefully scans the waiting list. 3 people quietly step forward.
In the
The
winter of
others smile
1932, the
politely,
community of Lower
genuinely
Manhattan came
happy
together.
that someone
At the
has
soup
found
kitchen,
work.
volunteers served
There is
meals
no
with compassion,
jealousy,
a testament to the
only
strength of community
encouragement.
and human kindness.
Because everyone understands how meaningful even one opportunity can be. The line grows a little shorter. Then, as more hopeful applicants arrive from other parts of the city, it quietly grows longer once again. This gentle rhythm repeats itself day after day, like the changing tides, never completely still, never moving quite fast enough. Far beyond the employment office, the city's factories continue operating at reduced capacity. Their smokestacks still send thin columns of steam into the cold winter sky. Freight trains still arrive at the rail yards. Ships still unload cargo at distant ports. The nation has not stopped working. It has simply begun working more slowly. For many families, that difference changes everything. Looking back today, historians recognize that unemployment spread gradually, rather than all at once. Different industries slowed at different times. Different cities experienced hardship at different moments. Some communities endured longer than others. Yet eventually, nearly every corner of the nation would feel the same quiet weight of uncertainty. The people standing patiently outside this office cannot know any of that. They know only today. Today's cold, today's waiting, today's hope. As shadows begin stretching across the snow-covered streets, the employment office prepares to close for another evening. The final applicants quietly collect their hats and gloves. Some exchange handshakes with people they met only hours before. Others simply nod politely before beginning the familiar walk home. They will return. Not because waiting has become easier, but because hope continues asking them to try once more. And perhaps that simple act, returning again and again, despite disappointment, is one of the purest forms of courage history has ever witnessed. The winter afternoon slowly gives way to evening. The golden light fades into soft shades of blue and silver. Snow-covered rooftops glow beneath the last rays of the setting sun, while long shadows quietly stretch across empty streets. The city prepares for another peaceful night. Take another slow, gentle breath. Imagine walking beside one of the men leaving the employment office after another day without work. His footsteps are slow but steady. His hands remain tucked inside worn leather gloves to protect them from the growing cold. He carries no wages home today, only hope that tomorrow may unfold differently. Along the way, he passes familiar places. The neighborhood barber closes his shop for the evening. A tailor carefully turns off the lights above his sewing table. A bookseller places tomorrow's newspapers neatly inside the front window. These small businesses continue serving their communities, despite seeing fewer customers with each passing week. Every owner quietly understands that difficult days are touching everyone. Farther down the street, the warm aroma of soup drifts from a modest restaurant. Inside, only a handful of tables are occupied. The owner greets every guest by name. Some customers quietly ask whether payment may wait until payday. The owner nods kindly. He writes their names inside a small notebook before serving warm bowls of soup with fresh bread. Business continues. Compassion continues with it. Across the street, the lights inside the public library glow warmly against the winter darkness. Several unemployed workers spend part of their evenings there. Some read newspapers searching for job advertisements. Others study bookkeeping, engineering, or mechanical repair, hoping that new knowledge may open unexpected opportunities. Even in uncertainty,
In the winter of
learning
1932,
continues.
the community
Hope
of Lower
often
Manhattan
grows
came
strongest
together.
in
At the
quiet
soup
places.
kitchen, volunteers served
Inside the
meals,
employment
compassion,
office,
a
the
testament to the
clerks
strength
finish
of
recording the
community and
day's
human
final
kindness.
applications. Desks are organized. Letters from employers are stacked neatly for tomorrow morning. The building becomes silent once more. Yet the names written upon those pages remain. Each one represents a person who wishes not for wealth, but simply for honest work. Looking beyond the city, similar evenings quietly unfold across America. In Boston, Chicago, St. Louis, Kansas City, Seattle, Atlanta, and countless smaller towns, employment offices close their doors while hopeful applicants begin the journey home. Some walk several miles through the cold to save the cost of streetcar fare. Others stop briefly at neighborhood churches, where warm coffee and conversation are offered freely. No one wishes to surrender hope. Not yet. Back at home, children run eagerly to greet fathers returning through the front door. Did you find work today? The question is innocent, filled with expectation. The answer is spoken gently. Not today, but I'll try again tomorrow. The children smile anyway. To them, tomorrow always feels wonderfully close. The evening meal begins. Simple soup, fresh bread, perhaps a few potatoes. The conversation soon shifts away from disappointment. Homework is discussed, stories are shared, laughter quietly returns. For a little while, worry gives way to family. Looking back today, we often remember the unemployment lines themselves, but we sometimes overlook the extraordinary courage required to leave those lines each evening, return home, and continue believing that tomorrow still held possibility. That quiet courage cannot be measured by statistics. It cannot be recorded in government reports. Yet it became one of the defining strengths of an entire generation. As darkness settles fully across the city, the street lamps flicker gently to life. Fresh snow begins falling once again. The footprints outside the employment office slowly disappear beneath the new snowfall. By morning, the sidewalks will appear untouched, but the people, their determination, their dignity, and their unwavering hope will return once more with the rising sun. Night settles gently across America. The last traces of daylight disappear beyond the western horizon, leaving the nation beneath a vast canopy of quiet winter stars. The snow-covered streets grow still. Storefront lights fade one by one. The distant whistle of a freight train drifts softly through the cold night air before disappearing into silence. Take one final, slow, peaceful breath. Imagine floating high above the country. From this peaceful height, thousands of towns and cities shimmer beneath the moonlight. Every glowing window tells a story. Some families celebrate the return of a loved one who found work that day. Many more quietly prepare for another morning of waiting. Inside modest homes, coats are carefully hung beside the front door. Lunch pails are washed and placed upon kitchen counters. Work boots are brushed free of snow and set neatly by the fireplace. These simple routines continue, even when there is no certainty they will be needed tomorrow. Routine itself becomes an act of hope. A father quietly folds the newspaper after reading the final page of job advertisements. He circles several possibilities with a small pencil. One factory, a warehouse, a shipping company near the railroad yards. Tomorrow he will visit each one, not because success is guaranteed, but because perseverance has become part of his character. Across the room, his wife finishes mending another worn sleeve beneath the warm glow of a table lamp.
At the soup kitchen,
Neither speaks very
volunteers
much.
serve meals compassion,
Words are
a
unnecessary.
testament to the strength of
Years
community
of shared
and human
life
kindness.
have taught them to understand one another through quiet glances and gentle smiles. Nearby, their children sleep peacefully, dreaming of sledding, school friends, and springtime adventures. Children continue reminding the world that tomorrow always deserves another chance. Elsewhere across America, similar evenings unfold in countless homes. Young couples postpone buying their first house. Grandparents quietly share retirement savings with grown children. Neighbors exchange extra firewood across backyard fences. Church volunteers prepare warm breakfasts for tomorrow morning. Every small kindness becomes another thread, strengthening the fabric of the community. Outside the employment offices, fresh snow quietly covers the footprints left by hundreds of hopeful applicants. By dawn, no visible sign will remain that anyone waited there at all. History often disappears, like footprints beneath falling snow. Only later do we understand what those footprints truly meant. Looking back today, the long lines outside employment offices have become enduring symbols of the Great Depression. Yet they also represent something deeply human. Not defeat, not surrender, but patience, discipline, and extraordinary dignity. These were men and women who wished to earn their living through honest work, who continued waking before sunrise, who polished their shoes, pressed their clothing, carried letters of recommendation, and stood quietly in the cold because they believed opportunity might still arrive. That belief deserves remembrance. As midnight approaches, the stars continue their silent journey across the heavens. The moon casts its gentle silver light over factories, farms, railroads, churches, schools, and family homes. America sleeps. The nation is wounded, but it is not broken. Its greatest strength has never been found only in its markets or its factories. It has also lived within ordinary people, within families who refused to surrender hope, within neighbors who quietly helped one another, within workers who returned to the employment office day after day, believing that tomorrow could still be better. Those quiet acts of perseverance would carry millions through the hardest years still to come. The first unemployment lines had begun. The nation had entered one of the most challenging chapters in its history. Yet even in the cold stillness of this long winter, the first small seeds of resilience had already taken root. They waited patiently beneath the frozen ground for the spring that history would one day bring. And so, beneath a peaceful sky filled with timeless stars, Chapter 3 gently comes to its close. The journey now moves forward into a new chapter, where an entire generation will discover what it truly means to endure. The winter of the early 1930s settles quietly across America. Morning arrives slowly beneath a pale gray sky. The first light of dawn spreads softly over frozen streets, silent parks, church steeples, and rows of brick buildings standing patiently against the cold. A gentle wind carries tiny snowflakes through the empty avenues. The city has not fully awakened. Yet some people have already begun their day. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking through the quiet streets just before sunrise. Your footsteps make a soft crunch upon fresh snow. The air is cold enough that every breath becomes a drifting cloud of white. Street lamps still glow with warm amber light, their reflections stretching across icy sidewalks. Far ahead, beneath the dim glow of another lamp, a small line of people waits
the
in
community of Lower
respectful
Manhattan
silence.
came together. At the
No
soup
voices
kitchen,
are
volunteers
raised.
served meals with
No
compassion,
hurried
a
movement
testament
breaks
to
the
the strength
calm.
of community and human
Each person
kindness.
simply stands with patient dignity. Some wear heavy wool coats, carefully patched at the elbows. Others wrap old scarves tightly around their necks to shield themselves from the biting wind. Hands remain tucked inside worn gloves or deep coat pockets. Many quietly hold empty tin pails or neatly folded cloth bags, not because they have come to purchase food, but because they hope to carry home enough bread to share with their families. This is one of America's first breadlines, not yet enormous, not yet stretching for blocks, simply a small gathering of neighbors facing difficult circumstances together. The bakery standing nearby has not opened. The breadline forms outside a church mission, whose volunteers have worked through the night, preparing fresh loaves and warm soup. Inside the modest brick building, volunteers quietly arrange long wooden tables. Fresh bread is stacked carefully inside woven baskets. Large iron kettles simmer gently over coal-fired stoves. The comforting aroma of vegetable soup slowly drifts through the chilly morning air. It carries with it something far more nourishing than food alone. Among those waiting stands an elderly man who once owned a successful hardware store. Beside him waits a young mechanic, recently laid off from a Detroit automobile factory. A schoolteacher quietly clasps her hands together for warmth. A widow holds the hand of her young son, who watches the softly falling snow with innocent curiosity. Each life has followed a different path, yet this morning, their paths have gently crossed. No one asks another why they are here. No explanation is necessary. Shared experience has already answered the question. As dawn slowly brightens the eastern sky, the church doors quietly open. A volunteer smiles warmly. Good morning. The greeting is simple, sincere. One by one, the line begins moving forward. No pushing, no shouting, only quiet patience. Each person receives a warm bowl of soup, a loaf of fresh bread, sometimes a small piece of fruit when supplies allow. Every portion is offered with respect. No one is made to feel ashamed. The volunteers understand something deeply important. Anyone can need help. Hardship is not a measure of character. It is simply a season that sometimes visits ordinary lives. Looking back today, photographs of breadlines have become among the most recognizable images of the Great Depression. Yet those photographs rarely capture the remarkable dignity that filled these quiet mornings. They cannot fully reveal the gentle conversations, the grateful smiles, the volunteers arriving before dawn, the neighbors quietly making room for one another, the simple acts of kindness that filled the cold winter air. As the first rays of sunlight finally rise above the rooftops, the breadline slowly grows a little longer. Not because hope has disappeared, but because more families now need one another, more than ever before. The winter morning slowly grows brighter. The first rays of sunlight spread gently across rooftops, touching church steeples, snow-covered streets, and the quiet faces of those still waiting patiently in line. The city awakens, one careful moment at a time. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing beside the entrance of the small church mission. The wooden doors remain open now, allowing waves of comforting warmth to drift into the cold morning air. Inside, volunteers move with quiet purpose. Large wooden ladles gently stir steaming kettles filled with vegetable soup.
We've been waiting since
Fresh
dawn.
loaves of bread are sliced
Hot soup
carefully
and bread,
upon
help
long
yourself.
oak tables.
In the winter
Tin
of
cups
1932,
are
the
arranged in
community of
neat
Lower
rows
Manhattan came
beside
together.
woven
At the soup
baskets
kitchen,
filled with
volunteers
apples
served meals
donated
compassion,
by nearby
a testament
farmers.
to the strength of community
Everything
and human
is
kindness.
simple. Everything is offered with care. The volunteers receive no wages for their work. Many have families of their own to support. Some have also experienced hardship. Yet every morning before sunrise, they gather here because they believe no neighbor should face hunger alone. One elderly woman ties a clean white apron around her waist before greeting each visitor with the same gentle smile. Good morning. Stay warm. Take a little extra bread for the children. Her kindness costs nothing, yet to the people standing before her, it becomes one of the richest gifts they will receive that day. A young boy quietly accepts a warm bowl of soup with both hands. The steam rises gently into the cold air. He smiles shyly before thanking the volunteer. Nearby, his mother carefully wraps a loaf of bread inside a cloth towel to keep it warm during the walk home. She plans every slice carefully. Breakfast tomorrow, lunch for the children, perhaps enough remaining for supper. Nothing will be wasted. Across the room, several long wooden benches offer a place to sit. Some visitors quietly eat before beginning another day, searching for work. Others simply rest for a few peaceful moments in the warmth. The church bell rings softly overhead. Its familiar sound echoes through the building with quiet reassurance. Outside, the line continues moving patiently. No one rushes. No one complains. Many quietly greet one another by name. Friendships begin forming between people who only weeks earlier had never met. Shared hardship has a remarkable way of creating unexpected community. Across America, similar missions quietly open their doors every morning. Some are organized by churches, others by neighborhood charities, civic organizations, women's groups, local businesses. Ordinary citizens discover extraordinary generosity within themselves. A grocer donates sacks of potatoes. A baker quietly leaves yesterday's unsold bread before sunrise. A dairy farmer sends fresh milk whenever possible. Each contribution may seem modest on its own. Together, they become enough to nourish entire neighborhoods. Looking back through history, these breadlines were never simply places where food was distributed. They became places where dignity was protected. Volunteers rarely asked unnecessary questions, but as neighbors. The meal was served with respect. The conversation remained warm. The kindness sincere. Those small gestures mattered deeply, because hunger can empty the stomach, but compassion has the remarkable power to nourish the human spirit. As the morning continues, the line slowly begins growing shorter, not because fewer people need help, but because every person has now been welcomed inside. The church doors remain open. The kettles continue simmering. Fresh bread continues arriving from generous hands. And within the quiet warmth of that humble building, America begins discovering that even during its darkest years, hope can sometimes be served. One warm bowl, one fresh loaf, and one gentle smile at a time. The morning quietly unfolds into afternoon. The winter sun climbs a little higher, though its warmth remains gentle against the cold air. Snow resting upon rooftops begins to sparkle beneath the pale light, while the city continues its slow, steady rhythm. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine leaving the church mission and walking
In the
through the
winter of
nearby
1932,
streets.
the community
The
of Lower
bread you
Manhattan came
received
together.
is wrapped
At the soup
carefully
kitchen,
beneath your arm.
volunteers served meals,
Its
compassion,
warmth can still
a
be
testament to
felt
the
through the
strength of
cloth.
community and human kindness.
Around you, life continues. Streetcars ring their familiar bells. Shopkeepers sweep fresh snow from their doorsteps. Children bundled in thick coats laugh together as they make their way home from school. The ordinary beauty of life has not disappeared. It now exists beside extraordinary hardship. A father carrying 2 small loaves pauses beneath a bare maple tree. He quietly breaks off a small piece and offers it to his young daughter walking beside him. She smiles brightly. To her, it is simply fresh bread. She does not yet understand how carefully her parents have planned every meal. Children often remind us that joy can survive even where certainty cannot. Across the street, another church volunteer carries a wooden basket filled with extra loaves toward the home of an elderly couple unable to stand in the morning bread line. No newspaper will ever report this quiet walk. No history book will mention the volunteer's name. Yet countless stories like this unfolded every day across America. History is often carried forward not only by famous leaders, but by ordinary people quietly helping one another. Inside the church kitchen, the morning's work has not yet ended. The last bowls have been washed. The great iron kettles are cleaned carefully before tomorrow's preparation begins. Volunteers gather around a modest wooden table, sharing tea and simple sandwiches. Their conversation is gentle. They speak about neighbors, about families needing coal for heating, about finding shoes for growing children. They are already planning tomorrow before today has fully ended. Outside, local merchants continue contributing whatever they can. A butcher quietly sets aside bones suitable for nourishing soup. A farmer arrives with a wagon, carrying sacks of potatoes and onions. The owner of a flour mill donates several bags that might otherwise have been sold. Each contribution is modest. Together, they become abundance. This quiet network of generosity begins spreading from town to town. Communities discover that survival is rarely an individual achievement. It is something shared. In many cities, school teachers quietly notice another change. Children arrive wearing patched coats and carefully repaired boots. Some bring only a simple lunch of bread and an apple. Teachers often keep extra food tucked away inside classroom cupboards, offering it discreetly to those who appear hungry. The gesture is made gently, without embarrassment, without drawing attention. Protecting a child's dignity becomes as important as providing the meal itself. Looking back nearly a century later, these acts of quiet compassion rarely appear in official economic reports. Yet they reveal one of the most important truths of the Great Depression. While financial systems struggled, Human kindness often grew stronger. The economy measured loss. Communities measured generosity. As afternoon sunlight slowly stretches across the snow-covered streets, the breadline has disappeared. The church doors close for the day, but the mission itself does not truly rest. Preparations for tomorrow quietly begin almost immediately. More flour must be gathered, more vegetables chopped, more firewood stacked beside the kitchen stove. Hope, it seems, requires daily work, and every volunteer willingly returns to that work, one peaceful winter morning after another. As the afternoon slowly gives way to evening, the winter light becomes softer. The
In the winter
pale
of
blue
1932,
sky
the community of
gradually
Lower
turns
Manhattan
to
came
shades
together.
of
At the
amber
soup
and
kitchen,
lavender.
volunteers served meals of
Long
compassion,
shadows
a
stretch
testament to the
across
strength
quiet
of community
streets
and human
where
kindness.
fresh snow muffles every sound. The city seems to breathe more slowly. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine returning to the neighborhood surrounding the church mission. The morning breadline has long since disappeared. Only a few footprints remain in the snow, already beginning to fade beneath a fresh dusting of white. The wooden doors of the mission are now closed, yet warm light still glows softly from the kitchen windows. Inside, volunteers continue their work. Large sacks of flour are carefully stacked against one wall. Fresh vegetables are sorted into wooden crates. A young volunteer quietly records donations in a worn leather notebook. Every loaf, every potato, every pound of flour matters. Nothing is taken for granted. Near the back of the kitchen, an elderly baker gently kneads tomorrow's dough. His experienced hands move slowly and confidently. For nearly 40 years he baked bread for customers who filled his little shop each morning. Now he bakes for neighbors who can no longer afford to buy it. He speaks very little. He simply works. Sometimes kindness is expressed most beautifully through quiet hands. Outside, the first lamps along the streets begin glowing against the gathering darkness. Families make their way home, carrying carefully wrapped loaves beneath their coats. One elderly gentleman pauses briefly beside a young mother, struggling to carry two small children through the snow. Without saying a word, he offers to carry her basket the rest of the way home. She smiles gratefully. No ceremony, no expectation of reward. Just one ordinary person helping another. Across America, these moments become increasingly common. Communities quietly discover that survival is strongest when shared. The Depression may have reduced many people's incomes. It did not reduce their humanity. In a nearby apartment building, several neighbors gather around a small coal stove in the shared hallway. Fuel has become expensive. Heating one room together allows everyone to stay warm while using less coal. Someone pours hot tea into chipped ceramic cups. Another neighbor shares homemade biscuits. Children sit together listening as an older man tells stories from his own childhood. Laughter gently fills the hallway. Warmth is created not only by the stove, but by companionship. Elsewhere, a local doctor quietly finishes another house call. He knows the family cannot afford to pay. He accepts only a sincere handshake before wishing them good health. Many physicians, pharmacists, teachers, and ministers quietly made similar choices during these difficult years. Not because they expected recognition, but because compassion had become part of their daily work. Looking back today, we often remember breadlines as symbols of hardship. They certainly were. Yet they also became symbols of something else. They revealed that communities possess remarkable strength when people choose cooperation over fear. Every loaf shared, every bowl of soup served, every quiet conversation between strangers. These became small acts of resistance against despair itself. As evening settles over the city, church bells ring gently in the distance. Snow continues falling in slow, peaceful silence. The lights inside homes begin appearing one by one across the neighborhoods. Behind every glowing window, Families prepare another modest supper. Some meals are larger, some smaller. But nearly every table now carries something precious: gratitude. And perhaps gratitude, shared around simple tables, became one of the quiet
In the
foundations
winter of
upon which an
1932, the
entire
community of
nation
Lower Manhattan
slowly
came
learned
together.
to endure.
At the soup kitchen,
Night
volunteers served
settles
meals with compassion,
softly
a testament
across
to the strength
America
of community
once
and human
again.
kindness.
The final glow of sunset disappears beyond the distant hills, leaving the nation beneath a quiet blanket of stars. Moonlight spreads gently across snow-covered rooftops, empty streets, frozen rivers, and the countless homes where families prepare for another winter night. Everything grows still. Take one final, slow, peaceful breath. Imagine drifting high above the sleeping towns and cities. From this peaceful height, the church missions appear as small islands of warm golden light, surrounded by the cool blue silence of winter. Inside one mission, the volunteers have finally finished their work. The great iron kettles have been scrubbed clean, the wooden tables wiped carefully. Tomorrow's bread dough now rests beneath clean linen cloths, slowly rising through the warmth of the kitchen. One by one, the volunteers gather their coats. They extinguish lamps. They quietly wish one another good night before stepping into the crisp evening air. They know they will return before sunrise, not because anyone requires them to, but because compassion has quietly become part of their daily routine. Across the street, the final footprints of the morning bread line have almost disappeared beneath fresh snowfall. Nature gently covers every trace, yet the memory of those who stood there remains. Each person who waited in that line carried a story. A former factory worker, a widow raising children alone, a school teacher, a carpenter, a railroad engineer, an immigrant beginning a new life. Different paths had brought them together. Shared dignity allowed them to stand together. Far beyond the cities, rural churches quietly prepare similar meals for struggling farm families. Country doctors continue making house calls across frozen roads. Neighbors quietly leave baskets of potatoes, jars of preserves, and bundles of firewood on one another's porches before disappearing into the darkness. Many acts of kindness performed without witnesses. Perhaps those are the most beautiful acts of all. History remembers famous speeches. It remembers elections. It remembers economic statistics. But countless moments that truly sustained ordinary life left no written record. A loaf of bread quietly shared. A warm blanket offered to a neighbor. A child receiving mittens knitted by someone they would never meet. These simple gestures rarely appeared in newspapers, yet they became the invisible threads holding communities together. Looking back nearly a century later, the breadlines of the Great Depression represent more than hunger. They represent resilience. The people who stood there did not surrender their dignity. They waited patiently, thanked the volunteers, returned home to their families, and awakened the next morning determined to continue. That quiet determination became one of the defining strengths of an entire generation. Outside, the winter wind moves gently through bare branches. The church bell marks another passing hour. The stars continue their ancient journey across the heavens, unchanged by human hardship. Nature offers its timeless reminder. No winter lasts forever. No night continues without morning. No season remains unchanged. As midnight quietly approaches, the last lights fade inside the church mission. The city sleeps peacefully beneath fresh snow. Tomorrow before dawn, the ovens will once again be lit. The soup kettles will once again begin to simmer. The volunteers will once again open their doors with welcoming smiles. And somewhere beyond the frozen horizon, another chapter of endurance is already waiting. For while breadlines offered comfort for a single day, many Americans would soon discover that they no longer had homes to return to. Simple tents, wooden shacks, and entire communities built from discarded materials would rise across the nation. They would become known by a name history has never forgotten: Hoovervilles. And so, beneath this peaceful winter sky, our journey gently leaves the breadlines behind and follows ordinary families toward the fragile shelters, where hope would continue burning, even in the most unlikely places. As another winter slowly unfolds across America, the quiet rhythm of the nation continues to change. Snow drifts gently across empty construction sites where new homes were once expected to rise. Factories still stand beneath gray skies, yet many of their windows remain dark. Railroad tracks stretch toward distant horizons, carrying fewer freight cars than they had only a few years before. The country continues breathing, but its breathing has become slower. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking beyond the edge of a large American city just after sunrise. The paved streets gradually give way to muddy paths softened by melting snow. The tall brick buildings slowly disappear behind you. Ahead lies an open stretch of unused land beside a railroad embankment. At first glance, it appears almost empty. Then, as the morning mist begins to lift, small shapes slowly emerge. Tiny homes, some built from weathered wooden boards gathered from abandoned construction sites. Others pieced together from discarded packing crates. Rusted sheets of corrugated tin form uneven roofs. Old canvas tarps flutter gently in the winter breeze. Broken windows have been carefully covered with blankets, newspapers, or flattened cardboard. Smoke rises quietly from homemade chimneys fashioned from stovepipes and scrap metal. This is one of America's growing Hoovervilles. Not an official town, not marked on any map, but very real to the families who now call it home. The name itself reflects the deep frustrations of the era. Many people used Hooverville to describe these makeshift communities, blaming President Herbert Hoover for failing to prevent or quickly ease the nation's economic collapse. The people living here, however, are not defined by that name. They are fathers, mothers, children, grandparents, neighbors. Each arrived carrying only what could fit inside a wagon, an old automobile, or a single suitcase. Many never imagined they would lose the homes they had worked years to build. One small shelter stands beside a narrow dirt path. Its walls are made from mismatched wooden boards. The roof consists of patched canvas, weighted down with stones, to keep it from blowing away during winter storms. Inside lives a family of 5. The space is no larger than a single room, yet every corner has been arranged with remarkable care. Blankets hang from ropes to create private sleeping areas. A small cast-iron stove warms the room. A handmade shelf holds several treasured books. A family photograph rests carefully inside a simple wooden frame. People continue creating places that feel like home. Outside, children gather fallen branches for firewood. They laugh as they pull small sleds fashioned from old pieces of timber. Their laughter rises into the crisp morning air. Children possess an extraordinary ability to discover joy, even when surrounded by hardship. Nearby, several men work together repairing a leaking roof before another snowstorm arrives. No one asks who owns the shack. Everyone simply helps. Tools are shared. Nails are collected and straightened for use again. Nothing useful is wasted.
In the winter of
Every
1932,
resource
the
matters.
community of Lower Manhattan came
Across
together.
the settlement,
At the soup kitchen,
women
volunteers
quietly
served
prepare
meals
breakfast
compassion,
over
a
wood-burning
testament to the
stoves.
strength of community and
The
human
aroma
kindness.
of oatmeal, fresh bread, and coffee made from roasted grains drifts gently between the narrow pathways. Simple meals, carefully prepared, shared generously. Looking back today, photographs often portray Hoovervilles as symbols of despair. They certainly reflected extraordinary hardship. Yet they also revealed something else: human adaptability. Communities formed where none had existed before. Neighbors protected one another. Families preserved routines. Children continued attending makeshift schools whenever volunteers could organize them. Life did not stop. It quietly reinvented itself. As the winter sun slowly rises above the rooftops of the distant city, Its warm light reaches these fragile little homes as well. And for a few peaceful moments, every roof of scrap wood, every patched canvas wall, and every rising thread of chimney smoke glows with the same golden light. The morning slowly unfolds across the Hooverville. The pale winter sun climbs a little higher into the quiet sky, warming the frost that clings to patched wooden roofs and weathered sheets of corrugated metal. Thin wisps of smoke continue rising from homemade chimneys. The settlement gradually awakens. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking slowly along one of the narrow footpaths winding between the small shelters. The ground is uneven. Fresh straw has been spread across muddy sections to make walking a little easier. Footprints from the morning remain visible in the thin layer of snow. Every shelter is different. No two homes look exactly alike. One has walls built from old shipping crates. Another combines scrap lumber with pieces of discarded advertising signs. One family has carefully sewn together flour sacks to create curtains that gently move with the winter breeze. Another has planted small evergreen branches outside the entrance, hoping to make their temporary home feel just a little more welcoming. Human beings possess an extraordinary desire to create beauty, even in the most difficult circumstances. A young mother quietly sweeps the dirt floor inside her shelter, using a handmade broom tied together from dried reeds. The floor may be simple earth, yet she keeps it spotless. Two children carefully fold their blankets after waking. Each task is performed with quiet pride. Maintaining routine becomes a way of protecting dignity. Nearby, an elderly carpenter patiently shapes a broken board with a well-worn hand plane. The tool has served him for decades. Now it serves the entire community. A neighbor needs a stronger door before another storm arrives. Another family hopes to repair a leaking wall. The carpenter asks for no payment, only a smile, perhaps a warm cup of coffee. His skill has become a shared treasure. Across the settlement, several women gather around an outdoor wash kettle where clothing is being cleaned despite the bitter cold. Steam rises gently into the winter air. Conversation flows quietly. They exchange recipes, discuss children, share news about jobs that may be available in the city. One woman quietly mentions that the church downtown will distribute blankets later in the week. Another promises to tell every family before morning. Information becomes as valuable as food. Hope often travels through conversation. Children transform the settlement into a place of imagination rather than hardship. They build tiny snow forts beside the railroad tracks. Old wooden crates
In the winter of
become
1932,
imaginary
the
trains.
community of Lower
A
Manhattan came
discarded
together.
wagon
At the
wheel
soup kitchen,
becomes the
volunteers
steering
served
wheel of a
meals with
make-believe
compassion,
automobile.
a testament to the strength of
Their
community
laughter
and human
echoes
kindness.
softly between the shelters. Adults pause for a moment to listen. For a few precious seconds, the weight of uncertainty seems lighter. In one corner of the Hooverville, a retired school teacher gathers several children beneath a canvas shelter. The classroom consists of rough wooden benches and a chalkboard made from painted scrap wood. Books are few. Pencils are carefully shared. Lessons continue anyway. The alphabet, arithmetic, stories, psalms. Education remains an investment in a future that everyone still believes will arrive. Looking back today, historians often describe Hoovervilles as symbols of poverty. That description is certainly true, yet it is incomplete. They were also communities, places where people organized themselves, created rules, shared responsibilities, watched over one another's children, repaired one another's homes, celebrated birthdays, mourned losses, and continued living with remarkable dignity. As the winter morning slowly becomes afternoon, sunlight reflects from every patchwork roof across the settlement. The homes remain fragile, the future remains uncertain, Yet between these simple shelters, life continues growing quietly. Not because circumstances are easy, but because the human spirit has always possessed an extraordinary ability to build hope. From whatever materials remain, the afternoon settles gently over the Hooverville. The winter sun hangs low in the pale blue sky, casting long golden rays across rows of handmade shelters. The snow begins to soften where the sunlight lingers, creating tiny streams of melting water that quietly wind through the settlement. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine sitting upon a simple wooden crate outside one of the small homes. From here, the entire community seems wonderfully alive, not with noise, but with quiet purpose. A father carefully strengthens the wall of his family's shelter using reclaimed boards gathered from an abandoned warehouse. Each nail is removed from old lumber, carefully straightened with a hammer, and used once again. Nothing is discarded if it can still serve another purpose. Every object is given a second life. Nearby, a teenage boy patiently repairs a pair of worn leather boots. The soles have separated after months of walking between factories in search of work. He carefully stitches them together with thick thread salvaged from an old grain sack. His father watches quietly, not because he doubts the repair, but because he admires his son's determination. Resourcefulness has quietly become one of the community's greatest strengths. Farther down the path, a small group of women gathers beneath a canvas awning. One mends coats, another knits wool mittens from unraveled sweaters. A third carefully patches quilts that will keep children warm during the long winter nights. Conversation flows gently between them. Recipes are exchanged. Advice is shared. Laughter occasionally rises into the crisp afternoon air. Even during difficult seasons, friendship continues finding room to grow. Not far away, the familiar whistle of a freight train echoes across the settlement. The children immediately look toward the railroad tracks. Some wave enthusiastically as the long train slowly passes. Several engineers and conductors wave back through the frosted windows of the locomotive. For just a few brief moments, two different worlds quietly
In the winter
acknowledge
of
one another.
1932, the community of Lower
Across the
Manhattan came
Hooverville,
together.
small
At the soup
vegetable
kitchen,
gardens
volunteers
now
served
rest
meals with
beneath
compassion,
blankets of
a
snow.
testament to the strength of community
Though
and
winter
human
has
kindness.
paused their harvest, many families continue protecting the soil with straw and leaves. They are already preparing for spring. That simple act carries remarkable meaning. Planting for a season that has not yet arrived is an act of extraordinary faith. It quietly declares that tomorrow is still worth believing in. Inside one modest shelter, an elderly grandmother sits beside the stove, telling stories to several children gathered around her. She speaks of earlier years, of prosperous harvests, of county fairs, of warm summer evenings filled with music and laughter. The children listen with wide eyes. Her stories become more than entertainment. They become reminders that difficult seasons do not last forever, that life has always moved in cycles. Winter eventually gives way to spring. Hardship eventually gives way to renewal. Looking back today, Hoovervilles are often remembered only through photographs of fragile shelters and worn clothing. Yet those images cannot fully capture the remarkable humanity that filled these communities. They cannot record the sound of neighbors laughing together, the smell of fresh bread baking inside a tiny stove, the gentle songs mothers sang while rocking children to sleep, or the countless small kindnesses exchanged without expectation of reward. History preserves buildings more easily than compassion. As afternoon slowly begins yielding to evening, smoke rises peacefully from every chimney. The scent of simmering soup drifts between the narrow footpaths. Families begin gathering inside their modest homes. Outside, the winter wind grows a little colder. Warmth is created not only by the fire, but by the quiet certainty that no one in this small community faces hardship alone. As the winter afternoon slowly fades, the Hooverville begins preparing for another peaceful evening. The sun sinks gently toward the horizon, painting the sky with soft shades of amber, rose, and pale violet. Its fading light reflects from weathered tin roofs and patches of snow lying quietly between the narrow footpaths. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking through the settlement as families begin returning to their shelters. The day's work is complete. Not the work of factories or offices, but the quiet work of survival. Wood has been gathered, roofs repaired, water carried, meals prepared, children taught, neighbors helped. Every task has required patience rather than money. At the center of the community, several families gather around a shared fire built safely within a circle of carefully arranged stones. The flames dance gently against the growing darkness. A battered kettle hangs above the fire, slowly warming soup prepared from vegetables, beans, and bread donated earlier that week. The meal is simple, yet its warmth spreads far beyond the food itself. An elderly violinist removes a carefully wrapped instrument from its worn case. The wood has faded with age. One tuning peg has been repaired more than once. Still, the violin produces a soft, beautiful melody. The music drifts quietly across the settlement. Children stop playing to listen. Adults smile without speaking. For a few peaceful moments, the music gently replaces worry. Across the fire, a former railroad conductor begins telling stories of journeys across the vast American landscape. He describes towering mountains touched by sunrise, wide rivers shining beneath the moon, and endless wheat fields glowing golden beneath summer skies.
In the
The
winter
children
of
listen
1932,
with quiet
the community
wonder.
of Lower Manhattan came
Some
together.
have never
At the
traveled
soup kitchen,
beyond the city where
volunteers
they were
served
born.
meals, compassion,
His
a testament to
memories
the strength
become
of
their
community
window
and human
into
kindness.
another world. Nearby, two young boys carefully carve small toy boats from scraps of pine wood, using a pocket knife borrowed from an older neighbor. The boats are simple, rough around the edges, yet to the boys, they are treasures. They imagine sailing them across great oceans and distant rivers. Dreams require remarkably few materials. A little imagination is often enough. As darkness continues settling over the Hooverville, lanterns begin glowing softly inside the tiny shelters. Their warm light shines through patched windows covered with cloth, newspaper, or thin sheets of clear plastic salvaged from discarded packaging. From a distance, the settlement resembles a small village filled with tiny stars resting upon the earth. Inside one shelter, a family gathers around a handmade wooden table built from old shipping crates. The evening meal is modest: soup, fresh bread, a few preserved vegetables. Before eating, they quietly bow their heads in gratitude, not because life has become easy, but because there is still something to be thankful for: shelter, family, one another. Across the Hooverville, similar moments unfold quietly. One neighbor shares extra firewood, another offers a repaired blanket. Someone else quietly leaves fresh bread outside an elderly widow's door before disappearing into the evening. Many of these acts are never acknowledged. They simply become part of the rhythm of community life. Looking back today, it is easy to focus only on the poverty visible within Hoovervilles. Yet another truth deserves equal remembrance. These communities became places where generosity survived despite scarcity. People who possessed very little still found ways to share. Perhaps because they understood that hope itself grows stronger when divided. Among many hearts, as the final light disappears beyond the horizon, the first stars begin appearing overhead. A gentle winter wind moves softly between the handmade homes. The fires continue glowing. The music quietly fades. And beneath the peaceful night sky, a settlement built from discarded materials continues proving that even fragile shelters can protect remarkably strong spirits. Night settles completely over the Hooverville. The last glow of sunset quietly disappears beyond the distant hills, leaving the settlement wrapped in the gentle silver light of the winter moon. The wind grows softer. The voices around the evening fires gradually fade into peaceful silence. Take one final slow, calming breath. Imagine standing at the highest point overlooking the small community. Below you, dozens of tiny lanterns glow warmly inside handmade shelters. From this distance, each humble home appears like a small star resting upon the earth. The walls may be built from weathered boards, the roofs from patched canvas and corrugated tin. Yet every shelter contains something no material can measure. A family, a memory, a dream of better days. Inside one small cabin, parents gently tuck their children beneath quilts sewn from countless pieces of worn fabric. Every patch tells its own story. An old work shirt, a faded summer dress, a fragment of a blanket once carried across another state. Pieces of yesterday now provide warmth for tomorrow. Near the stove, an elderly grandfather quietly sharpens a pocket knife by lamplight. Tomorrow, he hopes to carve another wooden toy for the children living nearby. His hands move slowly, with the patience that only many years can teach. Creating something useful has become its own quiet form of hope.
At the soup kitchen, volunteers
Across the
served
settlement,
meals, compassion,
the last
a
embers
testament
of
to
the
strength
shared
of
fire
community
glow
and human
softly
kindness.
beneath a blanket of ash. Neighbors quietly wish one another good night before disappearing into the darkness. No locks secure many of these fragile homes. Few possessions remain worth stealing. Instead, trust quietly protects the community. Everyone watches over everyone else. Should a winter storm arrive during the night, every family knows that neighbors will come to help strengthen roofs, gather firewood, or welcome others inside until the wind has passed. Their wealth lies not in possessions, but in one another. Beyond the Hooverville, the distant city skyline glimmers beneath the moonlight. Towering buildings stand silently against the night sky. The contrast is striking. One world built of steel and stone, another built from reclaimed wood and determination. Yet beneath the same stars, both worlds belong to the same nation. Looking back through history, Hoovervilles became lasting symbols of the Great Depression. They revealed the depth of the nation's hardship, but they also revealed the remarkable resilience of ordinary Americans. These settlements were never simply collections of makeshift shelters. They were neighborhoods, communities, places where birthdays were celebrated, friendships were formed. Children learned to read, music was played, stories were told, and hope was quietly protected. That hope deserves to be remembered just as much as the hardship itself. For history is never only the story of what people lost. It is also the story of what they refused to surrender. Their kindness, their dignity, their compassion, their belief that tomorrow can still be better than today. As midnight approaches, fresh snow begins falling once again. It settles softly upon every roof, every footpath, every sleeping child. The settlement grows wonderfully still. Only the quiet crackle of a fading fire and the distant whistle of a nighttime freight train gently disturb the silence. Nature continues its timeless rhythm. The stars continue shining. The moon continues its patient journey across the heavens. And somewhere, beneath this peaceful winter sky, millions of Americans continue believing that spring will eventually return. Not only to the forests and the fields, but also to their lives. Our journey now moves onward, beyond these humble shelters, toward another force that would reshape countless lives across the Great Plains. A force not created by banks or markets, but by the wind itself. The land would soon begin to rise into the air. The skies would turn brown, and an entire generation would come to know a name carried forever through American history: the Dust Bowl. Far from the crowded cities, beyond the factories, beyond the breadlines, Another chapter of the Great Depression was quietly unfolding across the wide-open heart of America. The Great Plains stretched endlessly beneath the sky. From western Kansas to the Oklahoma Panhandle, across northern Texas, eastern Colorado, and New Mexico, the land seemed to reach forever toward the horizon. For generations, these rolling plains had fed millions. Golden wheat fields swayed beneath warm summer winds. Cattle grazed across vast grasslands. Farmhouses stood quietly beneath enormous blue skies, where sunrise and sunset painted the earth with breathtaking beauty. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing alone in one of those fields during the first light of morning.
In the
The
winter
air
of
is perfectly
1932,
still.
the community of Lower
A
Manhattan came
meadowlark
together.
sings
At
somewhere
the soup
beyond the
kitchen,
tall
volunteers
prairie
served
grass.
meals, compassion,
The
a
scent of
testament to the
fresh
strength
earth
of community
rises
and human
gently after a
kindness.
cool spring rain. The soil beneath your boots feels rich, dark, alive. For many farming families, this land is more than property. It is memory, it is inheritance, it is home. Each fence post was set by careful hands. Each barn raised through years of honest labor. Each harvest celebrated with gratitude after months of patient work. Life on the plains has never been easy, yet it has always been deeply connected to the rhythms of nature. Rain, sunshine, seasons, hope. But during the years leading into the Great Depression, another rhythm quietly emerged. The demand for wheat grew rapidly during and after the First World War. Farmers plowed more acres than ever before. Native prairie grasses, whose deep roots had held the soil together for centuries, were replaced by endless fields of crops. At first, the harvests were remarkable. The earth seemed generous beyond imagination. New tractors arrived. More land was cultivated. More fields stretched toward the horizon. Few imagined that the same land which had provided such abundance could one day become dangerously fragile. Then the rains began to fail. Not suddenly, not dramatically. One season became a little drier than expected. The next brought fewer storms. Creeks that once flowed steadily became narrow ribbons of water. Ponds slowly shrank beneath the hot summer sun. Farmers looked toward the horizon each evening, hoping to see rain clouds gathering in the distance. Often, the sky remained perfectly clear. The wheat continued trying to grow, but the earth beneath it gradually lost its moisture. Without rain, the exposed topsoil became lighter, looser, more vulnerable to the endless prairie winds. Nature was quietly changing the rules. Across the countryside, families continued working from sunrise until sunset. Seeds were planted, fences repaired, livestock cared for. Every task performed with the same determination that had guided generations before them. No one surrendered easily. Farmers have always understood that difficult seasons eventually pass. Hope is planted with every seed. Looking back today, we understand that the Dust Bowl did not emerge from a single cause. It was the result of prolonged drought combined with decades of extensive cultivation that left much of the prairie soil vulnerable to erosion after the native grasses had been removed. The land itself had been transformed. Now nature would respond. As the morning sun slowly climbs into the endless prairie sky, a gentle breeze begins moving across the open fields. At first, it feels refreshing, barely noticeable. The grasses sway softly. Dust rises only in tiny wisps behind a wagon wheel. Nothing seems unusual. Yet somewhere beyond the distant horizon, the wind is quietly gathering strength. And with it, one of the greatest environmental disasters in American history. The seasons continue their quiet procession across the Great Plains. Spring gently yields to summer. The bright green of young wheat slowly fades beneath a hotter sun. The wide prairie sky remains breathtakingly beautiful. Yet something almost invisible has begun to change. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking across a broad wheat field during the middle of a warm afternoon. The horizon stretches endlessly in every direction. There are no mountains to interrupt the view. Only rolling fields
In the
beneath
winter
an
of
immense
1932,
blue
the
sky.
community of Lower
The
Manhattan came
silence
together.
feels
At the
almost
soup kitchen,
sacred.
volunteers
A
served
light
meals
breeze
compassion,
moves across
a
the
testament to
land.
the strength of community and
Ordinarily,
human
it
kindness.
would ripple through healthy crops like gentle waves upon a calm sea. Today, however, the wheat stands shorter. The leaves appear pale. The ground beneath your boots feels unusually dry. You kneel and reach toward the soil. It slips easily through your fingers. Powdery, loose, almost weightless. Only a few years earlier, deep-rooted prairie grasses had held this earth firmly in place. Now vast stretches of exposed topsoil wait beneath the open sky. Still, the farmers continue working. Hope has always been part of agriculture. One rainstorm can transform an entire season. Every evening, eyes turn toward the western horizon, searching for dark clouds. Every morning begins with another quiet prayer for rain. One elderly farmer slowly walks the edge of his property. His weathered hands rest upon an old wooden fence built decades earlier. He studies the sky with calm patience. He has survived difficult harvests before. Grasshopper infestations, harsh winters, late frosts. This drought, he tells himself, will surely pass as well. His confidence is not foolish. It is born from a lifetime spent trusting the natural rhythm of the seasons. Across neighboring farms, similar routines continue. Families wake before sunrise. Children help carry water to livestock. Tractors move carefully across the fields. Meals are shared beneath the shade of cottonwood trees during the hottest hours of the day. Life remains deeply connected to the land. Yet signs of strain quietly appear. Small ponds shrink until muddy shorelines become visible. Creeks that once sang gently across the prairie now move only in narrow channels. The windmill beside the farmhouse turns steadily, drawing precious water from deeper underground. Every drop matters. Wildlife notices the changes as well. Meadowlarks become less common. Jackrabbits travel farther in search of food. Prairie grasses struggle to recover where repeated plowing has replaced them with cultivated fields. Nature adapts quietly, patiently, sometimes painfully. Looking back today, scientists understand that the drought intensified during the early 1930s, while the removal of native prairie grasses left much of the exposed soil vulnerable to powerful winds. Neither factor alone fully explains what followed. Together, they created conditions unlike anything many farming families had ever experienced. None of this is yet fully visible. The great dust storms that history remembers have not arrived. The sky remains mostly blue. The sunsets remain breathtaking. Children continue racing through open fields after supper. Neighbors gather on front porches during cool summer evenings. Laughter still echoes across the prairie. Hope continues living beside uncertainty. As the afternoon slowly moves toward evening, the wind becomes just a little stronger. Loose grains of soil begin rolling gently across the dry ground. Tiny spirals of dust dance briefly between the rows of wheat before disappearing once again. Most farmers barely notice them. Such winds have always crossed the plains. Nothing about today's breeze appears extraordinary. Yet beyond the distant horizon, the atmosphere continues changing. The earth grows drier, the wind grows steadier, and nature quietly prepares to write one of the most unforgettable chapters in the history of the American landscape. The long summer continues. Day after day, the sun rises over the Great Plains with quiet certainty. Its golden light spreads across fences,
In the winter of
barns,
1932, the
windmills,
community of Lower
and
Manhattan
fields
came
that
together.
seem to stretch
At the soup
forever
kitchen,
beneath the
volunteers served
immense
meals
American
compassion,
sky.
a testament to the
The
strength of
beauty
community
of the
and human
landscape
kindness.
remains breathtaking. Yet beneath that beauty, the land grows increasingly fragile. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing beside a weathered wooden windmill as the afternoon breeze slowly begins to strengthen. The blades turn with their familiar rhythm. Below, the old well still draws cool water from deep beneath the earth. Nearby, cattle gather quietly around a watering trough. The water level is lower than it was only a year ago. The rancher notices. He says nothing. Instead, he simply fills the trough once more. Hope often expresses itself through ordinary work. Across the nearby wheat fields, the soil has become remarkably fine. Each passing week without meaningful rainfall allows the top layer of earth to dry a little more. When boots cross the field, tiny clouds of dust rise with every step. The ground no longer feels firm beneath your feet. It feels soft, loose, almost weightless. A young farm boy kneels beside the edge of the field. He scoops a handful of soil into his palm. Only a short time ago, it would have held together with the gentle moisture of healthy earth. Today, it slips quietly between his fingers and drifts away upon the breeze. He watches silently, perhaps without fully understanding what he has just witnessed. Nearby, his grandfather watches too. He understands, though he hopes he is mistaken. For generations, the prairie had been protected by native grasses whose deep roots reached far below the surface. Those roots had anchored the soil through countless seasons of wind and rain. Now many of those grasses have long since been replaced by cultivated fields. The land had produced remarkable harvests, but it had also become more exposed, more vulnerable. Across neighboring farms, conversations quietly begin changing. Families no longer ask only when the rain will come. They begin asking whether enough seed should be planted next season, whether another field should be left untouched, whether another loan can safely be taken. These are not conversations of surrender. They are conversations of careful survival. In the distance, a small dust devil dances briefly across an empty field. It rises no higher than a farmhouse roof before quietly disappearing. Children point toward it with curiosity. Older farmers watch with thoughtful eyes. Dust devils have always existed upon the plains, yet this one seems to carry more soil than anyone remembers. Not enough to frighten, only enough to notice. Nature often whispers long before it speaks loudly. Wild creatures respond quietly as well. Prairie birds search farther for nesting places. Jackrabbits gather beneath the shade of abandoned farm equipment during the hottest hours of the afternoon. Coyotes travel longer distances beneath the moonlight in search of food. Every living creature begins adjusting to the changing landscape. Looking back through history, scientists now understand that millions of acres across the southern Great Plains experienced severe drought during these years. The combination of prolonged dry weather and extensive cultivation left vast areas of topsoil exposed to powerful prairie winds. What followed would become one of the largest episodes of wind-driven soil erosion in North American history. But for the families living here, none of those scientific explanations yet exist. There is only the land they love, the sky they watch, and the quiet hope that tomorrow's clouds may finally bring
the
rain.
community of Lower Manhattan came
As
together.
evening
At the
approaches,
soup kitchen,
the
volunteers
sunlight
served meals
softens
compassion,
into
a
warm
testament to the
shades of
strength of
amber.
community and human
The
kindness.
wind grows calmer once again. The fields become peaceful, almost perfectly still. From a distance, everything appears normal, yet hidden within the quiet earth and carried silently upon the endless prairie wind, history continues gathering strength, one gentle breath at a time. Autumn arrives quietly across the Great Plains. The summer heat slowly begins to fade. Cool mornings return to the prairie. Long golden grasses sway beneath an endless blue sky that seems almost too vast to comprehend. The landscape remains beautiful, yet the beauty now carries a quiet sense of uncertainty. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing beside a lonely farmhouse at sunrise. The porch boards creak softly beneath your boots. A weathered rocking chair moves gently in the morning breeze. Beyond the fence, fields that once shimmered with healthy wheat now reveal broad patches of dry, exposed earth. The harvest has been smaller than many families had hoped. Some fields have produced almost nothing at all. The work continues. A farmer carefully walks between the rows, stopping now and then to examine the ground. He kneels, scoops another handful of soil into his palm. The earth feels lighter than it should. A gentle breeze arrives. Almost immediately, tiny grains begin drifting away. The soil no longer wishes to remain where it belongs. Nearby, his wife hangs freshly washed clothes upon a line stretched between two wooden posts. The sheets move peacefully in the autumn wind. Yet by the time they have dried, a thin layer of fine brown dust already rests upon the fabric. She quietly shakes each sheet before folding it. Tomorrow, she will likely do the same again. Inside the farmhouse, windows remain closed even on pleasant afternoons. Not because the weather is cold, but because the dust has begun finding its way indoors. It slips beneath doors, through tiny cracks around window frames, across kitchen floors, onto bookshelves, into cupboards. Only a little at first, barely enough to notice. Yet every evening, another thin layer quietly appears. Children draw tiny circles in the dust, gathering upon the windowsills. Their parents wipe it away with damp cloths. Morning after morning, day after day. Across neighboring farms, conversations become increasingly thoughtful. The rain has still not returned. Wind forecasts receive more attention than they ever have before. Every farmer understands the prairie wind. It has always been part of life here. The wind seems to carry something different. It carries the land itself. In the distance, a line of dust briefly rises along the horizon before disappearing again. Not a storm. Not yet. Only another reminder that the earth has become fragile. Local newspapers begin printing reports describing unusually dry conditions across much of the plains. Agricultural advisors encourage farmers to protect the soil wherever possible. Some begin experimenting with new cultivation methods. Others leave portions of their land unplowed, hoping the remaining grasses may help anchor the earth. Many are already doing everything they know. Nature, however, follows its own timetable. Looking back today, historians and environmental scientists recognize these months as the quiet beginning of a much larger catastrophe. The Dust Bowl did not arrive all at once. It announced itself slowly, with drying
In the winter
fields,
of 1932,
with shrinking
the community
harvests,
of Lower
with
Manhattan
dust
came together.
collecting upon
At the soup
windows,
kitchen,
with
volunteers
small
served meals of
clouds
compassion,
rising where
a
healthy
testament to the
soil
strength of
once
community
rested
and human
undisturbed.
kindness.
The disaster first whispered, long before it roared. As evening settles across the prairie, the setting sun bathes the land in extraordinary beauty. Golden light stretches across weathered barns, lonely fences, and endless open fields. It is difficult to imagine that such peaceful scenery could soon transform into something almost unimaginable. Yet beyond the western horizon, the winds continue gathering, patiently, silently, preparing for the day when the sky itself would seem to disappear. Night settles gently across the Great Plains. The final colors of sunset slowly disappear beyond the distant horizon, leaving the prairie beneath a vast canopy of brilliant stars. The air grows cooler. The wind becomes almost perfectly still. For a brief moment, the land seems wonderfully peaceful. Take one final, slow, calming breath. Imagine standing beside the old farmhouse once more. The lantern hanging on the porch casts a warm circle of light upon the wooden steps. Beyond that gentle glow lies an ocean of darkness stretching across the endless prairie. The fields rest quietly beneath the moonlight. From a distance, They appear calm, almost unchanged. Yet hidden within the dry earth, millions of tiny grains of topsoil now wait loosely upon the surface. The roots that once held them firmly through generations of wind and weather have largely disappeared from many cultivated fields. The land is resting, but it is no longer protected as it once was. Inside the farmhouse, the family prepares for another ordinary evening. A kettle simmers softly upon the stove. The youngest child curls beneath a handmade quilt while listening to the gentle ticking of the kitchen clock. An older brother quietly finishes his school lessons by the warm glow of a kerosene lamp. Their father studies tomorrow's weather report, printed in the local newspaper. There is still no mention of meaningful rain, only another forecast of dry skies and steady winds. He folds the paper without complaint. There is little else to do. Farmers have always understood that some things cannot be hurried. Outside, the livestock settle quietly inside the barn. The horses shift gently in their stalls. A cow exhales a slow cloud of warm breath into the cool night air. Even the animals seem to sense the unusual dryness surrounding them. Nature often notices change before people fully understand it. Across neighboring farms, similar evenings quietly unfold. Lanterns glow behind farmhouse windows. Families gather around modest suppers. Prayers are offered before bedtime. Many include the same simple request: rain. Not abundance, not riches, only enough rain to restore the fields, enough to hold the soil in place, enough to give another season a chance. Looking back today, we know those prayers would go unanswered for far longer than anyone imagined. The drought would deepen, the winds would strengthen. Beginning in the mid-1930s, enormous dust storms would sweep across the plains, carrying vast amounts of loosened topsoil into the sky and across the continent. Some storms darkened the daytime sky, reduced visibility to only a few feet, and carried dust hundreds or even thousands of miles. Homes, crops, livestock, and entire communities struggled beneath the relentless waves of airborne soil. But tonight, none of that has happened yet. The prairie remains wrapped in silence. The moon continues its patient journey overhead. The stars shine with timeless serenity. It is one of
In the
history's
winter of
quietest
1932,
moments,
the community of Lower
the
Manhattan
final
came
deep
together.
breath before
At the soup
nature
kitchen,
speaks
volunteers
with
served meals
astonishing
with compassion,
power.
a testament to the strength
As
of
midnight
community and
approaches,
human kindness.
a gentle breeze begins moving once more across the open fields. It carries only a whisper of dust, so little that it almost escapes notice. Yet that whisper is enough, for within it lies the first faint voice of the Dust Bowl, a voice that would soon be heard across thousands of farms, countless small towns, and millions of acres of the American heartland. The Great Depression had already tested the nation's economy. Now, the land itself would be tested, and ordinary families, whose lives had always depended upon the soil beneath their feet, would soon face one of the greatest environmental hardships in American history. Beneath the peaceful prairie sky, our journey gently continues toward the first great dust storms, when daylight itself would fade behind walls of wind and earth. The morning begins with remarkable calm. The prairie stretches endlessly beneath a pale blue sky. A gentle breeze moves through the dry grasses that still remain along old fence lines. The horizon appears perfectly clear. Nothing suggests that this ordinary day will soon become unforgettable. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing outside a lonely farmhouse shortly after breakfast. The chores have already begun. A farmer walks toward the barn carrying a wooden bucket. His wife hangs freshly washed clothes upon a line behind the house. Children chase one another through the yard before lessons begin inside the small country school several miles away. Life follows its familiar rhythm, simple, steady, comforting. Far away, almost too distant to notice, something begins changing along the western horizon. At first, It appears no more threatening than an ordinary bank of clouds. A long gray line resting gently against the earth. The farmer pauses. He removes his hat, studies the horizon for several quiet moments. Those are not rain clouds. There is no silver beneath them, no promise of life-giving showers. Instead, the distant line slowly grows taller, darker, wider. It stretches across the prairie with astonishing speed. The wind strengthens, not violently, not yet. Only enough to rustle dry weeds gathered beside old fence posts. The family continues working. Storms have always crossed these plains. Most pass quickly. Most leave little behind. This one seems different. A few chickens hurry toward the safety of the barn. The horses lift their heads, ears turning toward the approaching wind. Even the family dog stops barking. Animals often recognize changes before human eyes fully understand them. Across neighboring farms, other families notice the same strange horizon. One mother quietly calls her children indoors. A rancher closes the barn doors a little earlier than usual. Another farmer secures loose tools beside the machine shed. No panic fills the countryside, only quiet caution. The dark line continues growing. Soon it reaches higher than the tallest windmill, higher than the grain elevator in the nearest town. It no longer resembles a cloud. It resembles a great moving wall, not made of rain, but of earth itself. Millions upon millions of tiny particles of dry topsoil have been lifted into the sky by powerful prairie winds. The land that once nourished wheat, corn, and cattle now rises into the air. The storm moves with astonishing determination. Telephone poles gradually disappear behind the approaching darkness. Farmhouses vanish from sight. The blue sky begins fading into deep shades of brown and charcoal. The sunlight weakens, as though evening has arrived hours too early. Inside the farmhouse, curtains begin moving, though every window has been closed. Fine dust slips through tiny cracks around the frames. It settles silently upon kitchen tables, bookshelves, windowsills. The family watches quietly. None of them has ever witnessed anything quite like this. Looking back today, historians remember these immense storms as black blizzards. Unlike winter blizzards filled with snow, these storms carried enormous clouds of dust that sometimes rose thousands of feet into the atmosphere and traveled hundreds of miles across the continent. For the people standing on these lonely farms, the scientific explanation mattered little. They simply watched as daylight slowly disappeared. As the wind continued rising, the great wall of dust drew closer, until it seemed to swallow the entire horizon. The wind grows steadily stronger. What had begun as a gentle breeze across the prairie now carries countless tiny grains of earth. They move softly at first, barely noticeable. Then, little by little, the entire landscape begins changing. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing on the farmhouse porch as the approaching wall of dust continues rising toward the heavens. The morning sun, bright only moments before, now shines through a thin brown veil. Its warm golden light becomes muted, soft, almost unreal. The shadows across the yard slowly disappear. The colors of the prairie begin fading into shades of brown and gray. The farmer quietly calls his family inside. His voice remains calm. There is no panic, only urgency born from experience. The children hurry toward the front door. The family dog follows closely behind. The last chicken disappears into the safety of the barn. One by one, the windows are secured. Curtains are drawn. Wet cloths are carefully placed beneath doors and around window frames, in hopes of slowing the fine dust that will soon seek every opening. The house grows strangely quiet. Outside, the wind whistles softly around the corners of the roof. The first wave arrives. Not with thunder, not with lightning, but with silence. The great wall of dust slowly passes over the farmhouse. Daylight fades with astonishing speed. The familiar landscape beyond the windows simply disappears. The barn, the windmill, the fence, the nearest cottonwood tree, all vanish behind an endless sea of moving earth. Inside the kitchen, a kerosene lamp is lit even though it is still morning. Its gentle flame casts warm circles of light upon the wooden table. Dust continues slipping through the smallest cracks. Tiny brown particles settle upon dishes almost as quickly as they are wiped away. The air carries the faint scent of dry soil. The family speaks quietly, almost in whispers, as though loud voices might somehow disturb the fragile calm inside their little home. Outside, visibility shrinks dramatically. A wagon standing only a few yards from the porch can no longer be seen. Fence posts disappear one after another. The wind carries the earth in endless waves. Each gust seems to bring another cloud, then another. Across neighboring farms, similar scenes quietly unfold. Lanterns are lit inside homes during what should have been broad daylight. Farmers lead livestock into barns by memory more than sight. Children gather close to their parents. Neighbors cannot see one another's houses even when separated by only a short distance. The prairie itself has vanished. Looking back today, many survivors remembered these storms as deeply unsettling, not only because of the dust itself, but because of the extraordinary darkness they created. In some of the largest storms, daylight became so dim that families relied on lamps in the middle of the afternoon, while visibility outdoors could fall to only a few feet. For those living through it, it felt as though the familiar world had quietly disappeared. Yet even inside that darkness, life continued. Bread still baked inside warm ovens. Parents still comforted frightened children. Prayers were still whispered around kitchen tables. Hope remained alive, even when the sun itself could no longer be seen. As the storm continues moving across the endless plains, the farmhouse stands quietly against the wind. Small, fragile, yet filled with extraordinary determination. Beyond its wooden walls, the earth
In the
continues
winter of
flying through the
1932,
sky.
the community of Lower Manhattan
Inside,
came together.
a
At the
family
soup
simply
kitchen,
waits
volunteers
together
served meals,
for the
compassion,
light to
a
return.
testament to the strength of
The
community
storm
and human
continues.
kindness.
Hour after hour, the wind carries the prairie itself through the air. Outside the farmhouse, the world has almost completely disappeared. The familiar landscape no longer exists. Only swirling curtains of brown earth move endlessly beyond the windows. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine sitting quietly beside the warm cast-iron stove inside the farmhouse. Its gentle heat offers comfort against the cold uncertainty waiting outside. The kerosene lamp flickers softly upon the kitchen table. Even though it is the middle of the afternoon, the room feels almost like evening. A mother quietly folds another damp cloth and places it against the bottom of the front door. Already a thin layer of fine dust has settled across the wooden floor. She wipes it away. Moments later, another delicate layer appears. The battle against the dust never truly ends. An older child helps by shaking blankets carefully before placing them over furniture. The youngest watches with quiet curiosity. To a child, the storm feels mysterious, almost impossible to understand. The adults exchange gentle smiles. They answer questions calmly. But also, the children's sense of safety. Outside, the wind sings through every loose board and fence post. Its voice rises and falls like the distant sound of the sea. Occasionally, the farmhouse creaks softly as another powerful gust presses against its walls. The house has weathered many storms before. Blizzards, thunderstorms, heavy spring rains. Yet this storm feels unlike any other, because it is built not from water, but from the very soil that once gave life to the fields. Across the prairie, livestock stand quietly, inside dark barns. Farmers move carefully among them, carrying lanterns. They brush dust from the animals' eyes, refill water buckets, speak softly to calm frightened horses and cattle. Even in the midst of the storm, the routines of care continue. Responsibility does not disappear simply because conditions become difficult. Many families discover that the dust finds its way everywhere. Inside cupboards, between the pages of books, across freshly baked bread cooling upon the kitchen table, inside clocks, pianos, sewing machines. The smallest openings prove impossible to seal completely. The prairie itself seems determined to enter every home. Looking back today, many people who lived through the Dust Bowl later described sweeping away dust several times each day, only to find it returning almost immediately. Some families hung damp sheets over windows or wore cloth masks during the worst storms. These practical measures could help. But no one could fully keep the dust outside. Nature possessed overwhelming patience. Hour after hour, the storm continued its quiet work. Yet within these homes, another force remained equally persistent: human resilience. A father quietly reads aloud from a favorite book, while the children gather close around the stove. The familiar story offers comfort. For a little while, attention shifts away from the storm beyond the walls. A grandmother softly hums an old hymn learned many decades earlier. Its gentle melody fills the room. Outside, the wind continues carrying the earth across the plains. Inside, music, stories, and family continue holding the darkness at bay. As the afternoon slowly drifts toward evening, the storm shows little sign of ending. The sky remains hidden behind endless waves of
In the
dust.
winter of 1932,
The sun
the
has
community of
vanished
Lower Manhattan
completely.
came together.
And
At the soup
still,
kitchen,
within
volunteers
one
served
small
meals,
farmhouse
compassion,
standing
a
alone
testament to the
upon the
strength of
vast
community
prairie,
and human kindness.
hope quietly burns, like the steady flame of a single lamp against an endless night. As the long afternoon slowly fades toward evening, the great dust storm continues its relentless journey across the plains. Outside, time itself seems to lose its meaning. The sky has remained dark for so many hours that it becomes difficult to know whether sunset has arrived, or whether daylight has simply disappeared behind the moving earth. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine opening the farmhouse door, only a few inches. Immediately, the wind presses against it with surprising force. Tiny particles of dust rush eagerly through the narrow opening before the door is gently closed once more. The air outside feels strangely heavy. Every breath carries the scent of dry soil. Visibility extends only a few steps beyond the porch. The familiar windmill is gone. The fence has vanished. Even the nearest tree has disappeared into the brown darkness. The prairie itself has become invisible. Inside the barn, a lantern swings gently from a wooden beam as the wind rattles the old structure. The horses stand quietly together. Their coats carry a thin layer of fine dust despite the shelter overhead. A farmer moves calmly between the stalls, brushing their faces with a soft cloth. He speaks gently to each animal. His voice remains steady. The animals cannot understand his words, but they understand his calm. Sometimes reassurance is carried more by tone than language. Back inside the farmhouse, supper is prepared despite the unusual darkness. The table is set beneath the warm glow of the kerosene lamp. A pot of beans simmers quietly upon the stove. Fresh biscuits rest beneath a clean towel. The meal is simple. The family gives thanks before eating, not because circumstances have become easy, but because they are together. The children ask whether school will reopen tomorrow. Their mother smiles gently. If the storm passes, no one knows how long the wind will continue. Outside, another powerful gust sweeps across the fields. The farmhouse trembles softly. Dust slips once again through tiny cracks around the windows. It settles upon the table almost before supper has finished. One child traces a small circle through the dust with a fingertip, then quietly wipes it away. These small moments become part of daily life. Across hundreds of miles of prairie, similar evenings quietly unfold. Families light lamps long before nightfall. Meals are shared in unusual darkness. Farmers check barns repeatedly despite the difficult conditions. Neighbors cannot visit one another because roads have disappeared beneath drifting soil. The familiar landscape has become unrecognizable. Looking back today, many Dust Bowl survivors later recalled that after particularly severe storms, they could scarcely recognize their own farms. Fence lines vanished, roads disappeared, small hills formed where level fields had once existed. The wind had not only carried the soil away, it had quietly reshaped the land itself. Yet even as nature transformed the prairie, people continued adapting. Families learned to keep emergency lanterns ready. Extra water was stored indoors. Cloths were kept damp near every window. Children learned that when the sky suddenly darkened, everyone worked together.
In the winter of
Preparation became another
1932,
form
the
of
community of Lower
resilience.
Manhattan came together.
As evening
At the soup
deepens,
kitchen,
the great
volunteers
storm
served meals
finally
with compassion,
begins to lose a
testament
little of
to the
its
strength
strength.
of community and
The
human
wind
kindness.
no longer howls with the same steady force. Its voice becomes softer, more distant. The darkness outside remains, but somewhere beyond that endless curtain of dust, the sun has already completed its journey. Night has quietly arrived, and within the little farmhouse, surrounded by earth carried upon the wind, one family continues waiting patiently for morning and for light. The long storm slowly begins to pass. Not suddenly, not dramatically. Hour by hour, the great wall of dust continues drifting eastward across the continent, leaving behind a prairie that feels strangely unfamiliar. Night has now fully settled across the Great Plains. The moon remains hidden behind countless tiny particles still suspended in the atmosphere. Only the warm glow of lanterns inside scattered farmhouses offers gentle points of light across the darkness. Take one final slow, peaceful breath. Imagine stepping quietly onto the farmhouse porch after the wind has finally begun to calm. The air feels unusually still, almost silent. The endless roar that filled the day has faded into a soft whisper moving through distant fence posts. You look toward the fields. Nothing appears as it did before. Fresh drifts of dust lie against barns and windbreaks, much like snow after a winter blizzard. Fence posts that once stood proudly above the ground now seem shorter. Some gates are nearly buried. The familiar wagon path leading toward the neighboring farm has disappeared beneath a blanket of loose earth. The landscape has quietly rewritten itself. The farmer walks slowly across the yard, carrying a lantern. Its warm circle of light reveals only a few feet of ground ahead. He pauses beside the windmill. Dust has gathered upon every blade. The watering trough holds a thin layer of fine brown soil floating gently upon its surface. He removes his hat, looks across the fields in silence. No words seem necessary. Inside the farmhouse, the family prepares for bed. Before sleeping, every shelf is wiped once again, the kitchen table is cleaned, blankets are gently shaken, dust still settles quietly from the air, covering freshly cleaned surfaces almost immediately. The storm has passed, yet its presence remains. Children climb beneath warm quilts, before quietly lowering the lantern flame. The youngest asks a simple question. Will the sun come back tomorrow? She smiles softly. Yes, it always does. Outside, coyotes call faintly, somewhere beyond the darkness. The prairie slowly begins finding its voice again. Though changed, it is still alive. Across hundreds of farms, Similar scenes unfold beneath the quiet night sky. Families emerge cautiously to examine barns, fences, livestock, and fields. Neighbors walk across newly buried roads, searching for familiar landmarks. Some wave to one another from surprising distances after realizing entire hedgerows have disappeared beneath drifting soil. The land has become both familiar and strangely new. Looking back today, historians estimate that during the worst years of the Dust Bowl, hundreds of millions of tons of topsoil were carried away by powerful winds. The environmental damage reshaped agriculture across the Great Plains and inspired lasting changes in soil conservation practices. Yet the story of the Dust Bowl is not only one of
In
loss.
the winter of 1932,
It is also the
community
story
Lower
of
Manhattan
remarkable
came together.
endurance.
At the soup kitchen, volunteers
Families
served
rebuilt
meals with
fences,
passion, a testament to the
replanted
strength of
fields,
community and human
learned
kindness.
new farming methods. Communities shared equipment, seed, and knowledge. Scientists, farmers, and government conservation programs would eventually work together to help restore and protect the land. Recovery came slowly, patiently, one season at a time. As midnight quietly approaches, the first stars begin appearing once again through the thinning veil of dust. The sky slowly remembers its own brightness. The prairie remembers its own silence. And somewhere beneath those returning stars, a farmer kneels quietly, lifting another handful of earth into his weathered hands. He lets it rest there for a long moment, not as something conquered, not as something owned, but as something precious, something deserving of care. For perhaps the greatest lesson carried by the Dust Bowl was not only how fragile the land could become, but how deeply connected every generation remains to the earth beneath its feet. And as the last drifting dust settles gently upon the sleeping prairie, our journey moves onward, toward the years when new ideas, new leaders, and new hope would slowly begin helping America rise once again. Morning arrives quietly, once again. The first light of dawn slowly spreads across the American landscape. Golden sunlight touches endless wheat fields, sleepy towns, quiet rivers, and distant mountain ridges. After years of hardship, the world itself seems to pause for a peaceful moment. Take a slow, gentle breath. Imagine standing outside a modest farmhouse, just as the sun rises above the horizon. The air feels cool. The wind is soft. A meadowlark sings from the top of an old wooden fence post. For the first time in many months, the morning feels slightly lighter. Not because the Great Depression has ended. It has not. Many families still struggle to earn enough money for food. Factories remain closed. Banks have not fully recovered. Countless farms continue battling drought and exhausted soil. But something inside the American spirit has quietly begun to change. Hope. Not loud hope, not dramatic hope. The quiet kind. The kind that appears one sunrise at a time. A farmer steps onto his porch, carrying a warm cup of coffee. He watches sunlight slowly reach the fields that have tested his strength for years. Some crops survived, many did not. Yet today, he chooses to begin again. Across America, millions of ordinary people are making the very same decision: to begin again. A mother carefully prepares breakfast, using whatever ingredients remain in the pantry. Fresh bread, if there is flour. Oatmeal, if there are oats. Milk if the family cow has produced enough. The meal is simple, but it is shared with love. Children gather around the table, rubbing sleepy eyes as warm morning light fills the kitchen. For a few peaceful moments, worries about tomorrow quietly fade behind the comfort of being together. Across small towns and busy cities alike, people rise early to search once more for opportunity. Some carry lunch pails, despite having no guarantee of work. Others walk miles hoping that a factory might need one more pair of hands. Each journey begins with quiet determination, only perseverance. Looking back today, historians often describe this quiet resilience as one of the defining characteristics of Depression-era America. The country's greatest strength was not found in financial markets or towering buildings. It lived inside ordinary families who refused to surrender, despite unimaginable hardship.
The community of Lower
Every
Manhattan
sunrise
came together.
became
At the
another
soup kitchen,
chance to keep
volunteers
moving
served meals,
forward.
compassion,
Another
a testament
chance to
the
believe
strength
that
of community
difficult
and human
seasons,
kindness.
like winter itself, would not last forever. As the morning grows brighter, the quiet rhythm of everyday life begins to return. The streets are still modest. The storefronts are still fewer than they once were. Many signs that once advertised prosperity now hang faded by years of wind, rain, and uncertainty. Yet behind those weathered windows, life continues. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking through a small American town sometime in the mid-1930s. The sidewalks are swept clean. A baker unlocks the front door before sunrise. Warm loaves of bread slowly fill the cool morning air with a comforting aroma. Across the street, a barber carefully sharpens his straight razor while greeting each customer with a familiar smile. Nearby, a tailor patiently repairs worn jackets instead of replacing them. Nothing is wasted. Every possession is valued. Every repair becomes an act of hope. Children begin making their way towards school. Many wear clothes that have been carefully patched several times. Some carry books handed down from older brothers and sisters. Others share pencils with classmates. Yet their conversations sound much like children anywhere. They laugh, they dream, they imagine futures that stretch far beyond the difficult years surrounding them. Inside the classroom, teachers welcome every student with quiet encouragement. Supplies remain scarce. Some schools have only a few textbooks for an entire class. Chalk is carefully conserved. Paper is used on both sides before being discarded. Still, lessons continue, because education represents something greater than facts alone. It represents tomorrow. Across town, the local doctor visits an elderly patient. Payment may come in the form of eggs, fresh vegetables, or perhaps not at all. Helping people remains more important than immediate compensation. The same spirit quietly appears throughout countless communities. Mechanics repair tractors for neighboring farmers. Blacksmiths mend broken tools. Church volunteers prepare large pots of soup. Women gather to sew clothing for families who have almost nothing left. No newspaper announces these small acts. No radio broadcast celebrates them. They become the invisible threads holding entire communities together. Looking back today, historians recognize that local cooperation became one of the nation's greatest strengths during the Great Depression. Long before economic recovery reached every town, neighbors had already begun rebuilding something equally valuable: trust. The understanding that survival was rarely achieved alone. Across America, communities quietly discovered that kindness could travel farther than money. A shared meal could restore dignity. A repaired wagon could save a harvest. A borrowed tool could help feed another family. Hope often arrived in remarkably ordinary forms: a loaf of bread, a warm coat, a helping hand. As the gentle morning sunlight continues spreading across streets, farms, churches, and schoolyards, one truth becomes beautifully clear. Even during the hardest years, compassion never entered a depression. It continued growing quietly, from one neighbor to another. By midday, the warmth of the sun gently settles across the countryside. The shadows shorten. The breeze carries the scent of fresh-cut hay from a nearby pasture. For a little while, the world feels peaceful again. Take another slow, relaxing breath. Imagine walking along a quiet country road where fields stretch toward the distant horizon.
Volunteers served
A
meals,
farmer
compassion,
pauses
a
beside an
testament to
old
the
wooden
strength of
fence,
community and human
wiping the
kindness.
sweat from his brow before returning to work. The soil has not fully recovered. Many harvests remain uncertain. Yet each seed placed into the earth carries a quiet promise. the promise that tomorrow can always be better than yesterday. Across the road, a young boy helps his father repair a weathered fence. Each board is carefully reused. Every nail is straightened and hammered back into place. Nothing is thrown away if it can still serve a purpose. Years of hardship have taught families to value every resource, not because they wish to live with less, but because they have learned how precious even the smallest things can be. Nearby, a mother tends a modest vegetable garden behind her home. Rows of beans, carrots, potatoes, and tomatoes grow beneath the summer sun. Victory gardens and family gardens become quiet symbols of self-reliance. Every successful harvest means one less meal to worry about during the coming winter. Children carry buckets of water from a nearby hand pump. They laugh as they splash one another, forgetting, if only for a few moments, the worries that have occupied so many adult conversations. Their joy reminds everyone that hope often lives most naturally in the hearts of the young. In towns across America, local businesses slowly begin finding small signs of recovery. A hardware store receives a modest shipment of new tools. A general store displays fresh sacks of flour and sugar. A railway station welcomes another freight train carrying goods across the country. These are not dramatic changes. Most people hardly notice them at first. But together, they suggest that movement has begun once again. Looking back today, historians often note that economic recovery during the Great Depression did not arrive all at once. It came gradually, unevenly. Some communities recovered sooner than others. Some families found work while others continued waiting. Recovery was measured not only by national statistics, but by ordinary moments. A father returning home with a day's wages. A child receiving a new pair of shoes after years of wearing repaired ones. A family sitting together around a supper table without wondering where tomorrow's meal might come from. Those victories rarely appeared in headlines. Yet for the people who experienced them, they meant everything. As afternoon sunlight gently bathes the fields in warm shades of gold, the American spirit continues its quiet journey forward. One field replanted, one business reopened, one family encouraged, one hopeful sunrise at a time. Like the slow turning of the seasons, renewal has begun. And although no one can yet see the full road ahead, they continue walking it together, with patience, with courage, and with hearts that refuse to surrender. As the afternoon slowly gives way to evening, a gentle golden light settles across the American landscape. The long shadows stretch over fields, quiet neighborhoods, and slowly recovering towns. The pace of the day begins to soften. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing beside a quiet railroad crossing, somewhere in the heart of America. A passenger train rolls gently past. Its whistle echoes across the open countryside. For generations, trains had carried dreams from one town to another. Now, during the Great Depression, they carry something equally valuable: opportunity. Some passengers are traveling in search of work. Others are returning home after months away. Some simply hope that somewhere beyond the next horizon, life may become a little easier. Every station welcomes stories of courage.
In the winter of
A
1932,
young carpenter
the community
carrying
of
his
Lower Manhattan
toolbox.
came together.
A school
At the soup
teacher
kitchen,
accepting a
volunteers
position in
served
a
meals
neighboring
with compassion,
county.
a
A
testament to the
nurse
strength
traveling
of
to
community
serve a
and
growing
human
community.
kindness.
A family reunited after months apart. The journey itself becomes a quiet symbol of determination. America continues moving, slowly, steadily, 1 mile at a time. Back in the towns, shopkeepers begin closing their doors for the evening. The bakery has sold nearly every loaf baked before dawn. The blacksmith wipes soot from his hands before locking the workshop. The general storekeeper carefully records each day's sales in a worn leather ledger. Business remains modest, but it is business nonetheless. Every customer matters. Every honest day's work carries quiet dignity. Nearby, children gather in an open field to play baseball before sunset. Their equipment is simple: A well-used glove, a wooden bat repaired more than once, a ball stitched together with great care. Yet their laughter fills the warm evening air. For a little while, the burdens carried by their parents fade into the background. Hope often sounds like children laughing beneath an open sky. Across countless homes, supper is prepared. The smell of fresh bread, vegetable stew, roasted potatoes or beans drifts through open windows. Families gather around wooden tables, polished smooth by years of daily use. Conversations are gentle. Someone shares a story from work. Another speaks about the garden beginning to flourish. A child proudly reads a lesson learned at school. These ordinary evenings become extraordinary because they continue despite everything the nation has endured. Looking back today, historians often remind us that the Great Depression was measured not only in lost jobs and closed banks. It was also measured in perseverance, in millions of ordinary decisions to keep going, to wake before sunrise, to care for family, to help neighbors, to repair instead of replace, to save rather than waste, to believe that tomorrow deserved another chance. These choices rarely appeared in economic reports, yet they became the quiet heartbeat of the nation. As the golden sun slowly approaches the western horizon, church bells ring softly across nearby towns. Ers return home from the fields. Factory whistles announce the end of another day's work for those fortunate enough to have found employment. The roads become peaceful once again. A gentle breeze moves through rows of corn and tall prairie grasses. The hardships of the past have not vanished, but neither has hope. It grows quietly, like a young tree taking root after a difficult storm. Its branches are still small, its future uncertain. Yet every passing season makes it stronger. And beneath the calm colors of the evening sky, America continues healing. One family, one community, one hopeful day at a time. Night settles gently across America. The last traces of golden sunlight disappear beyond the western horizon, leaving behind a sky filled with quiet stars. The long day has come to an end. Across the countryside, lanterns glow softly inside farmhouses. In cities, lights begin appearing one by one along quiet streets. The sounds of work slowly fade into silence. Take one final slow, peaceful breath. Imagine looking down upon the nation from high above. The vast plains stretch beneath the moonlight. Rivers shimmer like silver ribbons, winding through forests and valleys. Small towns rest peacefully beneath church steeples. Farmhouses stand quietly among fields that have endured drought, wind, and years of uncertainty.
In the winter of 1932,
America
the community
is
of Lower
sleeping,
Manhattan came
but
together.
beneath that
At the
peaceful
soup kitchen,
silence,
volunteers served
millions
meals
of
with passion,
dreams
a
remain
testament to the
awake.
strength of community
A
and
father
human kindness.
quietly checks the lock on the front door before extinguishing the lantern. A mother gently tucks another blanket around her sleeping child. An elderly couple sits together on the porch for a few moments, listening to the soft chorus of crickets beneath the summer sky. No one speaks. The silence itself feels comforting. Across the country, tomorrow's plans quietly take shape. Seeds have been saved for another planting season. Tools have been repaired. Children have completed another day of school. Neighbors have promised to help one another with next week's harvest. Life continues moving forward, not with great leaps, but with patient, determined steps. Looking back today, historians understand that the Great Depression was not overcome by a single event, one speech, or one law alone. Recovery unfolded gradually over many years. It was shaped by countless decisions made by ordinary people, strengthened by local communities, supported by public programs, and guided by new approaches to rebuilding the economy. The road was long. At times it was uncertain, yet it led forward. Many of the lessons learned during those difficult years would influence agriculture, banking, labor protections, conservation, and social programs for generations to come. The hardships left lasting scars, but they also inspired lasting reforms. Perhaps the greatest legacy of the Great Depression was not found only in economic recovery. It was found in resilience, in the quiet determination of families who refused to surrender, in neighbors who shared what little they had, in teachers who continued teaching, in doctors who continued healing, in farmers who planted once more after every failed harvest, in children who grew into adults carrying unforgettable memories of sacrifice, gratitude, and perseverance. Those memories would shape an entire generation, and even decades later, many would still remember simple habits born during those years: saving leftovers, repairing worn clothing, avoiding waste, and appreciating every opportunity. The Depression eventually came to an end, but its lessons remained. As we leave these quiet years behind, another chapter in American history slowly approaches. New public works rise across the landscape. Conservation projects begin restoring damaged land. Bridges, roads, schools, and parks appear where empty fields once stood. A nation that had endured its darkest economic chapter now begins looking toward renewal. The journey ahead will bring fresh challenges and new triumphs. But tonight, beneath this peaceful canopy of stars, America rests. The winds of the Dust Bowl have grown quiet. The breadlines have slowly begun to shorten. The first signs of recovery have appeared on the horizon. And through every hardship, through every storm, through every uncertain sunrise, one truth has quietly endured. The strength of a nation is never measured only by its wealth. It is measured by the courage of ordinary people who continue to hope, continue to help, and continue to rise together. Good night, and as the stars drift silently above the sleeping land, our story gently turns toward a new dawn, where recovery, renewal, and the promise of tomorrow await. The spring of 1933 arrived with quiet uncertainty. Across the United States, the hardships of the Great Depression still touched nearly every family. Banks had closed, businesses had failed. Millions of Americans continued searching for work.
Manhattan came together.
The land
At the soup
itself had
kitchen,
suffered through
volunteers
years
served
of
meals with
drought and
compassion,
dust.
a testament to the
Yet
strength of
beneath the
community
weight
and
of these
human kindness.
difficult years, something was beginning to change. Not all at once, not overnight, like the first light of dawn after a long winter night. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing on the broad lawn outside the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C. The morning air is cool. A gentle breeze stirs the American flags. Crowds gather quietly beneath a pale spring sky. Some have traveled for days by train. Others stand silently, with hope written across tired faces. They have come to witness the inauguration of a new president. On March 4, 1933, Franklin Delano Roosevelt placed his hand upon the Bible and took the presidential oath of office. The nation listened carefully. Many people had lost confidence in banks. Others feared unemployment would never end. Some questioned whether the country's democratic institutions could survive such enormous hardship. Roosevelt understood those fears. His inaugural address did not promise instant prosperity. Instead, it offered something many Americans desperately needed: confidence. One sentence from that speech would echo through history. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. For millions listening by radio, those words carried remarkable power. Families gathered around wooden radio cabinets in living rooms, kitchens, and general stores. The voice traveling through the speaker sounded calm, measured, steady. It reminded listeners that leadership during difficult times was not only about economic policy, it was also about restoring faith. Looking back today, historians often describe Roosevelt's first weeks in office as one of the most active beginnings of any American presidency. Rather than waiting months to act, His administration immediately began preparing a wide range of emergency measures designed to stabilize banks, create employment, and rebuild public confidence. These early months would later become known as the beginning of the New Deal. The phrase suggested more than legislation. It represented a new partnership between government and the American people during a time of extraordinary crisis. Across the country, ordinary citizens followed each announcement with careful attention. Farmers discussed the news at grain elevators. Factory workers read newspaper headlines during lunch breaks. Shopkeepers listened to evening radio broadcasts before closing their stores. Teachers explained current events inside classrooms. Every new development sparked quiet conversations. Could recovery finally be beginning? No one knew the answer. But for the first time in many years, many believed that someone was actively trying to lead the nation forward. That belief alone brought comfort. As the gentle spring sunlight warms the marble buildings of Washington, the wheels of government begin turning once again. Inside offices filled with stacks of papers, maps, and reports, advisors work late into the evening. Economists study failing banks. Agricultural experts examine exhausted farmland. Engineers discuss roads, bridges, dams, and public works that might one day provide employment while improving the nation's future. Outside, life continues quietly. Streetcars glide along city avenues. Mail carriers deliver letters. Children walk home from school beneath budding trees. The nation has not yet recovered, far from it. But after years of uncertainty, a new chapter has quietly begun. One built not upon sudden miracles, but upon careful planning, steady leadership, and the enduring belief that even the deepest
In the winter
winter
of 1932,
is eventually
the community
followed
of Lower
by
Manhattan
spring.
came together. At the soup
In
kitchen,
the days that
volunteers
followed the
served meals of
inauguration,
compassion,
the
a
pace of
testament to the
change
strength of
became
community
remarkably
and human
swift.
kindness.
Yet across America, life remained quiet. Farmers still rose before sunrise. Factory whistles still echoed through industrial towns. Children still hurried to school, carrying well-worn books beneath their arms. The nation's daily rhythm continued, even as history quietly unfolded. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking through a small American town during the second week of March, 1933. The morning streets are unusually calm. Shopkeepers sweep their sidewalks. The scent of fresh bread drifts from the local bakery. Horse-drawn wagons still share the road with automobiles. Nothing appears dramatically different. But conversations are changing. Every barber shop, every church gathering, and every train station waiting room echoes with the same topic: the banks. Only days after taking office, President Roosevelt declared what became known as the bank holiday, a temporary nationwide closure of most banks. To many Americans, the announcement sounded alarming at first. Why close the banks? Wouldn't that make matters worse? In reality, the temporary closure was intended to stop the growing panic. For years, frightened depositors had rushed to withdraw their savings all at once. Even healthy banks struggled to survive such overwhelming withdrawals. The financial system needed time to breathe, time to be examined, time to regain public confidence. During those days, government officials and financial experts worked around the clock. Each bank was carefully reviewed. Those considered financially sound would be allowed to reopen. Others would remain closed until their conditions improved or new arrangements could be made. For ordinary Americans, waiting was difficult. Families depended on savings to buy food, pay rent, and operate small businesses. Yet something unexpected happened. Instead of increasing panic, many people remained surprisingly patient. They listened carefully to official announcements. They waited together. The calm tone of the new administration encouraged confidence rather than fear. Looking back today, economists widely recognize the bank holiday as one of the defining early actions of Roosevelt's presidency. Combined with the Emergency Banking Act passed by Congress shortly afterward, the temporary closure helped stabilize the nation's financial system and restore confidence among many depositors. Gradually, Banks began reopening. One by one, customers entered cautiously. Some carried passbooks worn from years of use. Others simply wished to confirm that their savings still remained secure. In many communities, something remarkable occurred. People began depositing it again. Confidence, once broken, was beginning to return. It was a quiet transformation. No celebrations filled the streets. No fireworks marked the occasion. Only ordinary citizens, choosing one after another to believe that recovery was possible. Elsewhere in Washington, another important change quietly took shape. President Roosevelt began speaking directly to the American people through radio broadcasts that would later become famous as the fireside chats. His voice sounded calm and conversational, as though he were sitting beside the listener in the warmth of their own living room. Complex economic issues were explained in simple, reassuring language. Families gathered around wooden radios after supper. Parents listened while children played quietly nearby. For many Americans, these broadcasts created a rare feeling during uncertain times. They felt informed. They felt included. Most importantly, they felt heard. Outside, spring continued unfolding across the
In
country.
the winter of 1932,
Snow
the
slowly
community of Lower
melted
Manhattan
from northern
came together.
fields.
At the soup
Apple
kitchen,
trees
volunteers
prepared to
served
blossom.
meals of compassion,
Rivers
a
flowed
testament
with
to the
fresh
strength of
mountain
community
water.
and human kindness.
Nature offered its own quiet reminder that after every long season of hardship, renewal arrives patiently, one day at a time. As spring slowly deepened across the country, the sense of cautious optimism continued to grow. Recovery was still far away. Millions of Americans remained unemployed. Countless farms continued struggling against drought and poor harvests. Factories that had once roared with activity remained unusually quiet. Yet beneath the surface, new ideas were beginning to reshape the nation's future. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking through the halls of a government office in Washington during the spring of 1933. Stacks of papers cover long wooden tables. Large maps hang from the walls. Engineers study rivers and mountains. Economists examine reports from banks across the country. Agricultural experts discuss ways to help exhausted farmland recover. The atmosphere is busy, but not frantic. There is a quiet determination shared by everyone in the room. Their goal is simple: to help America stand once again. Among the earliest programs introduced was the Civilian Conservation Corps, often known simply as the CCC. The idea was both practical and hopeful. Young unemployed men would be offered work restoring forests, planting trees, building hiking trails, preventing soil erosion, and improving America's parks. Instead of remaining without opportunity, they could earn wages while protecting the nation's natural resources. Across rural America, thousands of young men packed small suitcases and boarded trains bound for newly established CCC camps. Many had never traveled far from home. Some left behind worried parents. Others carried only a few personal belongings and a quiet hope that this new beginning might change their lives. The camps themselves were simple: wooden barracks, mess halls, workshops, rows of neatly arranged bunk beds. Life followed a steady rhythm. A sound of bugles greeted each new morning. Breakfast was shared together. Teams then traveled into forests, mountains, and open plains where the day's work quietly awaited. They planted millions of young trees, built footbridges across clear streams, constructed fire towers upon distant hills, created picnic areas and walking paths that visitors still enjoy many decades later. Looking back today, historians often describe the Civilian Conservation Corps as one of the most successful programs of the New Deal. Between 1933 and 1942, approximately 3 million young men served in the CCC, contributing to conservation projects across nearly every state while sending much of their earnings home to support their families. For many households, those monthly paychecks made an enormous difference. A mother could buy groceries without borrowing from neighbors. A younger brother could remain in school. a family farm might survive another difficult season. The work accomplished by the CCC extended far beyond employment. It helped restore forests damaged by years of overuse. It reduced soil erosion that had contributed to the Dust Bowl. It strengthened national parks and public lands for future generations. The projects quietly connected economic recovery with environmental stewardship. As afternoon sunlight filters gently through towering pine forests, a group of young workers pauses for a brief rest. One man wipes sweat from his brow. Another fills his canteen from a cool mountain spring. Someone begins humming a familiar tune from home. Soon, others quietly join in. The song drifts peacefully among the trees. In that simple moment, far from
In the
crowded
winter of
cities
1932,
and troubled
the community
financial
of Lower
markets,
Manhattan came together.
hope
At the soup
feels
kitchen,
wonderfully
volunteers served
tangible.
meals, compassion,
Not
a
because
testament to the
every
strength of
problem has been
community and
solved,
human kindness.
but because meaningful work has returned. Because hands once left idle are now building something lasting. And because one tree, one trail, one bridge at a time, America is beginning to heal. As the months passed, the quiet momentum of recovery continued to spread across the nation. Not every community felt the changes at the same pace. Some towns welcomed new opportunities almost immediately. Others continued waiting patiently, hoping their turn would soon arrive. Recovery, much like the changing seasons, unfolded gradually. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing beside a wide American river early one summer morning. Mist rises gently from the calm water. The first rays of sunlight reflect across its quiet surface. Nearby, a group of surveyors carefully studies maps while engineers examine the riverbanks. Wooden stakes mark future construction sites. Heavy equipment has not yet arrived, but plans are taking shape. Across the country, the New Deal introduced ambitious public works projects designed to provide employment while building lasting infrastructure. Roads, bridges, schools, post offices, parks, dams. These projects were intended not only to create jobs in the present, but to strengthen the nation for generations yet to come. One of the most remarkable efforts unfolded in the Tennessee River Valley. For many years, communities throughout the region had struggled with seasonal flooding, poor soil, and limited access to electricity. The Tennessee Valley Authority, commonly known as the TVA, sought to address these challenges through a coordinated system of dams, hydroelectric power stations, flood control, and land conservation. Construction workers arrived from towns across the South. Some had spent years searching for steady employment. Now they found meaningful work shaping concrete, operating machinery, surveying hillsides, and pouring foundations beside the flowing river. Each sunrise brought another day of honest labor. The work was demanding, yet it carried purpose. As dams slowly rose from the landscape, rivers that had once flooded unpredictably became more carefully managed. Hydroelectric turbines transformed the movement of water into electricity for countless rural communities. Electric lights illuminated homes for the very first time. Families who had relied on kerosene lamps for generations suddenly experienced a new kind of evening. Children could read after sunset beneath bright electric bulbs. Farmers powered new equipment. Small businesses extended their working hours. The quiet glow of electricity became a symbol of modern possibility. Looking back today, historians widely recognize the TVA as one of the most influential regional development programs in American history. Beyond generating electricity, it improved flood control, encouraged soil conservation, expanded navigation along the Tennessee River, and supported economic growth throughout the region. Its impact would continue for decades. Elsewhere across the nation, similar scenes quietly unfolded. Bricklayers carefully built new schools. Carpenters repaired aging courthouses. Stonemasons restored public buildings. Road crews paved highways connecting distant communities. Every completed project represented more than bricks and concrete. It represented wages earned, meals placed upon family tables, confidence slowly returning. Imagine walking through a newly opened public park on a peaceful summer afternoon. Young trees line freshly built paths. Children laugh beside a small playground. An elderly couple rests
In the
quietly
winter
on
of
a wooden bench
1932, the
beneath
community of Lower
broad oak
Manhattan came
branches.
together. At the soup
Few
kitchen,
visitors stop
volunteers
to
served
consider
meals
who
with
built
compassion,
these peaceful
a testament to
places.
the strength of community
Yet
and
hidden
human
within
kindness.
every pathway, every bridge, every carefully planted tree, is the quiet labor of thousands of Americans who refuse to give up during the nation's darkest years. As the afternoon sun slowly drifts westward, its warm light reflects from rivers, new bridges, and freshly laid roads. Together, they form something greater than infrastructure. They become visible reminders that patient work, shared purpose, and steady hope can slowly rebuild an entire nation. As summer slowly begins to yield to autumn, a gentle sense of renewal can be felt across many parts of the nation. The road ahead remains long. Millions are still searching for stable employment. Many families continue to count every penny before making even the smallest purchase. Recovery has not erased hardship, but it has begun to replace despair with possibility. Take one final slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing upon a quiet hill overlooking a small American town as evening approaches. Below, children walk home from school beneath rows of elm trees. The post office closes its doors for the day. A freight train moves slowly across the valley, carrying timber, grain, and manufactured goods toward distant cities. The sound of its whistle drifts softly across the landscape. It is a familiar sound, one that quietly reminds people that commerce, like hope, is beginning to move once again. Across nearby farms, families gather for supper. The day's work has come to an end. Boots are left beside the porch. Hands are washed at the kitchen sink. Simple meals are shared beneath warm electric lights in some homes, while others still rely upon the comforting glow of kerosene lamps. America remains a nation in transition. Old ways and new possibilities exist side by side. Inside town halls, teachers, ministers, business owners, and local leaders gather for evening meetings. They discuss roads that still need repair, schools that require additional classrooms, parks that could welcome families for generations to come. The conversations are practical, measured, hopeful. Recovery is no longer only the responsibility of distant officials in Washington. It has become a shared effort carried forward by communities themselves. Looking back today, historians often describe the first year of the New Deal as a period of restored confidence rather than complete economic recovery. Many of its programs were emergency responses designed to stabilize a nation in crisis. Others would evolve over time, while additional initiatives followed in later years. Debates about their effectiveness have continued among historians and economists. Yet there is broad agreement on one important point. The New Deal helped restore public confidence during one of the most uncertain periods in American history. For millions of ordinary citizens, that confidence mattered deeply. When people believed banks were safe, they deposited savings. When workers believed jobs might return, they kept searching. When farmers believed another harvest was worth planting, they sowed new seeds despite past disappointments. Confidence itself became a quiet force of recovery. As twilight settles across the landscape, church bells ring softly in the distance. A cool autumn breeze stirs golden leaves along quiet streets. Smoke rises gently from chimneys as evening meals come to an end. Children finish their homework beneath warm lamplight. Parents quietly plan for tomorrow. Life, though still challenging, has regained a sense of rhythm. The darkest years have not been forgotten, nor should they be. They have left lessons written into the hearts of an entire
In the winter of
generation.
1932,
Lessons
the community
about
of Lower
thrift,
Manhattan came
patience,
together. At the soup
community,
kitchen, volunteers served meals with
responsibility,
compassion, a
and
testament to the
above
strength
all,
of community and
the
human kindness.
extraordinary strength found in ordinary people working together. The New Deal did not bring an instant ending to the Great Depression. Instead, It marked the beginning of a long journey toward recovery. A journey that would continue through changing seasons, through new challenges, and eventually toward another defining chapter in American history. As night gently embraces the quiet towns, rivers, forests, and plains, the stars begin appearing overhead once again. They shine with the same calm light that has guided countless generations before. And beneath that peaceful sky, America takes another careful step forward. Not with haste, not with certainty, but with courage, with determination, and with the quiet belief that tomorrow can always be built, one hopeful day at a time. A new morning slowly awakens across America. Soft mist rises from quiet rivers. Morning sunlight glows gently upon rolling hills. The first birds begin their familiar songs as another peaceful day quietly unfolds. Take a slow, comfortable breath. Imagine standing beside a country road just before sunrise. For many years, this narrow road has connected nearby farms with the nearest town. Its surface is uneven. Rain has carved deep ruts into the earth. Wooden wagons and early automobiles move carefully across its rough path. Yet today, something new is happening. Surveyors arrive carrying measuring chains and rolled maps. Engineers quietly study the landscape. Workers unload shovels, wheelbarrows, and wooden stakes from waiting trucks. There is no great ceremony, no loud announcement. Only the quiet beginning of another project designed to help a nation rebuild itself. Across the United States, thousands of public works projects gradually transformed communities during the New Deal. Roads that had long been neglected were widened and strengthened. Old wooden bridges gave way to stronger structures built from concrete and steel. Schools were repaired, libraries expanded, public buildings restored. Each project offered something deeply valuable: employment. For families who had endured years without steady income, every new construction site represented more than wages. It represented dignity. A carpenter carefully measures a beam before making a precise cut. Nearby, a mason lays bricks one at a time, checking each level with patient attention. Road crews smooth fresh gravel beneath the warm morning sun. The work is not hurried. It is careful, deliberate, built with the hope that these roads and bridges will serve generations yet to come. Looking back today, historians note that agencies such as the Public Works Administration and later the Works Progress Administration helped finance and support thousands of infrastructure projects across the country. From highways and courthouses to schools, hospitals, airports, and community centers, these investments reshaped much of America's public landscape while providing employment to millions during difficult economic times. In one small town, children pause on their walk to school to watch workers raising the frame of a new bridge. The old crossing had often flooded after heavy rains. Now, the new bridge promises safer travel for school buses, farmers, shopkeepers, and families alike. An elderly man quietly removes his hat as he watches the progress. He remembers when the original bridge was built decades earlier. Now, he witnesses another generation, laying the foundation for the future.
In the winter
As the
of
sun
1932,
climbs higher
community
into
of
the
Lower
clear
Manhattan
blue
came
sky,
together. At
the
soup
gentle
kitchen,
sounds of
volunteers
hammers,
served meals
saws,
compassion,
and
a
distant
testament to the
machinery
strength of community
blend
and human
with bird
kindness.
song carried upon the breeze. Together, they create an unexpected harmony, the quiet music of a nation building once again. The afternoon slowly begins its gentle journey toward evening. The bright light of midday softens into rich shades of amber and gold. Across the construction site, long shadows stretch quietly over stacks of timber, stone, and newly poured concrete. The day's work is far from finished, yet there is no feeling of exhaustion, only quiet satisfaction. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking across the bridge for the very first time. It is not yet officially open. The wooden forms have mostly been removed. Fresh railings stand proudly along each side. The surface still carries the faint scent of newly cured concrete, warmed beneath the summer sun. Each careful step echoes softly above the slow-moving river below. From the center of the bridge, the view is peaceful. The river winds gracefully through fields of corn and wheat. A distant church steeple rises above the trees. Smoke curls gently from farmhouse chimneys, where evening meals are beginning to simmer. It is an ordinary American landscape, yet this new bridge quietly transforms it. A journey that once required a long detour will soon take only minutes. Doctors will reach patients more quickly. Farmers will carry milk, grain, and vegetables to market before sunrise. School buses will travel safely through every season. Small improvements quietly change countless lives. Across the nation, similar transformations continue. Road crews smooth highways that connect neighboring counties. Stoneworkers restore aging courthouses that remain the heart of local communities. Electricians wire newly constructed schools, where children will soon fill bright classrooms with laughter and learning. Brick by brick, mile by mile, America is preparing for generations yet to come. Looking back today, historians often emphasize that many New Deal construction projects were intentionally designed to serve both immediate and long-term needs. They created employment during the Great Depression, while also leaving behind lasting public infrastructure that continued benefiting communities long after the economic crisis had passed. As evening approaches, the foreman quietly gathers the crew. Together they inspect the day's progress. Measurements are checked one final time. Every joint is examined, every support carefully reviewed. Quality matters, not because someone is watching, but because the work itself deserves care. Nearby, a photographer adjusts the large tripod of a box camera. He captures a single image of the crew standing proudly beside the nearly completed bridge. Most of the workers smile only slightly. Some remove their hats, others simply fold their hands. None imagine that decades later, their photograph may become part of local history. Future generations might one day look at those faces and wonder about the people who helped rebuild America during one of its most difficult chapters. As the golden light continues fading across the valley, birds return quietly to their nests. The river reflects the colors of the evening sky like polished glass. One by one, the workers gather their tools. Hammers are placed carefully into wooden boxes. Shovels are cleaned before being stored. Wheelbarrows are rolled beneath protective sheds. The workday comes to a peaceful close. Tomorrow, the bridge will stand a little taller.
In the winter of
The
1932,
road will extend
the
a little
community of Lower
farther,
Manhattan came
and
together.
hope
At the
itself will
soup kitchen,
quietly
volunteers
continue
served meals of
crossing the
compassion,
river,
a testament to the
one
strength of
careful
community
step
and human
at a
kindness.
time. At a time. Evening settles gently across the valley. The final rays of sunlight slip beyond the distant hills, leaving behind a sky painted in soft shades of lavender, amber, and deep blue. The day's work has come to an end. One by one, the workers begin their quiet journeys home. Take one last slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing once more upon the bridge. The river below flows as calmly as it did long before the first surveyor ever placed a measuring stake into the ground. Nature has witnessed generations come and go. It has watched settlements become towns, towns become cities, and now it quietly observes another chapter in America's long story. The bridge is complete. Its strong foundations rest unseen beneath the flowing water. Above them rises a graceful structure of steel, concrete, and careful craftsmanship. Tomorrow it will welcome its first travelers. A farmer carrying fresh milk to town before sunrise. A school bus filled with children whose laughter echoes through open windows. A doctor answering an urgent call in the middle of the night. A newly married couple beginning their life together. A soldier returning home to his family. Thousands of ordinary journeys will pass across this bridge in the years ahead. Most travelers will never stop to think about the hands that built it. Yet every careful measurement, every stone, every rivet, and every beam quietly carries the story of those difficult years when Americans chose to build rather than surrender. Looking back today, historians often describe the public works of the New Deal as investments not only in infrastructure, but also in national confidence. Bridges connected communities. Roads opened opportunities. Schools expanded education. Hospitals improved public health. Parks offered places of rest and recreation. These projects became enduring reminders that recovery could be built patiently, one achievement at a time. As darkness gently spreads across the countryside, lanterns begin glowing in distant farmhouses. Automobile headlights trace quiet ribbons of light along newly improved roads. The bridge, now standing silently beneath the stars, becomes part of everyday life almost immediately. Its greatest success is that in time, it no longer feels remarkable. It simply works, quietly, faithfully, day after day, year after year. There is a certain beauty in that kind of achievement. Not every accomplishment needs applause. Some of history's greatest contributions are the ones that become so dependable they are almost forgotten. Across America, thousands of similar projects quietly take their place within the landscape. Each one tells the same gentle story. A story of skilled hands, shared effort, patient planning, and ordinary citizens working together through extraordinary times. Far above, the first stars shimmer across the peaceful summer sky. A cool evening breeze carries the scent of fresh-cut grass and nearby pine trees. The river reflects the moonlight like polished silver. Everything feels still, balanced, at peace. As this quiet day comes to its close, another truth slowly emerges. Recovery is not built in a single moment. It is built through countless ordinary days like this one, through honest work completed with care, through neighbors helping neighbors, through communities investing in one another, through hope expressed not only in words, but in actions. And while this bridge now stands as a
In the
symbol of
winter of
that quiet
1932, the
determination,
community of Lower Manhattan
the story
came
of
together.
America's
At the soup
recovery
kitchen,
is
volunteers
still
served meals,
unfolding.
compassion, a
Beyond
testament to the
these
strength of
peaceful
community
valleys,
and human
another
kindness.
chapter is waiting. A chapter that will explore how artists, musicians, writers, photographers, and storytellers helped lift the nation's spirit during its darkest years. For even when money was scarce, the human imagination remained wonderfully rich. And beneath the calm glow of a starlit sky, our journey gently continues toward the enduring power of creativity, hope, and the American spirit. As another peaceful morning arrives across America, something beautiful awakens alongside the rising sun. It cannot be measured in dollars. It does not appear in bank reports or employment statistics, yet it quietly touches millions of lives. Hope. Take a slow, gentle breath. Imagine walking through a quiet neighborhood just after sunrise. The streets are still damp from an overnight rain. Morning light glistens on brick sidewalks. Fresh air carries the scent of blooming flowers from carefully tended front gardens. Some families are already beginning another day's work. Others quietly prepare breakfast. Life continues with its familiar rhythm. A piano begins to play. The melody drifts gently through an open window. Soft, simple, comforting. A young girl pauses on her walk to school to listen for a moment. An elderly man sitting on his front porch smiles quietly without saying a word. Music asks for nothing, yet it offers something priceless. During the Great Depression, countless Americans discovered that songs could provide comfort when circumstances could not. Families gathered around upright pianos in living rooms. Neighbors sang together at church socials. Children learned familiar folk songs in school classrooms. On warm summer evenings, harmonicas, fiddles, banjos, and guitars filled front porches with gentle melodies that carried through entire neighborhoods. These performances were rarely grand. There were no glittering concert halls, no expensive tickets, only ordinary people sharing music with one another. Looking back today, historians recognize that music became an important source of emotional resilience during the Depression. Popular songs, folk traditions, gospel hymns, jazz, blues, and country music all offered different forms of comfort, expression, and connection for communities facing difficult times. As the morning continues, imagine stepping inside a modest family home. Sunlight streams through lace curtains. A mother hums softly while preparing bread dough in the kitchen. Nearby, her son carefully practices scales on an old piano whose polished wood bears the marks of many years. Several keys are slightly worn. One key sticks now and then. Yet beautiful music still fills the room. The family's youngest daughter sits quietly on the floor beside the window, drawing pictures with colored pencils worn almost to their ends. She sketches birds perched upon a fence, rolling hills beyond the town, a bright sunrise spreading across the sky. Children have always possessed a remarkable gift. Even during difficult times, they continue imagining brighter tomorrows. Outside, the neighborhood slowly comes alive. A newspaper boy pedals his bicycle down the street. Shopkeepers unlock wooden doors. Laundry begins swaying gently upon clotheslines stretched between backyard posts. The melody from the piano drifts farther into the morning air. It reaches neighbors beginning their own day. For just a few peaceful moments, everyone who hears it pauses,
In the winter of
smiles,
1932,
and
the community of
remembers
Lower
that
Manhattan
beauty
came
can
together.
survive
At the
even
soup
the
kitchen,
hardest
volunteers
seasons.
served meals, compassion,
Perhaps that is
a
one of
testament to the
humanity's
strength of
greatest
community
strengths.
and human kindness.
When circumstances become uncertain, people create. They sing, they paint, they tell stories, they write poems, they gather together. Not because these things remove hardship, but because they remind us why hope is always worth protecting. And as another gentle melody rises with the morning breeze, America quietly discovers that sometimes the strongest bridge between hardship and healing is a simple song, shared together. As the morning slowly matures into midday, the quiet creativity found in homes and neighborhoods begins spreading into towns and cities across the nation. The Great Depression has changed many things. Budgets have become smaller. Luxuries have become rare. Yet imagination continues to flourish. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine strolling through the center of a small American town on a bright spring afternoon. The sidewalks are alive with gentle activity. Children laugh as they chase one another across the town square. A street musician sits beneath a broad maple tree, carefully tuning an old acoustic guitar, polished smooth by years of faithful use. His case rests open beside him, not as a demand for money, simply as an invitation. He begins to play. The melody is warm, familiar. Within moments, several passers-by pause to listen. A shopkeeper steps outside his doorway. A postal worker slows his pace. An elderly woman carrying a basket of groceries smiles softly before continuing home. For a few peaceful minutes, everyone shares the same quiet moment. Music has a remarkable way of bringing strangers together. Across America, similar scenes quietly unfold. Church choirs rehearse for Sunday services. School bands practice in modest auditoriums. Families gather around radios each evening to hear orchestras, comedy programs, dramatic serials, and live musical performances. The radio becomes more than entertainment. It becomes a companion, a comforting voice in homes where uncertainty has lingered for years. Looking back today, historians often describe radio as one of the defining cultural forces of the 1930s. Affordable receivers brought news, education, music, sports, and storytelling into millions of households, helping Americans feel connected even when they lived hundreds of miles apart. Meanwhile, artists continue finding beauty in everyday life. A painter quietly sets up an easel beside a country road. Rather than grand palaces or famous landmarks, she chooses to paint a weathered red barn standing proudly beneath an enormous blue sky. Nearby, golden wheat ripples gently in the breeze. Simple subjects, ordinary places, yet filled with extraordinary dignity. Across another town, a photographer carefully adjusts the lens of a large camera. His attention turns not toward wealthy businessmen or famous politicians, but toward something quieter, but toward ordinary workers. A farmer repairing a fence, children walking hand in hand to school, a seamstress sewing beside a sunny window, a construction crew raising steel beams above a river. These images quietly preserve the everyday courage of an entire generation. Many of the photographs created during the Depression would later become some of the most enduring visual records of American history, allowing future generations to see the faces, landscapes, and communities that lived through those difficult years.
In the winter of
As
1932,
afternoon
the
sunlight
community of
pours
Lower
gently
Manhattan
through
came
gallery
together.
windows,
At the soup kitchen,
libraries,
volunteers served
schools,
meals, compassion,
and community
a
centers
testament to the
become
strength of
gathering
community
places
and human
where people
kindness.
exchange ideas, books, and stories. Knowledge remains free to anyone willing to seek it. A child borrows a favorite adventure novel. A young teacher recommends a collection of poems. An elderly veteran quietly rereads a familiar history book that has accompanied him for decades. Books ask for very little, only time and imagination. Together they offer journeys far beyond the hardships of everyday life. As another peaceful afternoon unfolds across the nation, the quiet language of creativity continues speaking. Not through wealth, not through power, but through melodies, paintings, photographs, books, and stories that gently remind every listener, every reader, and every dreamer that even in the darkest chapters of history, the human spirit never forgets how to create light. As the afternoon quietly drifts toward evening, another form of storytelling begins to gather people together. It requires no stage, no grand theater, no expensive admission, only imagination and a willingness to listen. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine entering a small public library in a peaceful American town during the late 1930s. The heavy wooden door closes softly behind you. Immediately, the outside world becomes wonderfully quiet. Rows of books stretch from floor to ceiling. Sunlight filters through tall windows, painting warm rectangles across polished wooden floors. The gentle scent of paper, polished oak, and leather bindings fills the still air. A librarian smiles warmly as she carefully places returned books back onto the shelves. Several children sit together around a small reading table. One follows every word with careful concentration. Another quietly turns each page with wide-eyed curiosity. Nearby, an elderly man studies a worn atlas, tracing distant rivers and mountain ranges with a weathered finger. Everyone travels somewhere beyond the worries of everyday life. Books become quiet companions during difficult times. They ask nothing in return, yet they offer endless adventures. Across the country, libraries become places of comfort as well as learning. Readers borrow novels, biographies, history books, poetry collections, gardening guides, and practical manuals. Some seek knowledge, others seek inspiration. Many simply seek a peaceful hour. Looking back today, historians often note that public libraries experienced remarkable use during the Great Depression. For many families, borrowing books provided affordable education and entertainment at a time when financial resources were extremely limited. Beyond the library walls, storytellers continue sharing history in other ways. Traveling theater groups perform in school auditoriums. Community halls host amateur plays. Churches organize holiday pageants. Families gather after supper to tell stories passed down from parents and grandparents. Some tales are humorous, others are adventurous, many are deeply comforting. Each story reminds listeners that previous generations also faced hardships and found the strength to endure them. Not far away, a young writer sits beside an upstairs window, overlooking the quiet street below. A simple typewriter rests upon a wooden desk. Outside, bicycles roll gently past. Children play beneath maple trees. The writer pauses for a moment before typing another sentence. Perhaps no publisher will ever print the story.
In the winter
Perhaps
of
only
1932,
family
the community
members
of Lower
will
Manhattan
ever read
came
it.
together. At the
Yet
soup
writing
kitchen,
itself
volunteers served
becomes
meals
an act of
compassion,
hope.
a testament to the
It
strength of
preserves
community and human
memories.
kindness.
It gives shape to dreams. It reminds future generations that ordinary lives are worthy of being remembered. As evening approaches, community centers begin welcoming neighbors for simple gatherings. Someone reads poetry aloud. Another performs a short piano recital. Children proudly display paintings created in school. Applause fills the room, not because the performances are perfect, but because they are shared. In moments like these, people rediscover something profoundly important. Joy does not always require abundance. Sometimes, it simply requires one another. As the golden light softens outside the library windows, the pages of another book gently turn. A new chapter begins. Another story continues. And quietly, without fanfare, without wealth, without certainty about tomorrow, the American spirit keeps writing its own remarkable story. One page, one song, one dream, at a time. As evening gently settles across the country, warm lights begin appearing behind countless windows. The day's work is finished. Storefronts slowly close. Schoolyards grow quiet. The last golden rays of sunlight fade beyond distant rooftops. Yet for many families, the most cherished hours of the day are only beginning. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine entering a modest American home on a peaceful autumn evening. The front door opens with a familiar creak. A warm fire glows softly inside a cast-iron stove. The comforting aroma of vegetable soup and freshly baked bread lingers gently in the air. Children remove their shoes before gathering around the living room. Parents settle into worn wooden chairs, polished smooth by years of daily life. No one seems to be in a hurry. The evening belongs to the family. A father reaches toward a well-loved radio resting upon a lace-covered table. With a careful turn of the dial, soft music fills the room. The sound is warm, gentle, occasionally interrupted by the quiet crackle of distant radio waves. Soon, a familiar announcer welcomes listeners from across the country. A live orchestra begins to play. Violins, trumpets, clarinets. The music drifts peacefully through the house, blending with the soft ticking of the mantel clock. For millions of Americans during the 1930s, radio transformed ordinary evenings into shared national experiences. Families separated by hundreds or even thousands of miles listened to the very same broadcasts at the very same moment. They laughed at the same comedy programs, listened to the same orchestras, followed the same dramatic stories, heard the same evening news. Looking back today, historians often describe radio as the first truly national living room. It connected cities with rural communities, wealthy neighborhoods with modest farms, and distant states with one another in ways that had never before been possible. As one program ends, another begins. A storyteller speaks with calm confidence. His voice paints vivid pictures without showing a single image. Children lean forward eagerly. Every sentence becomes another doorway into the imagination. Cowboys ride across wide western plains. Explorers journey through distant jungles. Ships cross mysterious oceans beneath starlit skies. Within the quiet walls of a simple home, the entire world suddenly feels wonderfully close. Elsewhere, not every family owns a radio. Some neighbors gather
In the winter of
together inside one
1932,
home
the
to
community
listen.
of Lower Manhattan
Others
came
meet
together.
in community
At the soup
halls,
kitchen,
cafes,
volunteers served
or
meals
church
with
basements,
compassion,
where a
testament
single
to the
receiver
strength of
quietly
community
fills the
and human
room.
kindness.
No invitations are needed, only friendship. These shared evenings strengthen bonds that hardship alone could never break. Outside, the stars slowly emerge above peaceful neighborhoods. A cool breeze stirs the branches of old maple trees. Crickets begin their familiar nighttime chorus. Inside the home, the youngest child has already fallen asleep beneath a warm blanket, while the radio continues playing softly in the background. No one rushes to wake him. The music itself feels like a lullaby. As the evening gently deepens, another realization quietly settles over the nation. Recovery is measured not only in jobs created or bridges built, but in hearts healed and communities strengthened, or factories reopened. It is also measured in laughter shared around a family radio,
In the
in
winter of
stories
1932,
passed
the
from one
community of Lower
generation to the
Manhattan came
next,
together. At the
in
soup kitchen,
songs remembered
volunteers served
long
meals
after
with compassion,
difficult
a
years have
testament to the
faded into
strength of
history.
community and human kindness.
For even when material comforts become scarce, the imagination remains wonderfully abundant. And through every melody, every story, and every quiet evening spent together, America continues healing, heart by heart. Night settles softly across the American landscape. The final radio program of the evening gently fades into silence. One by one, lights are turned off in homes across cities, small towns, and lonely farmhouses. The day's worries are set aside, if only until morning. Take one final slow, peaceful breath. Imagine looking across the nation from high above beneath a sky filled with countless stars. Far below, rivers shimmer beneath the moonlight. Mountain peaks stand quietly against the horizon. Small communities glow with scattered lanterns and porch lights. America rests, yet within that peaceful silence, its creative spirit remains awake. Somewhere in a modest apartment, a young artist quietly finishes a watercolor painting before placing the brush beside a small glass jar. Across town, an elderly violinist gently polishes his instrument after an evening rehearsal with neighbors. In a farmhouse miles away, a grandmother carefully folds away a handwritten notebook filled with family recipes, poems, and memories she hopes her grandchildren will one day treasure. These quiet moments may never appear in history books. No newspaper will report them. No audience applauds them. They become part of the invisible story of a nation learning how to endure with grace. During the Great Depression, art was not reserved only for galleries. Music was not limited to concert halls. Stories were not told only by famous authors. Creativity belonged to everyone. It lived in homemade quilts stitched beside warm fires, in hand-carved wooden toys given to children at Christmas, in carefully written letters exchanged between distant relatives, in songs sung while harvesting crops, in sketches made on scraps of paper, in poems quietly copied into worn notebooks. Looking back today, historians often observe that cultural life continued to flourish during the Depression, despite severe economic hardship. Community
In the winter
theater
of
groups,
1932,
local
the community
musicians,
of Lower Manhattan came
librarians,
together. At the
teachers,
soup kitchen,
photographers,
volunteers served meals
painters,
with compassion,
writers,
a
and
testament to
countless
the strength of
volunteers
community and
helped
human
preserve
kindness.
morale by creating spaces where people could gather, learn, and find comfort. Many of these creative works remain treasured today because they reveal not only how Americans struggled, but also how they hoped. Hope leaves its own kind of record. It can be found in every carefully preserved photograph, every melody remembered decades later, every library book stamped with the names of readers long gone, every mural painted on a public building, every story passed from grandparents to grandchildren. These are quiet monuments, built not from marble, but from memory. As midnight approaches, the moon climbs higher above peaceful forests and open fields. A gentle breeze moves through rows of tall pine trees. Owls call softly from distant branches. The world grows wonderfully still, and in that stillness, one truth becomes beautifully clear. Even during the hardest years of the Great Depression, the American imagination never entered a depression. It continued to dream, to create, to teach, to sing, to paint, to write, to laugh, and to pass hope from one generation to the next. As this peaceful chapter comes to its close, our journey turns toward another remarkable story, not one of hardship alone, but of a generation whose quiet resilience would soon be tested once again by events unfolding far beyond America's shores. The nation is recovering. The people are rebuilding. The future is slowly opening before them. Yet across distant oceans, new storms are already gathering. For now, rest peacefully beneath the quiet stars. Listen to the gentle night wind, and carry with you the timeless reminder that whenever humanity creates beauty, hope is never truly lost. Morning arrives quietly once again. The first rays of sunlight stretch gently across fields that have witnessed both abundance and hardship. A cool breeze moves through rows of tall grass. Birds greet another peaceful day with songs that sound much the same as they did generations before. Nature remembers, and so do people. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Imagine visiting an American family many years after the Great Depression has begun to fade into history. The farmhouse is older now. The maple tree planted beside the porch has grown tall enough to cast broad afternoon shade. Children who once chased one another across dusty yards have become parents themselves. Some have gray hair. Others carry grandchildren upon their shoulders. Life has continued moving forward. Yet the lessons learned during those difficult years remain quietly present in everyday routines. Inside the kitchen, breakfast is being prepared. Fresh bread is sliced carefully. Nothing is wasted. A jar of homemade jam is returned neatly to the pantry after each use. Every crumb matters. Not because food is scarce anymore, but because the memory of scarcity never completely disappears. Across the table, a grandfather folds yesterday's newspaper. He smooths each page before setting it aside. Perhaps it will be used later to wrap delicate dishes, line a shelf, start a fire on a cold winter morning. Objects are given second lives whenever possible. The habits of thrift have become second nature. Looking back today, historians often note that the generation shaped by the Great Depression carried many of these habits throughout their lives. Saving money became a priority. Waste was avoided. Broken household items were repaired rather than replaced. Gardens remained common, even after grocery stores became well-stocked once
of Lower
again.
Manhattan came together.
These
At the
practices
soup
reflected
kitchen,
not fear,
volunteers served meals with
but
compassion,
gratitude.
a testament to the strength of community
Gratitude
and
for
human
having
kindness.
enough. Outside, the family garden flourishes beneath the warm summer sun. Tomatoes ripen slowly on the vine. Beans climb wooden poles. Rows of carrots disappear beneath rich green leaves. A grandmother quietly teaches her granddaughter how to harvest vegetables without damaging the plants. Her lessons go beyond gardening. She is teaching patience, respect for the land, appreciation for honest work. Nearby, an old wooden toolbox rests beside the barn. Its worn handle has been repaired several times over the years. Inside are hammers polished smooth by decades of careful use. Screwdrivers whose handles bear the marks of countless repairs. Every tool tells a story. Every scratch carries a memory. During the Depression, replacing broken equipment was often impossible. People learned instead how to fix what they already owned. That practical wisdom became a lifelong skill passed from parents to children. As the peaceful morning unfolds, neighbors greet one another across white picket fences. Fresh vegetables are exchanged without keeping careful count. Someone offers help repairing a roof. Another lends a ladder. No written agreement is needed. Trust has become part of the community itself. The difficult years taught people something precious. Prosperity may rise and fall. Markets may change. Fortunes may come and go. But kindness, cooperation, and generosity remain among the most valuable treasures any community can possess. And beneath another gentle morning sky, those quiet lessons continue living, not only in memory, but in everyday life. As the gentle morning gradually unfolds into a peaceful afternoon, the quiet lessons of the Great Depression continue revealing themselves in countless ordinary moments. They are not written on monuments. They are not announced in speeches. Instead, they live inside daily habits, passed silently from one generation to the next. Take another slow, relaxing breath. Imagine walking through a comfortable American neighborhood sometime during the 1950s. The economy has improved. New homes are being built. Automobiles are more common. Store shelves are filled with products that had once been difficult to imagine during the hardest years of the Depression. Yet inside many homes, the old habits remain. A mother carefully folds brown paper grocery bags instead of throwing them away. They will be used again. A grandfather washes and saves glass jars after homemade jam has been enjoyed. The jars will soon hold fresh vegetables from the garden. An old coffee tin becomes a container for nails and screws. Nothing useful is discarded. Everything is given another purpose. Looking back today, historians often note that Americans who lived through the Great Depression developed lifelong habits of conservation and resourcefulness. Many continued repairing clothing, saving leftovers, preserving homegrown food, and avoiding unnecessary spending long after prosperity had returned. These habits reflected experience rather than fear. They had learned how quickly circumstances could change. Across the neighborhood, children play beneath broad maple trees. One young boy asks his grandmother why she carefully mends socks instead of buying new ones. She smiles warmly. Not because she cannot afford another pair, but because she remembers a time when replacing anything was nearly impossible. Her answer is simple. If something can still be useful, it deserves another chance. The child quietly nods. Perhaps he does not fully understand today, but years from now, he will.
In the winter of
Those
1932,
words
the community of Lower
may
Manhattan came
return to
together.
him
At the
when
soup
he
kitchen,
faces
volunteers
challenges
served
of
meals
his
with
own.
compassion, a testament to the
Inside
strength of
another
community
home,
and human kindness.
shelves are lined with neatly labeled jars of peaches, beans, tomatoes, and pickles prepared during the summer harvest. Home canning has become more than a practical skill. It has become a family tradition. Children learn recipes passed down from parents and grandparents. The kitchen becomes a classroom where patience, planning, and gratitude are taught without formal lessons. Outside, neighbors gather for a weekend picnic beneath towering oak trees. Long wooden tables are covered with homemade dishes. Fresh bread, corn on the cob, apple pie, lemonade served in heavy glass pitchers. Everyone brings something to share. No one leaves hungry. The spirit of community that strengthened families during the Depression has not disappeared. It has become part of everyday life. Looking back today, sociologists often observe that communities shaped by shared hardship frequently develop stronger traditions of mutual support and volunteerism. Neighborhood gatherings, church suppers, local charities, and civic organizations often flourished because people remembered how meaningful even small acts of kindness could be during difficult years. As the afternoon sunlight filters gently through the leaves above, children laugh while chasing butterflies across open fields. Older generations watch quietly from shaded benches. Some smile, others remain lost in thoughtful memories. They remember empty store shelves, long bread lines, dust storms, the uncertainty of those years. Yet they also remember something equally important. Neighbors who helped, friends who shared, communities that refuse to let anyone face hardship alone. Those memories have become invisible treasures, quiet gifts carried through time. And as another peaceful afternoon slowly drifts toward evening, those lessons continue living. Not in history books alone. Everyday choices, made with gratitude, care, and hope. As the warm afternoon slowly begins its quiet journey toward evening, memories gently rise like the soft breeze moving through tall summer grass. Some memories are joyful, others are difficult. Yet together, they become the wisdom of an entire generation. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine sitting on the wide wooden porch of an old farmhouse, as the golden light of late afternoon settles across the fields. A rocking chair creaks softly. A glass of iced tea rests upon the porch railing. The air carries the comforting scent of fresh-cut hay and wildflowers blooming along quiet country roads. An elderly grandfather sits beside his young grandson. For several peaceful moments, neither speaks. They simply watch the wind ripple through the wheat. Finally, the child asks a simple question. "Grandpa, what was it really like?" The old man smiles gently, not because the answer is easy, but because it deserves honesty. "It was difficult," he says softly. "There were days when we didn't know what tomorrow would bring." He pauses, watching a flock of birds drift across the evening sky. "But we always believed tomorrow would come." His grandson listens quietly. The old man continues. "We learned that wealth isn't measured only by money." He points toward the farmhouse. "Your grandmother's bread, the neighbors who helped repair our roof, the teacher who stayed after school, the doctor who came even when families couldn't pay. Those things made us rich." Looking back today,
In the winter of
historians
1932,
often
the
emphasize
community of
that the
Lower
Great
Manhattan came
Depression
together. At the
reshaped
soup
not
kitchen,
only the American
volunteers served
economy,
meals,
but
compassion,
also
a
American
testament to the
values.
strength of community and
For
human
many who lived
kindness.
through it, security came to mean more than financial success. It meant dependable friendships, strong families, healthy communities, and the confidence that neighbors would help one another during difficult times. As evening birds begin returning to their nests, the conversation continues. The grandfather tells stories about repairing shoes until they could no longer be repaired, about carefully saving string, jars, buttons, and nails, because each might prove useful someday, about planting gardens every spring, even after supermarkets once again filled their shelves. His grandson listens with quiet fascination. To him, these habits seem unusual. To his grandfather, they simply feel natural. Nearby, inside the farmhouse, an old wooden quilt chest rests beneath a front window. Its lid is opened carefully. Inside lie handmade quilts stitched decades earlier. Each patch of fabric once belonged to an old shirt, a faded dress, or a worn-out blanket. Nothing had been wasted. Even memories had been sewn together. The grandmother gently unfolds one quilt across the family table. Her fingers move slowly over every careful stitch. She remembers exactly who made each section. One square came from her father's work shirt, another from her mother's Sunday dress, another from a child's winter coat. The quilt is more than fabric. It is family history, preserved one stitch at a time. Outside, the evening breeze grows cooler. Fireflies begin appearing above the tall grass. The first stars quietly emerge overhead. The conversation on the porch slowly fades into peaceful silence. No more words are needed. Some lessons are taught not through long speeches, but through quiet example, through lives lived with gratitude, with humility, with perseverance. And as another beautiful evening settles across the countryside, the wisdom of one generation gently finds its way into the hearts of the next, ensuring that even after the hardships have passed, their lessons will never be forgotten. As evening gently deepens into night, the countryside grows wonderfully still. The last light of sunset lingers only for a moment along the western horizon before giving way to the cool blue tones of twilight. A quiet calm settles over fields, rivers, and small towns alike. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine strolling slowly down a familiar country lane beneath the first stars of the evening. The gravel road glows softly beneath the moonlight. White fences stretch quietly across rolling pastures. The gentle chirping of crickets fills the cool night air. A distant owl calls from an old oak tree, standing watch over the valley. Everything feels peaceful, balanced, timeless. In one farmhouse, 3 generations gather around the dining table. Supper has ended, the dishes have been washed and carefully dried. Instead of rushing away, the family remains together. Someone pours another cup of tea. Someone else slices the last piece of homemade apple pie into smaller portions, so everyone may enjoy a taste. It is a simple gesture, yet it quietly reflects lessons learned many years before. Share what you have, no matter how little it may seem. Across the room, an old family photo album rests upon a wooden shelf. The youngest granddaughter carefully opens its worn leather cover. Inside are black and white photographs, preserved with remarkable care. There is a faded image of a father standing proudly beside his first tractor after years of saving. Another photograph shows children smiling outside a one-room schoolhouse. One page reveals a family gathered around a modest Christmas tree, decorated with handmade ornaments. The gifts beneath its branches are few,
In the winter of
yet every
1932,
face
the community of Lower
shines with
Manhattan
genuine
came together.
happiness.
At the soup kitchen,
Looking back
volunteers
today,
served meals of
historians
compassion,
often
a
note that
testament to the
families who
strength of
lived through the
community
Great
and human
Depression
kindness.
frequently preserved photographs, letters, recipes, journals, and household objects with extraordinary care. These personal collections became treasured reminders not only of hardship, but also of love, resilience, and family connection. But also of resilience, love, and perseverance. The grandmother gently points toward one photograph. She quietly explains how neighbors gathered together after a severe storm to rebuild a damaged barn in only a few days. No contracts were signed. No wages were discussed. Everyone simply arrived with tools, food, and willing hands. The children listen carefully. To them, the story almost sounds like a fairy tale. But for their grandparents, it was simply the way communities cared for one another. Outside, the moon rises higher into the peaceful sky. Silver light spills across open fields where gentle breezes ripple through tall grass. The old windmill turns slowly. Its familiar rhythm has not changed in decades. Inside the farmhouse, bedtime quietly approaches. One by one, lamps are turned lower. Children yawn softly. The youngest curls beneath a handmade quilt stitched by loving hands many years before. Before leaving the room, the grandfather pauses beside the window. He looks across the moonlit fields in thoughtful silence. He remembers difficult winters, long breadlines, the Dust Bowl winds, the uncertainty that once touched every sunrise. Yet tonight, those memories no longer bring sadness. Instead, they bring gratitude. Gratitude for every peaceful evening, every shared meal, every healthy harvest, every quiet laugh around the family table. For sometimes, the greatest appreciation for life's simple blessings is born from remembering a time when even those blessings could never be taken for granted. And beneath the gentle light of the rising moon, those quiet lessons continue, passing softly from one heart to another. Night has fully embraced the quiet countryside. The farmhouse rests beneath a canopy of brilliant stars. A gentle breeze carries the scent of pine, wildflowers, and freshly turned earth across the sleeping fields. The day has come to a peaceful close. Take one final slow, calming breath. Imagine standing outside beneath the open sky. The Milky Way stretches from one horizon to the other, like a silent river of light. The same stars that watched over families during the Great Depression continue shining tonight. Patient, unchanging, enduring. Inside the farmhouse, every room has grown quiet. the youngest children sleep peacefully beneath handmade quilts stitched decades earlier. Their breathing is slow and steady. A small oil lamp glows softly in the hallway, before its flame is gently lowered. The grandparents remain awake for only a few moments longer. They sit together on the front porch, wrapped in light blankets against the cool night air. Neither feels the need to speak. Some silences carry more meaning than words. The grandfather watches the moonlight resting upon the old barn. Its weathered boards still stand strong after countless winters. He smiles quietly. The barn has survived storms. The family has survived hardships. Time itself has become another trusted companion. Looking back today, historians often describe the generation shaped by the Great Depression as one of remarkable resilience. Their experiences influenced not only their own lives, but also the children and grandchildren who inherited their values. Habits such as saving for the future,
In
repairing
the winter
rather
of
than replacing,
1932, the community of
appreciating
Lower
honest
Manhattan
work,
came together.
avoiding
At the soup
unnecessary
kitchen,
waste,
volunteers
and
served
supporting
meals with
neighbors
compassion,
during
a
difficult
testament to
times
the strength of
remain
community
deeply
and human
woven into
kindness.
American life for decades afterward. These lessons became part of family traditions, passed from one kitchen table to another, from one workshop to another, from one quiet evening conversation to another, from one gentle moment to another, to another. Across the nation, similar scenes unfold beneath the stars. In cities, apartment windows slowly go dark. In farming communities, porch lights are switched off one by one. In mountain towns, rivers continue flowing gently beneath old stone bridges built during the years of recovery. The landscape itself carries reminders of the past. Roads, schools, libraries, parks, dams, community halls. Each one quietly tells the story of people who believed tomorrow was worth building, even when today felt uncertain. The Great Depression eventually became history. Its statistics were recorded in books, its photographs preserved in museums, its speeches archived for future generations. Yet its greatest legacy was never found only in documents. It lived in ordinary people, in mothers who taught children never to waste food, in fathers who repaired old tools instead of buying new ones, in grandparents who quietly placed coins into savings jars just in case, in neighbors who instinctively helped one another because they remembered what it felt like to need help themselves. Those lessons crossed decades. They shaped families, communities, and in many ways, the character of a nation. As midnight slowly approaches, a shooting star glides silently across the heavens. For just a heartbeat, it leaves a delicate trail of light before disappearing into the darkness. The grandparents notice it together. Neither makes a wish. Instead, they simply smile. Perhaps because they already understand one of life's deepest truths. Hope is not something that suddenly arrives. Hope is something patiently built, through kindness, through perseverance, through shared burdens, and through quiet acts of courage, repeated every single day. And as the peaceful farmhouse falls completely asleep beneath the timeless stars, our journey gently turns toward its final chapter. A chapter where the long shadow of the Great Depression begins to fade, while a changing world prepares to enter a new and uncertain era. For every ending quietly becomes the beginning of another story. A new dawn slowly rises across America. The first light of morning spreads gently over rivers, forests, cities, and open fields that have witnessed more than a decade of extraordinary hardship. Mist drifts quietly across peaceful valleys. Birdsong welcomes another day. The nation awakens once more. Take a slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing upon a grassy hill overlooking the American countryside. The sunrise paints the sky with soft shades of gold, rose, and pale blue. Farmhouses rest quietly beneath old oak trees. Church steeples catch the first rays of morning light. A freight train glides steadily across the distant horizon. Everything feels calm, balanced, hopeful. The Great Depression did not disappear overnight. There was no single morning when every unemployed worker suddenly found a job. No single speech erased years of hardship. No single law restored every lost dream. Recovery unfolded gradually, patiently, one family at a time, one community at a time, one season at a time. By the late 1930s, many parts of the nation were showing signs of renewed strength. Factories that had once stood silent slowly returned to production. Construction projects continued reshaping cities and towns. Banks operated with greater stability than they had during the darkest years of the crisis. Agricultural practices improved as soil conservation efforts spread across the Great Plains. Though challenges remained, Americans could increasingly look toward the future with cautious confidence. Looking back today, historians generally agree that the Great Depression eased through a combination of New Deal reforms, gradual economic recovery, and later the enormous industrial mobilization that accompanied the Second World War. No single factor alone ended the Depression. Instead, recovery emerged through many interconnected changes unfolding over several years. Across the country, people noticed small but meaningful differences. Shop windows gradually displayed more goods. Railroad stations became busier. Factory whistles sounded more frequently. Families who had postponed repairs finally painted weathered homes. Children received new school books. Young couples once again began planning weddings and imagining futures filled with possibility. The changes were often modest. They quietly transformed daily life. Imagine walking through a busy American town on a crisp autumn morning. The sidewalks are filled with purposeful footsteps. A bakery opens before sunrise. Fresh loaves are arranged carefully behind polished windows. The barber welcomes his first customer of the day. Teachers greet students arriving at school. Mail carriers begin familiar routes that have connected neighbors for generations. There is movement, there is purpose, there is quiet optimism. Yet no one forgets the years that came before. The empty factories, the breadlines, the Dust Bowl wins, the anxious evenings gathered around kitchen tables. Those memories remain close, not as burdens, but as reminders. They remind people how precious ordinary mornings truly are, how valuable steady work can be, how meaningful a shared meal becomes, how deeply communities depend upon one another. As the warm sunlight spreads across the land, the long shadow of the Great Depression begins at last to slowly retreat. Not erased, never forgotten, but transformed into wisdom carried forward by an entire generation. As the gentle morning grows brighter, America continues its quiet journey into a new era. The years of uncertainty have not vanished from memory. They remain woven into everyday life. Yet those memories no longer stand only for hardship. They also speak of endurance. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking through a neighborhood where the trees planted during the years of recovery have now grown tall. Their branches sway gently in the warm breeze. Children ride bicycles beneath their shade. A milkman quietly delivers glass bottles to front porches. Neighbors wave to one another before beginning another ordinary day. The simple rhythm of daily life feels comforting. A small hardware store opens its wooden doors. Inside, shelves are neatly stocked with tools, nails, paint, and farming supplies. Years earlier, many of these shelves had stood nearly empty. Now, customers browse slowly, discussing home repairs, gardens, and future plans. The conversation has changed. People speak less about surviving the week and more about building the years ahead. Across town, the local school welcomes another class of students. Bright morning light fills the classroom through tall windows. The teacher writes neatly across a blackboard, while children raise eager hands to answer questions. Among them sits a young boy, whose parents once stood in Breadlines during the darkest years of the Depression. He knows little of those difficult days. Yet without realizing it, he benefits from every sacrifice made by the generation before him. Looking back today, historians often note that children who grew up during or immediately after the Great Depression inherited values shaped by their parents' experiences. Respect for education, careful financial habits, appreciation for stable work, and a deep understanding that prosperity should never be taken for granted. Beyond the classroom, communities continue investing in their future. Libraries expand their collections. Public parks welcome growing families. New trees planted during conservation projects now provide shade for playgrounds and picnic grounds. Roads built during the New Deal carry travelers safely from one community to another. Many people use these places every day without realizing they are part of the enduring legacy of the 1930s. The Depression may have ended, but its influence remains quietly visible across the American landscape. Imagine walking through one of those peaceful parks on a sunny afternoon. Children laugh as they race along winding paths. A young couple sits beneath a large oak tree reading together. An elderly veteran feeds birds beside a quiet pond. Nearby, a bronze plaque marks the year the park was completed. Few visitors stop to read it. Fewer still know the names of the workers who planted every tree or laid every stone. Yet their work continues, serving people they would never meet. Perhaps that is one of history's greatest gifts. Acts of kindness, of craftsmanship, and of public service often outlive the people who first performed them. As gentle clouds drift slowly across the blue sky, the nation continues looking ahead, not forgetting the past, but carrying its lessons with quiet dignity. The hardest years have become memories. The deepest wounds have begun to heal. America discovers that true recovery is not simply measured by wealth. It is measured by stronger communities, greater wisdom, and the enduring hope passed lovingly from one generation to the next. As the afternoon sun slowly climbs across the sky, time itself seems to soften. The difficult years grow farther away, not forgotten, simply carried with quiet understanding. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine walking through a peaceful American museum many decades later. The building is calm. Sunlight pours gently through tall windows, illuminating polished wooden floors and carefully arranged exhibits. Visitors move slowly from one gallery to another. Their voices remain soft, respectful. On one wall hangs a black and white photograph of a long bread line during the winter of the Great Depression. Nearby, another photograph shows a farmer standing in a dust ball field, his hat held tightly against the wind. A few steps farther, children smile from the porch of a newly opened rural school built during the New Deal. Each image tells a different story. Together, they tell the story of a nation. A grandfather walks beside his granddaughter. She studies the photographs carefully before asking a quiet question. Were people really this brave? He smiles gently. I think they were simply ordinary people, doing the best they could. His answer lingers in the still air.
In the winter of 1932,
Perhaps that is
the
what makes
community of Lower
history
Manhattan
so
came together.
remarkable.
At the soup kitchen,
Extraordinary
volunteers served meals
chapters
with
are
compassion,
often written
a
by
testament to the
ordinary
strength of
lives.
community and human kindness.
Looking back today, historians continue studying the Great Depression, not only because of its economic impact, but because it transformed public policy, agriculture, banking, labor protections, environmental conservation, and the relationship between government and society in lasting ways. The lessons of that era continue influencing discussions about economic crises and recovery, even in the present day. Nearby, inside another gallery, carefully preserved objects rest beneath soft lights. a child's patched winter coat, a pair of worn leather work boots, a tin lunch pail carried to countless construction sites, a handwritten grocery list, a mason jar once used to preserve vegetables through the winter. These humble possessions possess extraordinary meaning. They remind visitors that history is not made only by presidents and famous leaders. It is also shaped by families around kitchen tables, farmers walking quiet fields, teachers opening classroom doors, and workers rising before dawn to build roads, bridges, parks, and schools. Imagine pausing before a large mural depicting Americans from every walk of life. Farmers, factory workers, nurses, teachers, engineers, construction crews, artists, musicians, children, grandparents. Each figure faces a different direction, yet together they move toward the same horizon: recovery. The mural says nothing aloud, yet its message feels unmistakably clear. No nation rebuilds itself through one person alone. It is always the work of countless hands, countless hearts, countless acts of quiet perseverance. As afternoon sunlight slowly shifts across the museum floor, visitors continue their peaceful journey from room to room. Some stop to read every plaque. Others simply stand silently before a favorite photograph. Each leaves carrying something slightly different: knowledge, gratitude, perspective, hope. For history offers many gifts. Perhaps its greatest gift is reminding us that difficult seasons, however long they may seem, do not last forever, and that the courage shown by ordinary people can illuminate the path for generations yet to come. As the golden afternoon slowly gives way to evening, our journey through the Great Depression begins its quiet approach toward its final destination. The sun hangs low above the horizon. Its warm light stretches across rivers, fields, rooftops, and quiet streets that have witnessed one of the most remarkable chapters in American history. Take another slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing upon a gentle hillside overlooking a broad valley. Below, a small American town prepares for evening. Storekeepers sweep the last dust from their sidewalks before locking their doors. Children pedal bicycles home beneath towering elm trees. Church bells ring softly across the rooftops. Smoke rises lazily from farmhouse chimneys, where evening meals are already beginning to simmer. Everything feels wonderfully ordinary. And perhaps that is the greatest victory of all. Ordinary life has returned. The years of constant uncertainty have gradually faded. Families once again plan birthdays, weddings, harvest festivals, school graduations, and quiet Sunday picnics without wondering whether tomorrow will bring another financial collapse. Simple routines once taken for granted have become precious gifts. Looking back today, historians often remind us that while the Great Depression transformed the
In
economy,
the winter of 1932,
it also
the community of
reshaped
Lower
the
Manhattan
nation's
came
understanding
together.
of
At the
resilience,
soup kitchen,
responsibility,
volunteers served
and
meals
public
compassion,
service.
a testament to the
The
strength of
institutions
community and
strengthened
human
during
kindness.
those years, from banking reforms to conservation efforts and public infrastructure, continued influencing American society for generations. Yet beyond every law and every policy, another legacy quietly remained: compassion. The understanding that neighbors matter, that communities grow stronger when people care for one another, that hardship shared becomes lighter. Imagine following the slow current of a peaceful river flowing through the valley. Many years ago, this same river carried timber used to build bridges during the New Deal. Its waters reflected the faces of workers who arrived before sunrise each morning. It cooled the hands of young laborers planting trees through the Civilian Conservation Corps. It watched generations cross newly built bridges on their way to school, work, church, and home. The river remembers, just as history remembers. Nearby, an elderly woman quietly closes the front gate of her small garden. She pauses for a moment before looking across the neighborhood. Children laugh somewhere in the distance. A train whistle echoes beyond the hills. The evening breeze carries the fragrance of blooming roses. She smiles softly. Not because life has always been easy, but because life continued. And that continuation itself became a quiet miracle. As twilight settles across the valley, windows begin glowing with warm light. Families gather around dinner tables. Friends meet on front porches. Grandparents tell familiar stories one more time. Young children listen carefully, never realizing they are becoming the next keepers of those memories. History survives because people choose to remember. Not only the suffering, but also the courage. Not only the losses, but also the kindness. But also the countless quiet mornings that followed them. The Great Depression left deep marks upon the nation. But it also revealed something enduring. That hope does not arrive fully formed. It grows slowly, like a seed planted in difficult soil, watered by patience, strengthened by perseverance, shared through compassion, and harvested by future generations who may never fully know the sacrifices that made their peaceful lives possible. As the first evening stars begin appearing above the quiet valley, our long journey draws ever closer to its final chapter. One final night, one final reflection, one final opportunity to remember how ordinary people changed history simply by refusing to give up. Night arrives with quiet grace. The last traces of twilight disappear beyond the western horizon, leaving the American landscape beneath a vast canopy of stars. The rivers flow gently. The forests whisper softly in the evening breeze. Small towns settle into peaceful silence. The long journey has reached its final destination. Take one last slow, peaceful breath. Imagine standing upon a quiet hill overlooking the sleeping nation. Far below, scattered lights glow from farmhouses, small towns, and distant cities. The same land that endured breadlines, bank failures, dust storms, and years of uncertainty now rests peacefully beneath the stars. It is difficult to believe how much has changed. Only a few years earlier, millions wondered whether better days would ever return. Parents worried about feeding their children. Workers searched endlessly for employment. Farmers watched precious soil disappear into the sky. Banks closed their doors.
In the winter of
Factories
1932,
fell
the
silent.
community of Lower Manhattan
Entire
came together.
communities
At the soup
struggled
kitchen,
simply to
volunteers served
endure
meals
another
with
season.
compassion, a testament
Yet
to the
here,
strength of
beneath
community
the
and
calm
human
night
kindness.
sky, those years feel like distant echoes carried gently upon the wind. They are not forgotten. They never should be. But they no longer define the future. Looking back today, historians understand the Great Depression as one of the most influential periods in modern American history. It transformed economic policy, strengthened financial oversight, inspired conservation efforts, expanded public infrastructure, changed labor protections, and reshaped the relationship between citizens, communities, and government in ways that continued for generations. Its legacy lives not only in museums and history books, but also in the roads people drive, the parks families enjoy, the forests protected by conservation, the schools built during recovery, and the quiet values passed from grandparents to grandchildren. Imagine walking once more through every place we have visited together. The crowded streets of prosperous America in the 1920s, the stunned silence of Black Tuesday, the long bread lines stretching through city blocks, the lonely farms beneath the Dust Bowl sky, the hopeful voices heard during the fireside chats, the young men planting forests through the Civilian Conservation Corps, the workers building bridges that still stand today, the families gathered around glowing radios, the children listening to stories beneath warm quilts. Every scene forms part of a single, remarkable journey. A journey not only through hardship, but through resilience. Not only through loss, but through renewal. History often remembers great events. But tonight, let us remember the ordinary people. The mother who quietly divided one loaf of bread so every child received a piece. The teacher who continued teaching despite having almost nothing. The farmer who planted another field after every failed harvest. The shopkeeper who trusted a struggling neighbor. The construction worker who laid one more stone before sunset. The musician who lifted weary hearts with a simple melody. The librarian who placed another book into eager hands. These were not famous heroes, yet together they carried a nation through one of its darkest chapters. And perhaps that is the greatest lesson history can offer. The strength of a country is never measured only by its economy. It is measured by the kindness of its people, by their willingness to help one another, to endure together, to dream together, to rebuild together. As midnight settles peacefully across the American landscape, the stars continue their silent journey overhead. The wind moves gently through fields now rich with healthy crops. The rivers flow beneath bridges built by hopeful hands. Children sleep peacefully in homes filled with possibilities their grandparents once dared only to imagine. The Great Depression has become history. Its sorrow has softened into wisdom. Its hardships have become lessons. Its sacrifices have become foundations. And its hope has become a gift. A gift carried quietly across generations. A reminder that even the longest night eventually gives way to dawn. As our journey now comes to its peaceful conclusion, thank you for walking through this remarkable chapter of history. May the courage of those ordinary men, women, and children remain with you. May their resilience inspire you. And may their quiet hope remind you that no matter how difficult the season, the sun always rises again. Good night. Sleep peacefully. And until our next journey through history,
In the winter
may
of
your
1932,
dreams be
the
filled with
community of
gentle
Lower Manhattan
skies,
came together.
quiet
At the soup
rivers,
kitchen, volunteers
and the
served
enduring
meals of
light of
compassion,
hope.
a testament to the
And
strength of
now,
community
our
and human
journey
kindness.
finally comes to rest. The roads have grown quiet. The factories have fallen silent for the night. The rivers continue their endless journey toward the sea, just as they did long before these events, and just as they will long after. The stars above America shine with the same gentle light that guided farmers across lonely fields, that comforted children drifting to sleep beneath handmade quilts, and that watched over countless ordinary families who quietly changed history without ever expecting to be remembered. Perhaps that is history's greatest secret. It is not built only by presidents, or generals, or famous names written into textbooks. It is built every single day by ordinary people, by parents who choose hope instead of despair, by neighbors who lend a helping hand, by teachers who continue teaching, by workers who continue building, by children who continue dreaming. The Great Depression reminds us that even the darkest chapters eventually become memories. The storms pass, the dust settles, the harvest returns. The laughter of children fills quiet streets once more, and life, patiently, begins again. As you settle comfortably beneath the peaceful night sky, allow your breathing to slow. Imagine a gentle breeze moving through endless golden fields, a calm river reflecting thousands of stars, a distant train disappearing quietly beyond the horizon, a farmhouse window glowing softly in the darkness. Everything is safe, everything is still, everything is at peace. Thank you for sharing this journey through one of history's most remarkable eras. May the courage of those who lived through it remain with you. May their quiet resilience bring you comfort. And may every new dawn remind you that after every long winter, spring always returns. Good night, sleep peacefully, and until we meet again for another journey through history, pleasant dreams.